We find ourselves in an ordinary world where the main character is nothing special until a certain fateful day. On this day, for some reason, he begins to see strange numbers above people's heads without any further explanation. Our hero, Charlie, initially thinks he's just imagining things and doesn't attach any serious importance to it. Gradually, these numbers begin to appear much more frequently, and it does not seem to correspond to people's lifespan or their strength indicator. Charlie genuinely doesn't understand what this means, since there is no system or anything like that contacting him. At first, he thinks he's gone crazy. He's terribly curious about what these numbers mean. Our hero lives a difficult life. In the past, he has had several shocks related to his family. His older brother did not perform well and broke his mother's heart when she could not do enough for him. As he left, he sternly told them that it was terrible to be in the same family with them and that he did not want them to try to keep him. This behavior is forever imprinted in the memory of the protagonist, who now cannot understand why his brother acts this way. However, what's done is done, and now Charlie must take care of his family despite the fact that he is still young. Charlie lives a meager life that no one cares about, but he does everything he can to earn money. He gritted his teeth to endure all these trials for himself and his mother, and believes that learning something will help improve his life. He studies all his free time, and thanks to this, he gets a job in the general department of a well-known company. At first, this seems like a good thing, but he doesn't know that this will be the beginning of an ill-fated relationship with his superiors. His colleagues try to cheer him up, but he always refuses to have a drink with them, saying that he still has work to do. One day, he comes across a strange number that seems familiar to him, but at the same time is out of order. The number turns out to be gigantic and represents a tax debt, but he can't shake the feeling that he's seen it before. To get more information, he decides to approach the manager and ask him a couple of questions. Charlie says he checked the business account and there are unpaid taxes, but the manager advises him not to touch it. Charlie objects that this would be a tax violation, and the manager, losing his temper, tells him to shut up. Charlie doesn't pay much attention to this, but at that moment, a name pops into his head that might be connected to this. The fact is that there is a number hanging above the head of the company's managing director that matches the one he saw. Charlie is shocked when he realizes that the director is stealing so much money from the company, but it also explains something else. Charlie tries to save his company by saying that they will be in trouble if anything goes wrong. The manager calmly turns to him, still eating his hamburger, and asks why he's such a bore. He also advises Charlie not to act like a proper person, adding that people should be able to keep their mouths shut. Charlie realizes that at this moment he is faced with the main choice of his life. On the one hand, if he remains silent, nothing will happen, and he will live as usual, not paying attention to the burden of guilt. He also understands that at this rate he will not advance far and will remain an ordinary gray mouse that does what he is told. He could walk the path of life, casting aside morality and justice, but his conscience does not allow him to do so. The next day, the police arrive at the company and arrest the director for grand theft. The managing director pays the entire stolen amount and the number above his head disappears. Charlie realizes that he has a strange ability to see the number of unpaid taxes above people's heads. However, everything turns out to be not so simple since the director has incredible powers and extensive connections. After some time, Charlie is informed that he must leave his job within a week. The manager tells Charlie that he is an incredible fool who did not listen to him and now got himself into trouble. Many people condemn him for betraying the company's leader, and now he cannot be trusted. The problem with this approach is that even if you don't condone the crime, you'll still get kicked out. In such a situation, people usually adapt, compromising their conscience and pretending that nothing happened. Charlie is labeled a traitor and leaves the company, but his conscience remains clear. Charlie wonders what he should do now because he can get a job at another company. But there is a catch. Now that he knows the meaning of these numbers, he wants to scream at the injustice that is happening in the world. With horror, he realizes that in this world there are a huge number of thieves who do not fear justice and simply avoid it. It becomes clear that the main problem is not the lack of money in the country, but that there are too many scammers here. A thought comes into his head that while he has this opportunity, he should apply for a stable job. In this case, a stable job would be to work as a civil servant who would collect taxes from criminals. The only thing that is fair in this world is the law, be it the law of gravity or the law of taxes. Charlie still doesn't understand where he got this ability from, but he decides to use it for good. He is shocked that so many people have money for drinks and cars, but they don't pay taxes. Every day, it becomes more and more difficult for ordinary people due to rising taxes, but these people continue to live as if nothing happened. Charlie takes the first written exam of the National Tax Service to become a junior employee. Charlie looks closely at the questions on this exam and realizes that they are incredibly easy and there is no need to worry. The examiner asks you to keep your hands on the table and warns that if anyone moves the pen, it will be counted as cheating. Charlie goes out into the hallway and takes out his phone, discovering that there are some strange things happening with the phone. Someone is desperately calling him from an unknown number, leaving 16 missed calls. Charlie receives another message saying that he has received a call from emergency services. It turns out that his mother was taken to the hospital by ambulance because she was feeling unwell, and he immediately rushes off. Charlie learns that the treatment will cost 675,000 won, which is an unaffordable amount for him. However, when asked how long it will take him to pay off these bills, he states that it will only take him 6 months. However, in reality, this amount is still too large, and he will not be able to earn it now no matter how hard he tries. After this, he finds the mother and says that they can try to solve the problem without immediately revealing all the details about the cost of treatment. She calms down, saying that he shouldn't worry too much, and asks him how the exam went. Charlie says that he got into this institution at any cost because he has a high passing score. Charlie also says that it will take him some time for the interview, so he needs to wait for now. Charlie carefully examines the letter informing them that they have been dropped from their health insurance for non-payment. This is a very bad sign, because the mother must take medication regularly, and now this will become impossible. He is faced with the task of somehow arranging health insurance for his mother, but on top of that, he still has another bill to pay. The mother turns to him and asks what he has in his hands, but he turns away abruptly, saying that these are small bills. The mother understands that he is trying to deceive her and asks what he is hiding there, to which he is only trying to make excuses. After a while, she snatches the bill from his hands and says that if these bills are not scary, she will just look at them. After carefully reading what is written there, she says that she will think about how to pay for this insurance. Charlie asks how she plans to do this if she's still dependent on drugs and can't work. He talks about getting a job, but she angrily tells him he's crazy. Charlie counters that he understands their situation perfectly well and cannot turn a blind eye to what is happening. Charlie says that her health is important to him, but she replies that she is starting to feel guilty towards him. She also says that as his mother, she is still healthy, so he shouldn't worry and should just prepare for the interview. Charlie goes outside, realizing that he made a promise to his mother, but he cannot bring himself to fulfill it, and this pushes him to take a desperate step. He never thought he would have to call his brother, so this time he dials his number. On the other end of the line, a stern man asks why he is calling if he ordered him not to do so. Charlie tells him that their mother is very ill, but his brother replies that he doesn't have time to talk. Charlie asks him to come and insists that this time it is really serious, but his brother replies that his mother has been ill before and he cannot come. The brother says that he should only be contacted if the mother dies, and Charlie starts yelling at him. The brother responds by saying that if Charlie is such a little son, then he should take care of his mother himself. After this, the brother asks what he wants from him since he called to beg for help. Finally, the brother states that they haven't communicated for a long time and he has neither the money nor the obligation to help. Charlie tries to calm his brother down and somehow come to an agreement, but he quickly hangs up and doesn't answer. In despair, the hero wanders around the city, repeating what he has learned recently. People ignore him and enjoy their lives, while the hero's world collapses before his eyes. Evening falls, but Charlie doesn't notice it, continuing to walk in an unknown direction and repeating quotes from the textbook. One can only guess what is really going on in the hero's soul and how he intends to fight it. Night falls, but he still does not return home, as his morale is extremely low. Charlie knows he has to go to a last chance interview, but he can't go because his mother is sick. Having had a fair amount to drink, he hears someone say that the worst thing is to have a son who can't even buy medicine for his mother. As he approaches the bridge, he thinks that the best way out for him would be to simply die. Throwing his backpack on the floor, he says that he wanted to live like others, but due to circumstances beyond his control, he cannot. When people around him are having fun, he is forced to lock himself away for the sake of his studies. But once you become poor, you will remain poor forever. After all, he is working for a civil servant position, and this is far from the limit of dreams that can be achieved. Looking into the water, he understands that everything will fall into place only when he commits suicide and this miserable life. However, he lacks the courage to take this step, and in this case, this is very good, since it is not worth ending his life. However, he considers himself a coward, saying that he is the most pathetic person in the world who cannot even kill himself. At least he believed that if he worked hard, everything in his life would become better than it was now. A cruel life shows him that all this is useless nonsense and everything depends only on the will of chance. over which he has no control. In desperation, he rises to his feet and grabs the law textbook, throwing it out with all his might. Suddenly, he hears a voice saying that government officials should not pollute the river. Grabbing his hand, the man asks him why he gave up, since his interview was starting soon and he had successfully passed the exam. Smiling and looking at him, the strange man declares that he would not mind hearing his story. Charlie reacts aggressively to the man, telling him that he shouldn't stick his nose where it doesn't belong. A passerby states that looking at this book, he assumes that Charlie understands taxes, but gave up halfway through. Charlie calms down and says that he hasn't given up yet, and the other one advises him to put aside his childishness. Charlie guesses that it must be fate, because this boy appeared in front of him so unexpectedly, and with a luxury watch, too. Meanwhile, the man asks why he is upset, but Charlie tries to understand why such a wealthy man decided to interfere. Everything seems obvious to him, because he thinks that this person is stealing money and checks how much he has unpaid taxes. However, to his own surprise, he discovers that this man is absolutely clean before the law in terms of taxes. Meanwhile, the passerby says that he can't stand here forever, and if Charlie remains silent, he will simply leave. Charlie hangs his head and says that he's doing everything he can to survive, but his life is crap and keeps getting worse. He fights back tears and says he just wanted to live like everyone else, but spent his 20s working like a dog. He again remembers the sacrifices he had to make to help his mother and himself. A passerby asks him if it is all about the unfair world, adding that in that case he is a little disappointed. Charlie states that he is more concerned with the question of why, in this unjust world, it is considered a sin to turn in a thief. These words arouse the stranger's interest, and he continues to listen attentively. Charlie, meanwhile, states that even if his life is not as good as others, he would just like to live honestly, without hiding. Afterwards, he says he was fired after he reported to the police that the director was stealing money. When asked if there is justice in this world, a passerby replies that Charlie probably chose this job for a reason. Charlie states that this is his last chance and he wanted to hold his head high in front of others even though he has nothing. A passerby says this is absurd and asks if he thinks the problem will be solved if he punishes them. Squinting slightly, he adds that in that case he would like to ask him one question. He paints a hypothetical situation in which Charlie becomes a tax official and again encounters corrupt officials. He reminds him that if he closes his eyes to it, everything will go calmly and smoothly, as usual. He also reminds him that he was fired from his previous job for ratting out the director. Looking resolutely at the protagonist, he asks what he will do now if he encounters something like this again. Charlie, gritting his teeth, says that it's not for nothing that there is a saying that a sword has no eyes. After this, he confidently declares that he will report these people because he doesn't care who they are. The stranger begins rummaging through his wallet, thinking that the proverb about the sword was quite creative. He begins to like Charlie and realizes that he is quite an interesting young man. Looking at him with a smile, he declares that he needs a better prospect than working as a simple tax official. Taking out his notebook, he says that he is curious to know what Charlie will become when they see each other again. Having drawn a certain number in a book, he says that he will introduce him to a tax accountant and recommends training his eyes. Charlie asks what he means, to which he replies that it is his phone and recommends that he call if he needs help. He also says that he will only help him once, and Charlie asks why he needs this number. The stranger replies that he would like to give him the opportunity to change the world. Charlie bows and thanks him, saying that he will definitely repay his kindness. The stranger claims that he is doing this for good purposes, but suddenly Charlie stops him, saying that he has a question. He asks him if this is all some kind of financial pyramid or human trafficking. Hearing this, the stranger begins to laugh heartily, looking at the protagonist and amazed at his naivety. Afterwards, he says that he likes Charlie for his caution and wishes him luck. He also advises Charlie to firmly remember his words about what to do after he becomes a civil servant. Charlie understands that he can count on help from this unknown person only once. He watches the expensive car drive away, then tries to figure out what he should do next. The stranger reflects on the fact that the sword has no eyes, which means that a man like the sword must do everything honestly. This tactic is not always rational because if you have no eyes, you can injure your own hands. Charlie continues to look at the number he received, and the stranger hopes to meet soon. 2 months pass quickly, because in the morning the main character attends lectures and diligently writes down everything that is said to him. During the day, he works in an office provided to him, and this is his first job close to civil service. The job turns out to be simple. He has to type by hand, which means he can listen to his surroundings. This allows him to pick up important information that slips out every now and then in awkward conversations. Charlie tries to hear every little thing, whether it's the typing of documents or a simple conversation at the coffee machine. Finally, one of the fundamental moments of his life arrives, after which everything will change radically. At the interview, he is asked what kind of civil servant he would like to become. Charlie says he wants to protect honest taxpayers and make criminals pay their dues. After some time, he returns home with his mother and suddenly receives an important message on his phone. Without hiding his tears, he confesses to her that he passed the interview and finally became a civil servant. The mother says it was worth praying for, but Charlie insists she's done a good job already. Thanks to his good grades at the training center, he is accepted into the tax inspectorate, and it is time to work. On those days, it seems to him that someone is looking at him and carefully observing his every step. All this time, he thinks only about that strange man whom he met on the bridge that day and who gave him a second chance. He hopes that this person is really watching him, and he understands that he will catch all these cowards with his own hands. South Korea, according to Charlie, is a country with a bright future. In this country, they say that children have increased the national rental income by going into real estate. But he considers that a blatant lie. In fact, it is a dirty game that parents play using their children. Charlie understands that some parents are now registering businesses in their children's names to avoid paying taxes. Charlie understands that such things are illegal, disgusting, and immoral practices. However, he turns out to have an incredible ability that allows him to easily detect such people. Meanwhile, the income tax department announces the end of the lunch break, causing employees to rise sluggishly. The man in glasses says that they all need to get up quickly and stop resting. After this, he sits down in his chair, wondering where he put the nail clippers. Charlie approaches his department head, startling him a little, and declares that he has something to show him. He immediately tells him about the owner of a shopping mall with an annual income of $108 million at the age of 12. But this does not impress the boss. Charlie says the business's financials don't add up, so he needs to conduct a tax audit. The boss asks him if this is tax evasion, and Charlie firmly replies that there is no other option. Charlie also points out that the owner of this shopping center is an elementary school student, but this does not convince the boss. Charlie asks him if he doesn't find things like that suspicious. The boss asks what exactly he is going to check, quickly looking through the results of his reports. He orders him not to check this man, but Charlie states that the owner of this center is a minor. He adds that this may be an illegal inheritance, but the boss orders that everything be left as is. The boss also says that Charlie is new to the team and shouldn't stir things up. He also asks where he got the skills to read reports correctly, after which he orders him not to poke his nose. Charlie steps aside and a girl approaches him asking for some time. She looks around to make sure no one is watching them and guesses that they are talking about his boss. After this, she advises him not to get involved in this matter at any cost, as it is very dangerous. She reports that everyone here has known for a long time that these people are personally acquainted with the boss and managers of their office. She also states that he works very hard to get there, so he needs to be more careful. After a short pause, she says that the manager is still going to resign. Charlie has an image of his former manager, who promises to break him if he doesn't stop meddling in other people's business. Charlie feels his nerves begin to boil and decides not to hold back his emotions, declaring that it is a disgrace. He also says that this is not why he is becoming a civil servant, adding that it is the National Tax Service. Looking at his colleagues, he asks them why the hell they are robbing defenseless people because they are not bandits. He states that this is pure lawlessness that must be stopped, not encouraged. He starts asking his colleague who this manager is and who he works for. His boss immediately hears this and asks how dare this son behave so insolently towards his superiors. He also tells him that if he continues to act in the same spirit, he will fly out of here to hell. Finally, he reminds him that he is not the only civil servant here and must know his place. Charlie goes to the restroom, then closes the door and tries to catch his breath after the scandal. He, angry, thinks that this is complete nonsense and cannot believe that all these bastards work here. Without thinking twice, he takes out his phone to call that very person. He remembers that he only had one chance to get help, but decides that this chance is enough for him. Clenching his fist, he understands that injustice cannot be tolerated, even if this decision will be to his detriment. The stranger says that Charlie called him faster than he expected, but he immediately asks him how he can help. The stranger states that Charlie can simply tell him what interests him, and he will do his best. Charlie talks about the owner of the shopping mall, stating that he wants to catch those involved. The stranger reminds him that he can only help him once and asks if he really wants to. Charlie declares that he is absolutely confident in his words and is ready to destroy all the villains and catch them. The stranger starts laughing and says that he can't believe he's hearing such words. After this, he advises him to do what he wants and states that from now on no one will stop him. Charlie returns to his seat and picks up the phone in order to contact the tax office as quickly as possible. After some time, his boss comes to Charlie and says that there is only one person here who could have called the accountant. Charlie continues to work calmly, claiming that it really was him. The boss starts to lose his temper, asking how he dared to do this. But Charlie remains calm. He reminds his boss that he is currently very busy with important work, and therefore asks him not to distract him unnecessarily. He is immediately advised to apologize to his boss, but he ignores such advice from his colleagues. Suddenly, loud shouts are heard behind him, and someone asks why he is not at his desk. Charlie turns around to see who yelled at him and immediately freezes in fear and horror. The thing is, standing in front of him is none other than the Director General of the Tax Inspectorate named Harold. Along with another manager, Carl, who yelled at Charlie's boss, he continues to glare at the offenders. Harold says he thought he heard some swearing, but suggests he might be wrong. Charlie's boss states that he, of course, said nothing of the sort, but Harold remarks that he would like to see him in person. He also states that he is calling Carl's manager to see him, which greatly surprises him. Finally, he approaches the main character and wonders if this is indeed Senior Officer Charlie. Charlie turns around and greets the director politely, saying that everything is exactly as he expected. Harold asks him with a smile if he will allow him to retire with peace of mind. Colleagues look at each other, trying to figure out who he is and what he means by resigning. Charlie says that if the director is not embarrassed by his activities, then no problems will arise. Harold chuckles and then says that this job is quite difficult, but he believes in him. Looking quickly at his assistants, he adds that at least he didn't live like those two. Without giving them a chance to utter a single word, he orders them to follow him, and they obey without question. In the end, they only ask him why he was so angry with them, but he does not give a single answer to these questions. Thus, Charlie ends up safe and sound, despite the fact that even the head director has taken an interest in him. Colleagues look at him and ask questions about who he is and whether he is a human being since he has no fear of his superiors. Meanwhile, another man, who was called here on an important matter, begins to walk down the corridor. The tax accountant reflects that the newcomer has caused trouble, but that it will soon be sorted out. He has been in his position for 20 years, so such incidents are no longer a rarity for him. Entering the office, he greets the boss and manager, saying that he hasn't seen them for a long time, as if years had passed. However, he notices that they have very sad faces and asks them what happened to them. His first instinct is to assume that it is an audit from the National Tax Administration, but he is told that this is not the case. After this, he asks for details and, when he finds out everything, says that he cannot believe that this could have happened at all. Carl claims that there is someone above this man, and if they had known about it in advance, they would have behaved more carefully. They also share with him information that everything that happened will be documented and submitted to the prosecutor's office. The tax accountant asks why this is happening at all and why such actions are allowed, but quickly understands this. The director's orders are to let the new guy do whatever he wants, and Carl admits they are completely powerless. When he contacted the tax accountant, he was told that all of this was ordered by the head office, so they had no right to refuse. After carefully checking everything, the three come to the conclusion that there is nothing more they can do. After a while, Charlie calls the accountant and says that it's time to stop with all the excuses. He sternly asks him if he has anything else to say, to which he replies that he has already said everything he could. Charlie states that the accountant can go about his business, and the man asks him if he needs anything. Charlie states that he doesn't need anything else and wishes the accountant to take care of himself as best he can. Charlie finishes preparing for the tax office and wonders if it's worth doing the rest tomorrow. He glances at his watch and realizes that he is terribly tired, feeling like he is about to fall apart. However, the face of the previous manager appears before him again, who says that he warned him about the problems. However, today is going quite well, but the hero doubts that tomorrow will be the same. Suddenly, he discovers a car in the parking lot, from which the same stranger is looking out, waving his hand at him. He also invites him to get into the car, assuming that he has not had dinner and therefore needs to get a proper meal. Charlie gets into the car and asks his interlocutor why he decided to visit him, but he answers evasively. He states that he wanted to surprise him a little and, despite being very busy, found time to check on him. Charlie asks him why he is doing all this, desperately trying to find out where they are going and for what reason. The stranger grins and says that he has helped him twice already, and now Charlie just needs to trust him at least one more time. Finding himself in a strange new house, Charlie sees before him nothing less than a feast of sashimi, the likes of which he has never experienced before. The stranger says that Charlie can enjoy his food because he worked hard today. Charlie thanks him, saying that he has never seen such a huge amount of food or had access to such luxury. The stranger makes sure Charlie is enjoying his food and then says he has something he wants to tell him. He sets forth the principle that if you give a man a power he cannot handle, he will reveal his true nature. Impressed by Charlie's actions, the stranger says that he could well have desired wealth and fame. However, the mysterious man notes that Charlie only did what he had to do, despite the limitless possibilities. Charlie declares that there is no such thing as a free lunch and that nothing in this world comes for free. The stranger chuckles, saying that Charlie is incredibly cautious, but he got in touch with him very quickly. Charlie sternly says that he understands perfectly well that the person sitting in front of him is quite unusual. He also realizes that the fact that he was helped so suddenly means that he must now prove himself to him. Charlie states that it happened at the very moment when he needed this help the most. The stranger says approvingly that he has a good ability to see beautiful people. After this, he says that his name is Liam and that he is a tax manager at Samson. Charlie finds himself very impressed by the sheer size of the figure he encounters. The thing is that the people who work there are the real elite of society and incredible professionals. After a while, there is a noise outside the door, and Liam calmly says that their dear guest has finally arrived. He greets his friend, who states that there was some traffic jam, so he was unfortunately late. Charlie looks at a very handsome man, whom Liam calls the director, but he himself is looking for Charlie. However, upon meeting his eyes, he only laughs and advises him to relax, saying that he has already heard about him. Liam states that he will leave the director for a while, and the director advises him to wait outside for a while. Charlie tries to get up, but he is immediately advised to sit down, assuring him that there will be nothing wrong with it. Charlie looks at him carefully, trying to understand what he should do now and how to proceed. After that, he takes a small glass and asks Charlie to pour him some good alcohol. Charlie immediately takes the bottle and says that his wish will be fulfilled. The director watches every move Charlie makes closely, as if analyzing it. Smiling, he names the main character, then declares that he would like to get straight to the point. Just a few moments later, he asks him if he is ready to become his personal sword of justice. This question is quite discouraging, but the director does not hesitate to ask Charlie. Charlie becomes more serious and asks him what he means by such demands. The man states that his name is Michael and that he is the Director General of the National Tax Service. Michael says that Charlie doesn't have to obey him directly, but Charlie asks him if there is another choice. Michael immediately clicks his sticks next to Charlie's face, declaring that he should do whatever he wants within the framework of his idea. After that, he squints, watching Charlie's reaction carefully, hoping that he can read his intentions. Charlie adjusts his glasses and asks his interlocutor how he even knew about him. Michael twirls a small glass in his hands, declaring that all he knows is that Charlie is eager to punish tax evaders. He also talks about what can help him so that he can catch these people more effectively. Charlie understands that this game needs to be played for high stakes, and points out that there is both a resolution and consequences. Immediately after this, he picks up a glass that has been turned upside down in order to pour alcohol into it. He carefully asks his interlocutor about what will happen if, as a result of the investigation, he gets to Michael. Michael laughs and says that in that case he will have no choice because he will be breaking the law. He also states that if Charlie doesn't like the offer, he can safely refuse it without consequences. Charlie, without thinking twice, hands the director a glass of alcohol and says that he agrees to become a sword of justice. He also states that his actions are dictated only by sincerity since he desires it very much. Charlie receives a job offer that will allow him to join them in a year, and he realizes that he will now be able to fulfill his plan. Meanwhile, the narrative moves to the tax office sometime after the events described above. Charlie returns to work and is met with only surprised and frightened looks from his coworkers. Some of them do not support him at all and say that he has completely lost his conscience if he decided to return here. Charlie greets his colleagues, but immediately feels hostility from them. He mentally asks himself how he, at 30 years old, could become an outcast in just one day. However, these thoughts do not hold him for long, as he understands that he needs to work hard to achieve his goals. Yesterday, he met with the tax office manager Samson Liam and the tax office's general director Michael. No other civil servant has such connections, but this does not mean that everything will change. Meanwhile, Carl approaches Charlie and asks him why he came here, but he only says hello. After this, he looks closely at the manager, who is still staring at him, and asks him what happened. Carl puts his hands on his monitor and asks him again why the hell he came here after that incident. Charlie sincerely does not understand why any claims are being made against him, when suddenly another person comes onto the scene. A property tax manager named Hammond advises Carl not to bring shame on the company or harass employees. Carl only gets even more angry at these words and advises him to get lost and not interfere in other people's affairs. Hammond states that it is no longer someone else's business, as they came under heavy criticism yesterday because of Carl. Turning him aside, he politely addresses Charlie, declaring that this will not happen again. He also comes closer to him and asks him to spare some time for a little talk. Charlie asks him if he has anything to say, to which he states that they should go to the break room for that. As soon as they get there, he hands him a lollipop, saying that grape lollipop is his favorite flavor. Charlie thanks him, after which Hammond states that he doesn't like it when the atmosphere gets too tense. He also recalls that Charlie seemed to want to give something to their department, and Charlie states that it has to do with paying taxes. He argues that charges should be brought against the mall owner because she is an elementary school student. After this, he shares the calculations he made and states that this money clearly does not belong to her. Hammond mentions that the property was given to her as a gift, meaning someone profited from the deal. Charlie points out that this is a likely scenario, at which point Hammond reaches into his pocket, claiming he's forgotten something. Taking out a crumpled piece of paper, he says that there is another financial report that can be reviewed. According to this information, the company's total debt is a staggering amount, despite the fact that they continue to borrow. Charlie realizes that they borrow $1,300,000 and buy the building and land for $1.5 billion, adding $200 million to it. Hammond praises his intelligence, and Charlie states that this makes the source of the funds more or less clear. Looking at his colleague's smiling face, he understands that apparently something has been missed and overlooked here. He carefully asks him if this money is really funds received from his parents. Hammond says that this is the wrong answer, suggesting that this money also came from the bank. Charlie brainstorms and then declares that it is collateral taken out as a loan from the bank for the shopping center. Hammond smiles and says that Charlie turns out to be absolutely right in his assumptions. Charlie angrily chews on the lollipop, saying that these are incredible tricks that are very unethical and indecent. Adjusting his glasses, he says that now this man must pay for tax evasion. Hammond stops him again, saying that there is such a thing as a gift with debts. Charlie corrects him, saying that if you simply give a large sum, then you will have to pay taxes. This tax is not so small and is quite noticeable for the recipient. However, such procedures differ significantly from bank loans, which anyone can obtain. If a person takes out a loan and transfers the building, then the gift tax will be significantly reduced. He also understands that it is not illegal, meaning there is no way to get to the bottom of it. But Hammond states that there is a loophole. Having finally finished with his lollipop, he says that he will not tell him about this loophole just like that. Some time passes and they agree to meet in the parking lot after lunch break to sort everything out. Hammond sees Charlie walking towards him, saying that this is a truly special occasion. Hammond waves his hand at him to get his attention, realizing that this man is truly interesting. He even wonders why Charlie is so relaxed and his gait is so incredibly confident. Sitting in the car, Hammond asks his interlocutor if it will be possible to tax these people, and Charlie declares that it will be possible. He also says that the main problem is that parents pay little tax and then pass on property to their children. Charlie states that according to reports, these people must return to the bank about $1.1 billion that they received as a loan. Hammond asks him who will be responsible for returning the money, and Charlie states that according to the documents, the child should do it. He quickly points out that the parents will actually be paying for it, and Hammond asks him what they will do next. Charlie is a little surprised by this question, and it leaves him puzzled. Hammond states that they will think about this later, since right now they have already reached their goal. Charlie looks closely at the giant building, saying that he didn't expect them to get there so quickly. Hammond claims that this is where the bank account of the underage owner of the shopping center is located. Charlie looks at the document carefully, saying that it is a pretty good job and it is done neatly. Hammond claims this is because the tax accountant was responsible for it, and then shows the actual passbook. Hammond also says they have obtained evidence that the owner is evading taxes. Once inside, they loudly open the door, declaring that they come here from the tax office. The suspects, along with the already well-known individuals, turn around timidly at this loud sound. Charlie walks on with a smile, greeting his colleagues, but they immediately start shouting at him. Charlie asks his boss why a criminal posing as a government official is insulting him. Carl calms his colleague, who is about to attack him with his fists, saying that they don't need that. The suspects present here are wondering what these youngsters are doing here anyway. Hammond sits down on the chair with a smile, saying that this is not a young guy, but their colleague from the tax office. The older man looks at him with disdain, telling him that he should think twice before starting a conversation. Charlie responds to this in a calm and stern voice, saying that he decides for himself what to do. Hammond hands the criminal the documents, saying that he must first familiarize himself with these materials. The criminal only looks dismissively at his opponents, saying that he will never take it. Charlie reaches for the document, saying that in that case he should give these documents to his daughter since her lessons have already finished. The criminal immediately grabs the documents, saying that no one dares to remember his daughter in this situation. Looking at the report, he asks why he owes the state $500 million, stating that it is a crazy amount. Charlie reflects that this amount is far less than the man's actual tax evasion. Taking a closer look at him, he realizes that this man owes the state much more. The criminal, meanwhile, says that this is not a gift procedure, but a transfer of property, and he pays the entire tax. He also claims that his daughter pays with money she earns from managing the mall. Charlie asks him if he didn't pay money for it, but he demands proof. Charlie realizes that there is no way to back out of this situation, claiming that he saw the business account from which the purchase was made. He immediately adds that the amount withdrawn from the account was exactly the amount of the repayment indicated in the financial statements. Carl states that the mall's revenue is $108 million and its net profit is $42 million, which sounds pretty normal. Charlie is surprised that his manager takes the side of the criminal, but this is not enough to break him. After this, he takes out a folder of documents, saying that this is why he does not come here empty-handed. The criminal looks closely at these documents, causing his semi-criminal comrades to immediately look away in fear. Charlie claims he is gaining access to his daughter's second bank book. He reminds him that $3.5 million a month and only $42 million a year come in there. He asks the criminal if he's able to pay off his debts using his daughter's pocket money, which he appropriates. Charlie states that they have received full information and he can give him some time to explain. His criminal comrade says that he is acting without his advice and that he will not be of any help here. Hammond realizes they've hit the jackpot and praises his colleague for bringing them to justice. His opponents, meanwhile, begin to argue with each other, quickly exposing the criminal and corrupt conspiracy in which they find themselves. Charlie says that the tax base is clear, so it is necessary to proceed with the tax procedure by demanding payment of taxes. It all looks as if he is cutting down a giant snake that is ready to swallow him with incredible ease. The criminal nevertheless continues to put on a brave face, asking Charlie if he really thinks this will be enough. In a burst of incredible self-confidence, he says that they will still see who will beat whom, and pulls out his phone. After this, he contacts the manager, asking him how he is doing, hoping that he can sort everything out. The accomplices nearby hope that everything will work out for them since they have everything under control. Charlie and Hammond watch the proceedings closely, realizing that the moment of truth in deciding this issue is now approaching. The criminal says that he is having some problems with the tax service, which clearly knows no boundaries. However, after a few moments, they make it clear to him that they cannot help him in this matter. His accomplices wonder what happened, while the rescue manager suddenly hangs up. Charlie feels his phone buzz with a message and tries to figure out who it could be. Liam texts him that the prosecutor's office is visiting the tax office where he works today. Smiling, they return to the interrogation, while the criminal realizes that he has no options left. Charlie, meanwhile, feels more confident, which makes the criminal look at him with eyes full of horror. Coming closer to him, he earnestly asks him to tell his daughter to pay her taxes quickly. The criminal quickly takes out an envelope, saying that there are $5 billion in it, and Charlie can take it since it is a gift. Charlie takes the envelope, and the criminal hopes that if he gives some money, everything will end right away. However, to the surprise of the other criminals, Charlie calmly tears the obvious bribe apart right before their eyes. After this, he orders them to stop such actions and simply pay their taxes as required by law. He also states that they will soon begin tax monitoring, and he must explain everything in court. The thought that he will now have to deal with the prosecutor's office instantly destroys this scoundrel. After some time, the scene moves to the tax office, which is just about to be visited by the prosecutor's office. At this point, the verification procedure is already being completed, and it is time to seize material evidence. Charlie's boss and Carl say that this is their first time committing a crime, so they should be treated more leniently. The remaining colleagues watch this with horror, saying that a real disaster is happening. However, employees are actually surprised that tax officials are helping them evade taxes. Harold, meanwhile, reaches Charlie and asks him if they can spend some time together. As soon as they enter the boss's office, he hands him a ginseng-flavored lollipop, declaring that it is quite good. Charlie realizes how much everyone here loves candy, while his boss praises his work. Hammond turns sharply in his chair, saying that he was surprised by the clarity of Charlie's work. Harold is enthusiastic about Charlie's impressive performance in his first few weeks on the job. Hammond adds that, among other things, he managed to catch a couple of officials at once, and this is a great rarity. Charlie chuckles awkwardly, trying to figure out where they're all going with this, clearly not understanding how to accept compliments. Harold states that there are still countless such people, so he and Hammond made a decision. He smiles and declares that with a man like Charlie, they will finally be able to cleanse the work sector of corruption. Charlie speaks to them with characteristic modesty, saying that he is not really such a great person. He adds that his father is dead and his mother is seriously ill, and he is here only because he wanted to be here. He also states that he has lived his life honestly and no longer wants to see corruption around him. Hammond puts his hand on his shoulder, telling him that this detail is actually the most important part of his story. He says that Charlie can do everything within his capabilities, and they know that he will cope with this difficult task. He solemnly declares that he can now do what he must, and they will make sure that no one interferes with him. Charlie smiles, saying that something tells him that this will be a very difficult task. Harold evaluates the conversation and asks him which department he would like to work in. After some time, Charlie finds himself face to face with a strange man who looks like he hasn't slept in his entire life. He asks the protagonist if he is the first one and states that this is exactly the case. This man's name is Carol and he is an investigator, but he looks rather suspicious and it is still problematic to trust him. Charlie first decides to check if this man is honest and activates his tax monitoring ability. However, it quickly turns out that this man is clean before the law and has no skeletons in his closet. Charlie is a little surprised by the results of this test, while the investigator decides to move on. He turns and waves at him, recommending him to follow him, while explaining how everything will work here. After some time, he ends up in an interrogation, where the woman came to report tax evasion. Charlie is surprised that there was no briefing at all and immediately heads off to work with his boss. Carol continues to look at the witnesses with her strange gaze, saying that they will hide their identity but record the conversation. The girl nods cautiously, saying that she is not against this, and Carol says that in that case they will begin. Charlie knows he has to pay close attention to every word he says during this conversation because this is his chance. The girl states that she thinks their boss is evading taxes on his store, and Carol asks her to justify this thought. The girl claims that he pays for purchases with a card at full price and with cash at a discount, but Carol says that this is a common occurrence. In a tired voice, she adds that if this is a personal squabble aimed at revenge, then they will not conduct an investigation. Charlie understands that sometimes informants specifically request an investigation out of resentment, but he needs to be careful here. If it is established that the boss is truly evading taxes, this matter will have to be taken seriously. The girl, meanwhile, says that they have about 15 employees, and they are not paid on time, although sales are high. Carol asks her if the boss doesn't have any money, to which the girl replies that she saw a pile of money folded in the safe. Carol asks if she has any evidence, after which the girl takes out her phone, which has photos on it. Upon examining the photographs, it becomes clear that this man is hiding a considerable amount of money away from his employees. Charlie and his comrades conclude that this is quite compelling evidence, but Carol asks for more photographs. The girl claims that she only took these photos out of fear of being caught, and she cannot provide anything else. One of the employees approaches Carol, saying that while regular people bring a ledger, this man doesn't, and she's not sure. Carol states that they will handle this themselves, after which she thanks the witness for her cooperation with the investigation. After some time, they let the girl go about her business and go out into the corridor to discuss everything. Carol immediately turns to her new colleague and asks him if he heard everything during this interrogation. Charlie states that he listened very carefully, and then wonders what they should do now. Carol says that there is not much reason to visit this person yet. After that, he hands him a business card, saying that he must pass on important information to his superiors, so Charlie goes alone. Carol adds that this job should take 2 people, but they don't have any extra hands right now, so Charlie will go alone. Charlie looks closely at the business card, and Carol tells him that there is an address on the back to contact him. This is quite a difficult task, since the probability of error for a beginner is quite significant. Charlie nevertheless decides to try his luck and moves forward, arriving at the required location quite quickly. At a large market, one vendor immediately begins to attract attention by trying to snap at visitors. He asks why food cards cost more, but then rudely asks why it matters to him. He raises his voice, saying that even an idiot can understand everything here, and adds that if you want to pay more, then pay with a card. Charlie studies prices and realizes that paying cash is much cheaper, but he still doesn't understand why it works that way. One of the customers starts to get embarrassed and says that every day the products are sold a little cheaper. The angry salesman says that they need to leave and go to another store, but Charlie understands that this is very unprofitable. Charlie can't understand how this man can stay afloat at these prices, but the numbers above his head show that it is possible. Charlie realizes that the investigation can essentially be considered complete, and all that remains is to come up with a good plan. To do this, he allows himself to rest on the playground and have a snack at the same time to restore his strength. Charlie sees that tax evasion is occurring, but no real evidence has been found yet. He wonders what happened to this man and what convinced him to evade taxes. After a while, a call comes in, and Charlie hears an unfamiliar voice asking him where he is. He tries to figure out who is trying to contact him, but the voice firmly tells him that he has already found it and should just stay put. A few moments later, the air is cut by the sound of a bicycle moving forward and the rhythmic screeching of tires. The man on the bicycle says he is the secretary of the First Investigation Department and calls himself Hank. Hank states that the director has contacted him, so now they need to get to the tax office as quickly as possible. Hank says he forgot his car keys, so he'll have to bike. He quickly turns to the protagonist, saying that the director reported that Charlie left his financial reports. Charlie, meanwhile, says there's something interesting to be found in these reports, as there's a huge difference between card and cash sales. Hank asks him what the problem is, and Charlie states that it's a cash-only store, which is a lie. Hank, the most attentive, decides to study the received documentation and notes that something really doesn't add up here. Charlie smiles and says that very soon they will be able to catch this criminal and collect the debts. Hank is pleased with his colleague's attitude and then announces that it's time to start strategizing and catching him. The next morning, the criminal salesman is in his office, still counting money and humming a nasty tune. After a while, he hears a knock and tells the employee to come inside. A sad girl comes to her boss and says that she would like to discuss the issue of salary. He asks her if she has forgotten that he already gave her a salary last month, but she reminds him that it was a pittance. He looks at her closely and asks if her probationary period is over, after which she confirms that it is. After this, he recalls that last month she left work due to illness, and the girl confirms that this is indeed the case. He begins to scold her, saying that she has no idea how hard it was at that moment and how much needed to be done. The woman reminds him that at that time there were no goods and very few buyers, but he begins to argue with her. Any timid attempts to discuss wages are interrupted by a loud shout ordering them to work properly. The frightened woman leaves the office, clearly upset, when she suddenly hears unknown voices looking for her boss. Charlie and Hank, accompanied by another colleague, arrive and announce that they represent the IRS. The colleague who arrived with them is a labor inspector and offers a hand to help the woman in trouble. Charlie turns to the girl and asks if the boss's office is here. The store manager greets them without much joy and asks why they came here without prior notice. Charlie advises that if there is a risk of document destruction or investigation, they act without prior notice. The store manager immediately becomes angry, saying that it is insulting to accuse him of a crime. Charlie explains that he still has to find out all the circumstances and asks for cooperation with the investigation. At that moment, a mental duel begins between Charlie and this man, which results in the criminal's fate being decided. Charlie claims his labor cost is 96 million won, but he didn't disclose it. The criminal claims his sales are 300 million, but Charlie points out that 32% of that should go to employee salaries. The criminal laughs and declares that everything matches according to the documents, which means there are no problems. Charlie continues to insist, saying that such a job would require at least 5 employees, but he only uses 4. After this, he carefully asks if they really only have 4 people working for them. The boss gets even angrier and asks what difference it makes how many people he has working for him. Charlie orders him to stop talking nonsense and tells him that he saw at least 10 workers in that store. He then states that with this sales volume, the estimated cost of wages is 240 million, meaning something doesn't add up. He asks where he got his livelihood from, and his colleagues praise him for his attentiveness. Charlie also raises the issue of the incredible difference between paying with cash and paying with a card. Hank goes to the staff computer and says that they can easily check everything on the video cameras. Charlie realizes it's time for the final blow and says that yesterday he noticed that only one person paid with a card. He asks the fatal question of why actual sales are so low in such a situation. The criminal claims that sales can't really be that low, but Charlie continues to insist. In addition to the income being understated threefold, the labor inspector raises the issue of violations of employees' Social Security. She claims that neither private insurance nor daily employment notices were provided. Charlie continues to attack him along with his colleague, noting that the cost of the work is not paid and there are also no pension payments. Having destroyed the enemy with facts, they emphasize that this will never end until he pays the overdue money. After a while, they return to the main department, and other colleagues are surprised that Charlie got there so quickly. They approach Hank to question him closely about how he should work with this man. Hank states that he has no idea about it yet, as they haven't done enough work yet. After a while, Charlie opens the doors and enters new departments, telling his colleagues to move aside. His colleagues come up to him and ask him how he managed to deal with this scoundrel so masterfully. They also ask how he got there, and Charlie reveals that he dealt with 2 tax officials in his department. Hank watches with a smile as his colleagues marvel at Charlie's incredible resilience and thoughtfulness. Charlie smiles and says that it was quite difficult, but in the end, he managed to bring them to justice. His colleagues praise him for his excellent work, saying that these scoundrels have tarnished the image of government officials. Charlie also notes that the boss suggested holding a corporate party or something similar to mark the occasion. The colleagues are even more delighted and say that in this case there is no point in wasting a second, because a party is waiting for them. Carol watches them, scratching her ear, realizing that this department is about to get a lot busier from now on. After some time, the action moves to an evening cafe, where all representatives of the investigation department have gathered. They make a noisy toast to their work and say that they wish each other prosperity. Smiling, they note that they haven't done this for a long time, and now the main thing is to get home safe. There's also a lot of focus on the main character, as they haven't had a newcomer like him in a long time. The girl asks him what he thinks about this investigation department and how he can work here. Charlie says he doesn't work here very long, but Hank is quick to point out that the man will love it here. After some time, a suspicious-looking man dressed in a business suit enters the cafe. He approaches the cashier and asks how much it will cost to pay for the corporate table, and she quotes $460,000. Hank immediately spots the man and tells his colleagues that he is trying to pay for their table. The colleagues jump up and run towards the man, asking what the hell he decided to do. The man explains that he made a mistake, as it is better to pay in cash so that there is no record left. However, his colleagues immediately yell at him and ask if he wants them to comply with the law on extortion and bribery. Charlie assumes the man did it on purpose, and Hank says they need to follow him. The man smiles and says his name is Barry and he is a tax accountant at the main office. Charlie looks at him carefully, trying to figure out where he might have seen him before. After some time, he realizes that in front of him is the same tax accountant who fired him from the company at his previous job. The next morning, he goes to the databases to find Barry's tax agent and find out everything about him. This man worked at the Till Enterprise, where the main character came after the army to work as a part-time logistician. It's a wholesale and retail company that mainly sells kitchenware, and he hasn't heard of this company for a long time. After some time, he remembers how it was to work there, and that fateful day when he understood everything about this man. He was asked to carry a small box, adding that it was quite heavy, so he needed to be careful. After some time, he is asked if he is preparing for some exam, but he says that there is no need to prepare for it. Barry said that was just fine because he needed a little help to make money. After some time, he introduced Charlie to his superiors, noting that this man would do a good job. A familiar face said he was very glad to see someone who had a good attitude towards work. At first, he thought everything was fine, but at that moment, he didn't understand how complicated everything was inside this company. Charlie continues to study the information when suddenly a gigantic amount of numbers appears in front of him, overloading his mind. Leaning back in his chair, he tries to regain his strength, realizing that this was a rather serious blow. This is the first time this has happened, because usually at such moments he personally sees the person who has done something wrong. He wonders if there is another case of tax evasion in this company even after the director's dismissal. Gradually regaining his breath, he realizes that there are 2 ways this could have happened. Of course, the first option is that he misunderstood something, but a more likely scenario is that they are back to their old ways. After a while, Hank asks him why he is ignoring the food that was brought to him, to which Charlie replies that he is not hungry. Charlie takes his portion and says that he doesn't have time for this now because he needs to fight. Hank looks at him in surprise and asks who he is going to fight, to which Charlie replies that his enemy is the Thiel Company. Hank is very surprised by such harsh rhetoric and asks why he chose this particular company. Sometime later, Carol tells him what a short-term shareholder bond is and asks if there is such a case. Charlie explains that a company bond like this is worth over $1 billion, which means it needs to be carefully calculated. Carol notes that they will likely find information about retirement benefits there. He adds that the company used advance payment, but there is no information about this anywhere. Carol asks him to check this and states that he must remember that the people are not their enemy, and he must avoid self-interest and act according to the law. After some time, he contacts the administration department of the Thiel Company and informs them that he is a representative of the tax service. He is asked what his request is for, and he replies that he needs information about directors' bonuses and permits. Hank listens attentively to this conversation, and the employee asks if he can be given 5 minutes to provide information. After some time, they inform him that he does not have permission to do this, and they suggest that he coordinate the issue with the director, to which Charlie immediately agrees. He's thinking about how this employee doesn't have to worry about being fired when he suddenly hears a very familiar voice. The man on the other end of the line introduces himself as a CEO named Perry and says that Charlie is listening intently. Charlie greets him and says that he would like to ask the board of directors for permission to award the bonus. At the same time, fragments of his last meeting with this man, who arrogantly declared that it was his own fault, surface in his head. Perry asks who he's talking to, and Charlie easily gives his name and title. Perry recognizes the protagonist, leaning back in his chair, and says that he never expected to hear from him again even once in this life. He notes that Charlie has made a career after all, but Charlie takes this rather sternly and in a metallic voice. He states that he cannot have private conversations because he is at work and demands that the information be provided via fax. Charlie adds that he gives the director 10 minutes to do this, but Perry asks why he needs that. Charlie realizes that simple talk won't help here, so he declares that the time has been reduced to 5 minutes. Perry asks if Charlie is overdoing it with his powers, but Charlie remains adamant. In a calm, composed voice, he asks for all the information to be provided in 5 minutes. Immediately after this, he hangs up and Hank comes closer to him to give a few comments. He asks whether it was worth putting pressure on this person, given that he is a representative of the Thiel Company. Charlie says it's no big deal and waits for the clock to tick down to 5 minutes before calling again. A few moments later, he contacts his former boss again and asks where the requested data is located. Perry angrily asks if he's really trying to settle old scores. Charlie says he's just doing his job, but if they don't want to send the data, that's the end. After this, he states that from today, they will be issued a notice of tax audit. He also adds that there is no longer any need to send data, as it will bring everything itself after some time. Perry realizes that he is now in deep trouble and concludes by calling his former colleague a bastard. After putting down the phone, Charlie realizes that he completed the work practically by the book and did not succumb to provocation. Hank is very impressed with the technique and conversation, noting that he has never seen anyone talk on the phone like that. He also asks if Charlie can find any incriminating information on the man. Charlie looks closely at his ice-cold glass of cold coffee and considers his chances. After this, a look of confidence appears on his face that he is truly 100% confident in his abilities. After a while, we are transported to the headquarters of the Thiel Company, where everyone has been on edge since early morning. Perry reports that they recently went through a tax audit and don't understand why things have gotten to this point. His colleague asks a counter-question, pointing out that something is clearly wrong here, and decides to tell the truth. They ask him not to drag it out and to tell everything as it is, and a colleague notes that the tax officer had worked with them before. The boss immediately starts shouting, saying that he knew there would be problems with this man. He asks the Secretary General what they were thinking, and he replies that this is not how these problems are solved. Sitting down in a chair, the angry director declares that the investigative department specializes in certain issues. They explain that there will indeed be problems with this department, since their head is very picky and cold-blooded. They also wonder why the investigator brought charges at all, and they understand that it is because of the traitor. The CEO asks if he wants revenge because he was fired. Barry says with a smile that thanks to Perry, they have problems again. However, he states that not everything is so bad, because they will force him to take their side by any means necessary. Perry notes that he has brought joy and will negotiate to turn the situation around. The boss looks at him with great disdain and demands that he not be let down, no matter what the cost. Meanwhile, Charlie is heading to the subway station when suddenly a mysterious girl appears behind him. She comes closer and asks if he is that Charlie. Taking a closer look, she asserts that she was not mistaken and greets him. Charlie looks at her carefully and recognizes her as his former colleague who treated him condescendingly. She says she would never have thought that they would be able to meet here so unexpectedly. Sitting down on the subway, she asks how he is doing, and they have a short conversation. During this conversation, they exchange stories about how they are feeling and how things are going. The girl is sincerely glad that Charlie was able to find a job, fearing that it would be very difficult for him to do so. After that, she switches to a whisper and says that it's hard to find a job when you have to give away information about the company. Charlie asks what she means, and she explains that the director said he passed all the data to a competitor. Charlie tells her that such things never interested him, and she adds that she thought they didn't either. From her point of view, such an innocent person like Charlie could not do this, but it puts several thoughts into his head. Now he understands that people in the company think that he acted badly and betrayed them because no one will tell the truth. Now he is branded as a traitor, and conducting an investigation will not be so easy due to external pressure. Charlie comes to this company with his colleague and immediately overhears the employees talking about him. Hank scratches his chin, noting that the atmosphere here is terrible, and asks why they are looking at him like that. Meanwhile, people are whispering behind his back that he is an ungrateful and shameless person who dared to come here. Charlie keeps his cool, noting that none of this is worth worrying about. Moving on, he says that they came here to do their job. Even his colleague notices him here and realizes that he has really come. Barry immediately runs up to them, reminding them that they recently saw each other at the diner during their corporate party. After this, he introduces himself by name and position and says that he will accompany them to the required location. Next, they head to the conference room, where Barry explains how employee bonuses were calculated. Hank says everything is done correctly here and asks for a copy of the register and minutes of the public meeting of shareholders. Charlie studies the data carefully, realizing that it was signed in a hurry, while Barry talks about the company's private spending. He adds that they paid taxes for this, and the managers were very eager to meet them. Hank asks why they need to meet, and Barry replies that they are busy people and don't have time for that. Charlie, on the contrary, states that he really wanted to meet this man and recommends heading there right now. Barry directs them towards the chief's office and informs them that they are happy to have him back here. Perry looks at him with a smile and notes that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He also points to the manager and says that Charlie should say hello to him, and Barry goes to get coffee. The manager notes that these formalities are not necessary since they used to be like a family. He asks Perry again what Charlie's name is and where he served, after which he begins to tell him everything he needs. They open a suitcase filled with money and note that their bosses then failed to pay the debt properly. He adds that he will be able to receive money if he is reinstated in his position and returns to work. Smiling slyly, he says that in any case, he wants to give them his sincere gift as an apology. Charlie silently takes out a pen that has a small device on it that glows red. When asked what it is, Charlie says that he has been recording everything this whole time with a hidden camera. He recalls that he fired him himself, although there were no grounds for this. After this, he declares that he will now show what a real snitch is. These people's eyes immediately drop to the small handle, realizing that the main problem lies there. They ask in surprise if he really recorded all of this, and Charlie confirms their fears. Perry and the manager ask why he is behaving so inappropriately, and Charlie states that it is not their fault. Charlie says that this is a more serious matter and states that he will now go through the signed crimes that they committed. Hank quietly asks if he's really writing everything down, and Charlie quickly nods in response. Meanwhile, management companies are approaching Perry and asking how long he will watch this. Perry immediately begins to switch to a more aggressive tone, saying that now he will remind them of something. Grabbing him by the jacket, Perry asks if they dared to attack them and what they know about the consequences. Charlie demands respect and asks why Perry has resorted to such formal speech. Perry loses control of himself and prepares to beat him up for continuing to talk back. Hank quickly comes to his colleague's defense and orders everyone to stop immediately. He shows them his phone, explaining that he made a video call to his department staff and demands that they not do anything stupid. Charlie notes that Perry grabbed him by the clothes and tried to be rude, but all of this was already caught on camera. He pushes his opponent's hand away and advises him to behave normally, as he is now only digging himself deeper. After this, he declares that this issue will be resolved in an exclusively gentlemanly manner and appeals to his ability. Looking at his opponents, Charlie says that he will conduct this conversation rather quickly since he does not have much time. He asks them if they know that resolutions must be followed when paying bonuses to executives. Barry suddenly bursts into the office and asks what strange screams are happening here. Charlie addresses him, indicating that he should be here and not go anywhere, and then continues the interrogation. He reports that Thiel's enterprise is very profitable and that the chairman has received huge profits from the deal with China. He also recalls that they made financial cuts and opened a new business in Busan. The chairman notes that this is why he paid them taxes for it. Barry says the board's decision is unproblematic and all payments were made according to protocol. Charlie wonders if he means a fresh resolution where the ink hasn't yet dried. He adds that he himself found the tax adjustment certificate and saw that the director had not made the decision from the very beginning. The chairman asks how the tax accountant could forget about this, but he just shrugs. Charlie notes that if the bonus had been paid before the resolution was written, it would have been an excessive expense associated with the activity. Immediately after this, he takes out a certificate of income and reads it carefully without missing a single point. In it, he finds the bar and hotel room fees, which are included in Social Security. Barry chuckles nervously and says he'll tell you about it a little later. Charlie ignores these words, pointing out that the certificate also contains an entry for a massage worth $10 million. After this, he notes that this part of the accusation is not finished and moves on to the balance sheet. Barry realizes it's time to act decisively and declares that the inspector has gone too far. He prepares for the attack and notes that he is well aware that not much time has passed since he arrived at work. He expresses concern, saying that the fate of the main character worries him very much. Charlie notes that he is glad that the accountant knows who came where and when, but knows nothing about him. Barry asks what he doesn't know about it and what could be so serious about it. He asks what the point of this law is, since everyone knows perfectly well that this is not how things work here. Charlie replies that he is well aware of this, but it doesn't change anything and suggests continuing the conversation. He claims that the chief executive's short-term bonds were issued in the prescribed manner and too early. Barry tries to justify it by explaining that it is money he got anyway, but Charlie claims that this is illegal. He also notes that the issue concerns payments without interest and without repayment, which is also illegal. They begin to express their displeasure, pointing out that he is acting like a crazy bastard who does not understand when to stop. Naturally, this entire interrogation is accompanied by the corresponding reaction of these people and is recorded by video call. A colleague watching this is completely absorbed in what is happening and does not even hear his friends addressing him. They give him an ultimatum and ask why he doesn't respond to their words. He turns around cautiously and, when asked why he isn't working, explains that he's watching Charlie interrogate suspects. Absolutely everyone immediately runs to his table, noting that this spectacle should be demonstrated to everyone. They also understand that this is his first investigation, but he maintains incredible composure. They are very impressed that even in such a situation, he is not afraid to say what he must and confidently achieves his goals. Looking at the faces of the CEO and chief accountant, they understand that justice will prevail. They also realize that this accountant was the one who interrupted their lunch last time in an attempt to blackmail them. They immediately want these people to receive the maximum possible and severe sentence for the actions they committed. It's a very unsettled night at Thiel's, as not all employees leave their desks. The manager asks Perry how many years he has been eating sashimi, and he tells him he has been doing so for 17 years. Managers note that a lot can change in 17 years, but only one thing remains constant. Barry is also present at this very humiliating procedure, as he has no other choice. The manager ignores Perry's pleas for help, noting that nothing has changed in 17 years except his place in the company. Perry declares that he will take full responsibility, but the manager asks how he can do that. He adds that he only asked him to do one thing, but he couldn't even handle that. Perry tries to justify himself again, but the manager kicks him in the face and asks why he couldn't handle it. After this, they continue to interrogate him, trying to find out what he can actually do and order him to get to his feet. Perry calls him his elder, but the manager kicks him again, ordering him never to address him like that again. Barry tries to prevent the irreparable by saying that he has an idea that can help. The managers look at the accountant and point out that he only has one chance, so he must be confident in his abilities. Barry says he can handle the matter because he previously assisted the former district attorney. Smiling, he claims that they can discuss everything with him and explain that the inspection was illegal. The manager asks if he's going to drag things out again, but Barry points out that they have no choice, as their enemy is incorruptible. The manager realizes that he really has no other choice and puts his hand on the tax accountant's shoulder. Pulling him closer, he explains that this is his last chance, so he must do everything to succeed. He adds that the consequences will be critical if something goes wrong, but the accountant reassures that everything will be fine. Meanwhile, we are transported to a cinema where another Western film about a cool main character is showing. The antagonists are corrupt sheriffs who intend to rule this land. The protagonist opens fire on the villains, showing that he is challenging such a world, and this impresses Charlie. After a while, Liam calls him, and Charlie is initially surprised why he decided to contact him. Liam tells him that they haven't seen each other in a while and praises him for his incredible luck in making it this far. Charlie claims he simply caught the man he was supposed to catch, but Liam points out he meant it as a compliment. He also expresses hope that Charlie will continue in the same spirit and will be of benefit to the state. He convinces him that sooner or later everyone has to deal with their former places of work. Charlie asks if that's really the case, and Liam replies that he has high expectations for Charlie. Charlie understands that this requires influence, but he only started working recently. However, He says he understands everything and will continue to work as hard as he can. Liam asks him if he has any problems, to which he replies that he is fine, which makes Liam very happy. Finally, he declares that he will never care about those who evade taxes. The next day, it's time to continue the case and Charlie returns to work. He and his friend are sorting through the documents when suddenly he decides to ask him something. Charlie sincerely asks Hank if Samson's office is really this cool place that everyone wants to go to. Hank smiles and says that at such moments he understands that he is looking at a primitive man, after which he confirms his hypothesis. He explains that this office is one of the top 3 tax offices in Korea, and it is not easy to get in. He also states that the salaries of the employees working there are simply staggering. The sudden conversation is interrupted by a colleague who informs them that representatives from the prosecutor's office have come to see them. The other employees stand up in surprise and wonder why the prosecutor's office suddenly decided to show up at their place. Hank approaches his boss, assuming it has something to do with Thiel's visit to the company yesterday. Carol advises him to calm down and not worry, as he has not done anything illegal. Sometime later, 2 detectives from the Western District Attorney's office named Harris and Larvis enter the office. Carol looks at them calmly and asks if they need any help, trying to figure out the purpose of their visit. Larvis quickly recognizes Carol and asks if he still works at the tax office. He smiles arrogantly and remarks that he finds it a bit cute, which makes Carol angry. He nevertheless keeps his cool and asks why Larvis is here, but he tries to make fun of her. After this, Larvis hands over a paper, explaining that a request has come from senior management to establish charges. Carol reads the paper in surprise, trying to understand what exactly the charges are against them. Larvis quickly snatches the paper from his hands, saying that they will find out about this later. After that, he makes a nasty face and explains that as far as he knows, 2 people need to be arrested here. They claim that they can easily name them, but suddenly he is interrupted by another more experienced person. Harold states that he is the head of the city's tax department, so all issues should be resolved through him. Harold emphasizes that even if some problems arose in the department, there was no need to create conflicts here. He also points out that there must be a strong charge for this to happen, such as aiding and abetting, tax evasion, or another serious crime. Larvis looks at them and asks if they are taking their refusal to accept the charges too seriously. Harold notes that since they did not follow due process, there will be consequences. Larvis wonders since when everyone is so concerned about the procedure, and they are also advised to get it checked. The detectives explain that in this situation, following procedure is not necessary while Charlie is lost in his thoughts. He remembers his older brother calling him a jerk and telling him to stay out of trouble. Harold, meanwhile, reminds them to follow the procedure and return to it until he gives instructions to his employees. Charlie no longer feels completely protected by the CEO and realizes that there are people here who will support him. Harris and Larvis realize that this time they will leave with nothing, which brings anger to their faces. Charlie realizes that he is no longer the helpless loser from the past and can overcome injustice. Harris and Larvis emerge into the parking lot sometime later to realize what just happened. Harris says he doesn't understand why everyone is covering up for one newcomer. Larvis agrees, saying that typically no one tries to protect the average worker. He wonders why they are so arrogant, even though they are only 2 managers. Harris notes that this could have been avoided by simply shifting the blame to one of the employees. Larvis says there's no need to worry, just do your job, when suddenly he sees Hammond in front of him. Larvis is angry because now he can't even smoke in peace and promises to deal with these scoundrels. Hammond, meanwhile, watches them with an unfriendly look, hoping that they will not come again. Afterwards, he returns to the director, informing him that they have left, and Harold asks Carol about the situation outside. Hammond is the first to respond that everyone is clearly worried and afraid of being fired. Charlie regrets what happened, admitting that he himself is to blame for everything and should not have set others up. Hammond looks at him with genuine sympathy, realizing that Charlie must be going through a tough time right now. Carol asks if he forgot about the principles of basic taxation and violated them during the investigation. Charlie, looking down, replies that he acted according to protocol and did not violate anything. Carol asks if he ever paid bribes before taking office and gets the same answer. Carol points out that Charlie has done nothing wrong, but is now wasting his time apologizing when he could be doing more important things. Charlie explains to his boss that from now on he will ask his permission to apologize. Harold agrees that the investigator is right and they did nothing wrong by asking what exactly Thiel is accused of. Charlie claims that Thiel's company has been willfully evading taxes in various forms over several occasions. Harold explains that he remembers Charlie working there before and asks him how extensive the corruption is. Charlie reports that this happens quite often, and Hammond realizes that this could cause problems. Carol wonders if there isn't someone influential there who could make a difference. Charlie says he doesn't know these people personally, although there were some good leaders there. Carol, Harold, and Hammond sigh heavily before exchanging a few words about what they should do next. Harold explains that he will look into the matter, noting that it has been a long time since he has looked into the area. Hammond informs them that the prosecutors will be coming again soon, so they need to pack their things. Carol wonders why there is such a rush, since Charlie is new and they can't just let him leave. Charlie says that he doesn't want to let his comrades down so he can leave without any problems. Carol asks why he says this so easily, since he is being hunted by prosecutors, and these are ordinary police officers. Charlie states that he will still have to meet them at some point, and if he goes there, he might get a clue. Hammond explains that Carol is the immediate supervisor of the district, so he can take care of everything. Carol looks down sadly, then says that now he understands everything perfectly. That evening, while working on the computer, Charlie again experiences unpleasant memories of his past life. He recalls how, at his previous place of work, the prosecutor's office came to them again. One of the bosses announced that the third group would be disbanded that day and all employees would be fired. Real panic set in, and employees didn't understand why they were suddenly being fired for no apparent reason. It was then that Larvis appeared and declared that these employees were incredible fools. He asked them if they really thought they could win against the politicians in this fight. Carol realized that Larvis was somehow involved in this intrigue and tried to achieve justice, but he was unsuccessful. These memories fuel his hatred and hard work to this day. Charlie realizes that he is faced with the impossible, given the situation he finds himself in. He looks at the gigantic task, not thinking that he will ever come here in his life. Charlie feels the incredible absurdity of the situation, realizing that the prosecutor was trying to catch him in tax evasion. He walks down the uninviting corridor and reflects on how he never expected to be so knocked down on his face. He remembers Liam's words, who said that he gave him great power that would never end. That's why he needs to go to the bank to destroy his opponents. He understands that he has found himself in a real jungle, and to survive here, he must demonstrate incredible agility. Looking around, he understands that somewhere here there must be accomplices, closely watching the ordinary employees. After a while, he sees a man with over $1 billion in unpaid taxes and realizes he's hit the nail on the head. Charlie reflects that they are acting like he is nothing, trying to put pressure on him from the very beginning. After a while, Detective Harris approaches him and asks him to follow him. Charlie realizes that everything was planned to catch him out, so he decides to be careful and goes inside. He is asked if he knows what suspicions brought him to this office. Charlie says he has no idea about it, to which he is told that he is being subjected to unnecessary tax audits. Charlie asks if this concerns the Thiel Corporation, and Harris gradually tries to lead him to accusations. Charlie claims he followed the rules and was accompanied by a detective, but Harris claims he has leaked information in the past. Harris specifically emphasizes that Thiel's reputation is linked to this. Charlie explains that he leaked information, but it was about a different matter, to which Harris accuses him of trying to get revenge. Harris points out that this is exactly how it looks from the outside, but Charlie asks if he's trying to become a writer. Harris states that the Thiel Corporation is not without sin, but there are still actions that he believes Charlie planned. He also argues that Charlie must be well acquainted with the company's books. Harris asks what Charlie should do now, suggesting that he has fallen into a trap with his questions. Charlie realizes that Harris is doing absolutely everything on purpose to trap him and compromise himself. It becomes as clear as daylight, so he decides to act more cunningly. Charlie claims he is reporting this purely for public interest purposes, but Harris reminds him of the 5-minute fax requirement. Charlie smiles and says that now he understands everything perfectly, but it's time to ask questions. Charlie claims the video was necessary because the other party was monitoring his actions. He also notes that the requested documents were the only information needed, but they were not sent. Charlie says they clearly missed the point where they tried to bribe him, but someone else intervenes. The man in the suit asks if this is part of his thefts that he left behind in the company. Charlie realizes that this man is his real enemy and he must defeat him. The man introduces himself as Norman and explains that he is a prosecutor, after which he accuses Charlie of embezzlement. Charlie looks at him closely and realizes that he is much younger than he thought. Norman asks if proof is needed, and Charlie demands it immediately, after which Harris leaves the room. Norman tosses a folder of documents in front of him, explaining that they are corporate bank statements for which he was in charge. Charlie realizes that everything is obvious, and they plan to shift responsibility for the money that the manager used onto him. Norman states that as a civil servant, Charlie has too much luck, but Charlie has a plan. He asks the prosecutor what he is trying to achieve with his actions. Norman argues that Charlie should get down on his knees and beg those he has angered with his idiotic behavior. Smiling, he states that they can turn a blind eye to it, but everything depends on his answer. Charlie realizes that Norman is simply following orders and tries to find out who is behind it. Norman argues that there is no point in dragging the matter out if Charlie does not want to drag his colleagues into it. Charlie knows he won't give up easily, and since the stakes are too high for him, he needs to attack now. He suddenly returns to the prosecutor, having analyzed it and seeing the numbers above his head. Smiling, Charlie states that he has the impression that Norman is involved in bribery. Norman looks at him in shock and asks if he has completely lost his mind. Charlie estimates that his bribe was around $700 million, but it would be problematic to receive the entire amount in banknotes. He immediately notices how nervous his opponent is and realizes that the moment has come for the perfect attack. Charlie adds that since the prosecutor is silent, it means he was right, and if other people find out about this, it will be very sad. Norman looks at him irritably and asks if he has any idea whose attention he just attracted. Charlie launches a powerful mental attack, explaining that people on the prosecutor's side must be very careful. He immediately grabs him by the tie, declaring that at first he was just watching him, but now he got completely carried away and forgot about his place. Norman vows that today will be the last day he creates chaos without knowing the whole situation. He also adds that the people he is pursuing have secured the support of the former Attorney General. Harris overhears their argument and notes that such sensitive information should not be given to the common man. Norman claims that getting rid of this scoundrel won't be difficult, so there's nothing to worry about. Charlie realizes that if this is the former Attorney General, the situation is much more complicated than he initially assumed. Harris realizes that, thanks to his colleagues' impulsiveness, they have now seriously let it slip. Norman also realizes this and is trying to figure out how to get out of this sticky situation. Suddenly, the door opens and the man asks what is going on and why Charlie is holding Norman by the tie. After this, the young man in glasses, smiling, declares that he came here to take Auditor Charlie with him. The situation in the office becomes awkward, and everyone involved tries to figure out what to do next. The senior prosecutor notes that if things continue like this, Norman might hit someone, which is undesirable. Norman claims that it is just a misunderstanding and everything looks completely different than it actually is. Charlie wants to find out who he is and why his appearance has had such a strong impact on those present. The man explains that he came here to cooperate with the tax inspectorate. Charlie says they need to act quickly and asks if there are any security cameras around. Immediately after this, he pushes the angry Norman away so that he cannot strike. While adjusting his clothes, Charlie sternly asks him why he is sighing after what he tried to do. Norman states that he is simply speechless and asks if Charlie is sure that this is the end. Charlie responds to all the accusations stoically, explaining that he understands everything perfectly well. After this, he declares that everyone must pay their taxes on time and closes the door, leaving Norman furious. Charlie's sudden savior notes that the situation was quite close, and then smiles in his direction. He advises Charlie not to worry, claiming that from now on he can act calmly. Jonathan introduces himself and explains that from now on he will be Charlie's main ally in this matter. They find a safe place where they can calmly drink coffee and discuss what happened. One of Jonathan's colleagues points out that the coffee is very hot, so one needs to be careful. She also whispers to Charlie that Jonathan heard the news late, but did everything he could to arrive as quickly as possible. Jonathan smiles and says that he recently learned that Norman is stalking Charlie. Charlie asks how he figured it out, but Jonathan advises him not to look at him like that, as it's awkward. Charlie states that he would like to know everything that can be reported about the current situation, as he does not know what to do. Jonathan grins and notes that he likes this cautious approach. After this, he reveals that he received an unexpected order to protect Charlie at any cost. Smiling, he clarifies that this was an order from his boss. Charlie genuinely doesn't understand who they're talking about and asks Jonathan who he means. Jonathan just smiles affably and says that they are most likely talking about a person who is higher in status than them. Charlie understands that this man is not deliberately giving away his boss, and this is not an accident. However, this means that if Charlie gets support, Jonathan feels protected too. They represent two institutions that usually don't get along with each other. Each of these bodies usually supports only its own employees, but now the situation is changing significantly. Apparently, these organizations still support each other secretly so as not to create unnecessary noise. Jonathan states that subordinates like them simply have to do their jobs well and asks Charlie what he is being accused of. Charlie explains that he is accused of personal vendetta, abuse of power, and embezzlement. Jonathan points out that Norman made a big mistake because this is something the tax authorities should be dealing with. Charlie emphasizes that he never embezzled money, and Jonathan states that this is easily verified. Charlie also reports that he was threatened with questioning by auditors and government officials if he did not cooperate. Jonathan states that he needs to identify his department's weaknesses and asks if his superiors are trustworthy. Charlie decides to check Jonathan's reliability first and discovers that he has no unpaid taxes. This brings him relief, but it is not a reason to trust Jonathan unconditionally. Jonathan explains that the choice of who to trust and who not to trust is Charlie's alone, but there are nuances. He notes that one must be careful and not allow information about one's partners to leak, because someone else's soul is a dark place. Handing over a business card, Jonathan says that if either of them needs help, they should contact each other. He states that enemies can attack unexpectedly, so one must not let one's guard down for a second. He also notes that right now his biggest problem is the prosecutor's office. Charlie thanks him for the advice and says he will keep it in mind before leaving the department. Meanwhile, we are transported to the main building of the tax office, where Charlie works. Charlie asks Hank when he will be ready to prepare the paperwork, and Hank states that he needs another 10 to 20 minutes. Charlie comes closer to him, offering him some food since Hank looks really bad. Hank asks how he feels, and Charlie realizes that apparently the prosecutor's office did nothing to him. He also notes that before starting work, you need to go to the department head's office because everyone is eagerly awaiting his return. Charlie tells his superiors what happened, and Carol gradually loses her composure. She wonders how these scoundrels dare to investigate the affairs of auditors if there is nothing illegal about it. Harold advises the department head to calm down, while Hammond states that the first move needs to be made. Meanwhile, Charlie tells a story about Jonathan, noting that he seems like a reliable person. Harold states that in that case the truth needs to be told, that there are actually 3 divisions of the IRS. The first department is the Seoul Regional Commission, which serves as the administrative center for the entire affair. In addition to it, there is the Central District Commission, which has slightly lesser powers. Finally, a crucial figure is the head of the investigation department, Michael, whom Charlie already knows. Harold clarifies that there is also a district commissioner, who is Larvis. Hammond tries to understand why the Seoul district decided to intervene, but Harold states that it is the Central District that is at fault. The Thiel Corporation constantly bribes the Central Tax Service, and the boss was acquainted with Larvis. Thus, in order to protect itself, the corporation immediately turned to the tax authorities and the prosecutor's office to attack them. Charlie realizes how deep the rabbit hole of corruption is that he must investigate to make the world a better place. Hammond is surprised by the scale it would take to try to fire Charlie, but doesn't understand the rush. They come to the conclusion that Larvis is an extremely meticulous person and will be difficult to deal with. But Charlie states that it is better to start with Norman. He explains that the man is clearly involved in bribery, and Carol asks how he knew that. Charlie says he thought something was odd, so he probed the man a bit and he found himself on edge. He also tells them that according to Norman, he is supported by the former chief prosecutor. Hammond notes that if it's something that needs to be tackled from the start, it's entirely doable. Harold chuckles and says that nothing bad will happen if they further study the materials and double-check everything. After some time, they discover a strange stock exchange report and realize that someone has leaked information about the bribe. Hammond wonders who owns the exchange, and they quickly realize it's owned by Thiel. Hammond is trying to figure out what to do if they don't even have the authority to investigate. After some time, they find a curious record, according to which the company transferred shares to Norman for a large sum. Carol points out that this is impossible, since a prosecutor who worked for 2 years could not pay such a sum. Charlie knows it's impossible to bring charges even in such an obvious case, but he remembers Jonathan's words. Turning to his colleagues, he says that he would be happy to take on this case and that they can rely on him. Carol looks at him in surprise and asks if he can really do it. Charlie says he's met a prosecutor and is going to investigate a case near Norman. He also advises that this matter should be handled by the head of the income tax department, who can be a good ally. Charlie emphasizes that the choice is difficult, but his decision is almost guaranteed to be the right one. Hammond is surprised that the prosecutors are suddenly fighting each other, but Carol trusts Charlie. Harold agrees and says that at first they just need to follow Charlie's plan, but be very careful. The next morning, Charlie quickly walks up to his colleagues and throws his jacket over their heads to wake them up. He advises that documents used in tax collection must be printed without prior notice. Charlie explains that if they strike now, their squad could disappear, so they need to hurry. Hank is upset that his morning breakfast was ruined, but still gets to his feet. After this, he asks what exactly Charlie means by saying that their department might disappear. Meanwhile, we move forward a little in time to the prosecutor's office building. Norman tries his luck by discussing with the district attorney what he should do. The woman across the hall apologizes for asking him for this favor. Charlie explains that he only needs to get rid of the entry-level employee, which won't cause much inconvenience. She encourages him, telling him that he should work at full capacity and will hear good news soon. Norman hangs up, realizing that he was given $700 million worth of shares last time and is eagerly awaiting another gift. This woman is an extremely important figure, so he has no reason to refuse her. However, as he gets to his office, he notices something strange. For some reason, a large number of people have gathered in front of his office and are taking pictures of what is happening. The closer he gets, the more joy he feels, but he still doesn't believe that this is possible. He wonders if he was really awarded the prize on the same day he promised to deal with the problem. He realizes that the district attorney is acting incredibly quickly, and this impression blinds him. He walks past his colleagues without looking back at all, which is a big mistake. His heart beats too fast and is not ready to accept such an honor, so he moves forward. Thoughts of great reward drive him towards potential danger. Nevertheless, he successfully makes it to the front door and carefully catches his breath to go inside. After this, he slowly opens the door and looks into the office, hoping to see someone important there. However, inside are Charlie, Hank, and Jonathan, who asks him why his lunch break is taking so long. Norman finds himself at a loss as to what to do, while his colleagues watch him in amazement. The only thing he manages to understand is that he needs to get out of here, and he tries to quickly close the door. Jonathan intercepts the door and asks where he plans to run off to, stating that they are here to listen to his explanation. Looking at him sternly, Jonathan informs him that he knows the whole truth and advises him to take responsibility for his actions. Norman sits down in a chair and is informed that they have come here to collect his gift tax. Charlie explains that attorney Norman got his job with no prior experience, but was able to buy $700 million worth of stock. Charlie asks where he got all that money and why he didn't declare it or pay taxes. Norman asks who Charlie works for and where he got this information, after which Charlie throws down the papers. He reports that prosecutor Jonathan is using personal investigative rules for the sake of his stupid junior and asks him not to embarrass himself. After this, he says that he will again ask the question about where Norman got the funds to buy such shares. Norman states that he borrowed the money and asks if there is any problem with it. Charlie notes that from any angle, he doesn't understand where that kind of money came from. Charlie asks what kind of funds they were, but Norman becomes angry and asks why Charlie is interfering. Charlie explains that he needs to know this because he is a tax official and is doing his job. He also wonders why Norman is feigning ignorance, suggesting that he borrowed the money from Thiel's company. Norman wonders if Charlie came here knowing everything or just pretending to know. Norman loses his composure and asks why Charlie should know who he borrowed the money from. He explains that he needed the money and it can't be illegal. As he speeds up, he looks at his colleagues and asks why they are standing around doing nothing when they should be intervening. Jonathan adjusts his glasses and says the prosecutors should listen a little longer. He also states that anyone else who doesn't want to be fired should not interfere, as he is the senior in rank. Norman looks at his elder and asks why he suddenly started acting like this. Charlie ignores this and asks the prosecutor to clarify one more point. He refers to events from a year ago and asks how Norman was able to acquire shares worth $700 million. He also states that a few days later the shares were registered and their value increased significantly. Charlie notes that this resulted in a profit of $2 billion. But Norman could not have known the information about these shares. Norman feels his defenses melting away with each passing second, but tries to justify it by claiming it's a coincidence. Charlie laughs and asks again how he was able to accidentally buy unregistered shares. This question turns out to be decisive, since it is impossible to answer it without admitting to the offense. Charlie asks Jonathan about his verdict, and he states that it looks like the prosecutor is lying. Norman desperately makes excuses, claiming that he was set up and that it was not his fault. Charlie continues to insist, reminding that he asked several times where he borrowed $700 million. Charlie believed that if there was nothing criminal about it, Norman would have responded immediately. Norman tries to get out of it, but nothing works. Jonathan smiles and states that it's time to stop this, showing a report on the prosecutor's duties. He explains that it is a duty report that he personally compiled, according to which Norman is required to pay a sum to Thiel's company. Charlie looks closely at the documents and notices that Norman received a loan from the corporation and then bought shares from them. Charlie looks hard at his opponent and asks if this is really a coincidence too. Norman grabs him by the clothes and threatens to kill him if he doesn't stop. He also asks how Charlie can behave like this towards him. Norman starts screaming loudly, demonstrating that he warned about the consequences and worsens his situation. Jonathan immediately intervenes, delivering a swift and accurate slap to Norman's face. He recalls that he demanded that they stop without showing emotion to other people while performing the duties. He also notes that it does not matter whether this is true or not, as everyone must be responsible for their actions. After this, he orders his colleagues to take Norman to the interrogation room for questioning. Norman loudly curses at Jonathan, who comes closer and reminds him that it is impolite to address an elder in such a tone. Coming closer, Jonathan whispers to Norman why he is acting like this, as if Beatrice taught him to do so. Norman turns around in shock and asks if Jonathan really knew everything. Jonathan calmly replies that it doesn't matter, as he is confident enough to act on his own. Charlie remembers the name, guessing that it might be a predecessor to Liam mentioned earlier. As he goes through the thought process, he realizes that Norman was just a puppet following orders. Jonathan advises his colleague to prepare well, since right now they have stirred up the anthill of one of the oligarchs. At this time, the action is transferred to the National Tax Service, to the regional office. Larvis is calmly going about his business when suddenly he receives an important phone call. The woman on the other end of the line asks him what he does and learns that he is working on this case. She immediately recommends that he stop doing this, which genuinely surprises him. She claims that the prosecutor's office made a mistake, and now they have found out about the bribe that was taken. Larvis listens attentively to her orders, according to which he must finish the work on this case and remove all traces that could point to him. The woman also warns that Charlie is not an ordinary person, and if he continues to dig for information, he will get to all of them. She states that if this happens, it will be the end for them all, and Larvis promises that he will not allow this to happen under any circumstances. For a moment, he goes back to the past, when he was still working in the tax service as a simple employee. A grandmother comes to him and says that she doesn't understand why the commission is so high. She explains that she is not working and that paying such a large sum is too burdensome for her, and asks to check her documents. Larvis replies that his view of the documents will not change anything and suggests that the grandmother write a complaint or appeal to Parliament. Grandma was quite confused by the complex terms, but young Carol came to the rescue. He asks her what happened and she explains her situation, mentioning that she paid a large commission. Carol looks into everything carefully and tells her that she doesn't need to worry because she doesn't have to pay that kind of tax. Grandma is happy and asks him to return all the money, but Carol explains that it is not that simple. Nevertheless, he advises her to contact the accounting department, assuring her that they will definitely help. After Grandma leaves, Larvis calls out to Carol for a quick chat. He asks why Carol talked to her grandmother and why he has now lost face in her eyes. Carol wonders if their job isn't to help people, but Larvis sees it differently. He states that their job is to tax, and Carol explains that there is no point in working with that attitude because the people are not the enemy. He reminds them that they are public servants, not loan sharks. Larvis understands that now he can teach this annoying man a lesson, but now the situation has already passed. Rage permeates his body so strongly that even the veins on his face stand out from the excess of anger. Looking at Charlie's file, he wonders why such a pawn in a government structure is preventing them from doing their jobs. Meanwhile, Charlie and Jonathan decide to take a little break by ordering a couple of vanilla-iced lattes. Jonathan notes that all of this was quite surprising, since he never expected to encounter the prosecutor. Charlie explains that it's all thanks to Jonathan, because if he hadn't come, he would probably already be in prison. Jonathan smiles and admits that he understands perfectly why the man chose Charlie. Charlie realizes that the topic is returning again, but there is no added clarity. At first, he assumes that it might be Michael, since the prosecutor would hardly call such a person so frivolously. Jonathan notes that from the prosecutor's point of view, it is normal to get rid of Norman, but not in this way. He emphasizes that the prosecutor's office and the tax authorities did not usually work together, but now the situation looks quite exciting. Charlie realizes that things are really getting interesting after Jonathan shows up. He senses that there is a more important figure behind this than they initially thought, and now he has the law on his side. Charlie realizes that together they can achieve unprecedented heights and decides to have a heart-to-heart talk with Jonathan about their next goal. He asks about his line that Norman is just a pawn. Jonathan explains that the accomplice giving the orders is Beatrice, who was once the prosecutor of Seoul's Eastern District. Charlie remembers Norman's words and guesses that he was probably talking about her. Jonathan reports that she is retired and is now working for a law firm, giving some advice. He chuckled and noted that she had no property registered in her name or the names of her children. Jonathan adds that if Charlie decides to go against her, it would be better to study information about her parents, about whom nothing is known yet. He smiles and says that he's almost sure that Charlie will attack her no matter what. He also states that attack is the best defense, but she will definitely respond. He warns that these people are quite cruel and you need to be prepared for anything. Meanwhile, Beatrice calls her husband, saying that she would like to buy shares using her daughter-in-law's name. Her interlocutor notes that her daughter-in-law feels burdened, but Beatrice does not pay attention to this. The husband tries to dissuade her, arguing that they already have enough money and their family is becoming more and more frightened. Beatrice is perplexed, reporting that no one will prosecute her for such actions. The husband tries to correct her, pointing out that his daughter-in-law is not happy about her name being used in these scams. Beatrice claims that her daughter-in-law is frightened by some nonsense and thinks that she needs to stop talking nonsense and open a new account. A few moments later, the distracted driver notices that the situation on the road has changed rapidly. That's why he accidentally crashes into the car in front of him. Beatrice is thrown forward slightly by the impact, but is not injured. As soon as she comes to, she discovers with horror that some ash from her cigarette has fallen onto her bag. The driver immediately tries to justify himself, pointing out that the car in front appeared completely unexpectedly. He also asks if everything is okay with her, but she suddenly starts putting out her cigarette on him. She asks him what he will do if something happens to her, accusing him of wanting to assassinate her. The driver understands that he is in big trouble and that such a mistake could cost him his life. An enraged Beatrice advises him to pull himself together and drive normally. Charlie and Hank pause briefly outside a large law office, realizing they have a lot of work to do. Hank asks his comrade if they can handle it, pointing out that they returned from a difficult test yesterday. Charlie turns to his secretary, explaining that while he is working with him, it would be better if he forgot about his nerves. Hank asks with a grin why he didn't report this earlier, when the situation was simpler. Meanwhile, Beatrice walks into her firm, wondering what she needs to do next. One of her assistants approaches her and informs her that guests have arrived, even though she was not expecting anyone today. He clarifies that an auditor and government officials from the tax office located nearby arrived. Beatrice asks if this is related to the Thiel case and receives confirmation of her fears. This news makes her think and understand that today will clearly be a difficult day. She thinks about Norman and wonders if he is a completely worthless loser who could not do anything. Realizing that she will now have to deal with this on her own, she orders that those who came to her be let in. She then enters the meeting room, and Hank, being quite frightened by her appearance, immediately greets her. He tries to introduce himself, but she interrupts him, pointing out that she knows who they are and suggests they move on to conversation. Charlie is surprised by her incredible confidence and decides to test her for tax evasion. The results he sees in front of him after just a few seconds are incredible, and he cannot believe such numbers. He's driven crazy by the thought of how much tax money she's embezzled and how he has to deal with someone like that. Charlie asks her if she knows who arrived here, but Beatrice claims that she doesn't even know who they are. Charlie notes that it's sad, because just recently she was trying to pick up on him, and that's why he came here. Beatrice explains that she continues to listen to them, but really doesn't understand anything, and advises them to get down to business quickly. Charlie says that in that case, he's not surprised that she probably immediately forgot about her dirty deeds. Coming closer to her, he says that in this case he will tell her everything so that she will definitely not forget. With these words, he throws a crumpled business card on the table, recommending that you carefully read its contents. Beatrice looks closely at the business card, tries to unfold it, and discovers Norman's phone number. Charlie expresses confusion that she didn't remember anything when she saw the business card. He then states that he came here after capturing the prosecutor and fully introduces himself by name and position. Charlie decides to take advantage of the moment and points out that she probably hasn't heard the latest news yet. With an incredibly confident intonation, he reports that the man she held so dear was eliminated thanks to him. He also emphasizes that this is not the only reason, since he completely blabbed about her during interrogation. Since the business card was in the cigarette, Beatrice now understands who he is. Charlie realizes that everything he said about Norman is his confession, but he can use it in this situation. Beatrice smiles angrily and claims that she still doesn't believe she can defeat him on his own battlefield. She says they probably think they recorded it, but they'll need a prosecutor to prosecute her. She then clarifies that she is the head of all prosecutors, so they should not be so confident in themselves. She smiles and points out that he may have some understanding of how the world works, but she is at the top of the chain. She emphasizes that even if some prosecutor agrees to go against her, the most important thing is that the prosecutor still remains in her power. That is why, even if she becomes a defendant, the lawyers remain on her side, and the case is concluded at the first hearing. Afterwards, she lights the card to show how much she doesn't care. Looking at the protagonist, she asks him who is so confident now. Charlie realizes he's in a bit of trouble, and preventative measures aren't working, yielding rather unintended results. However, in reality, he expected something like this, because his opponent is an oligarch who has been working in the legal field for decades. Charlie realizes that he could die if he clumsily demonstrates his abilities in front of such a veteran. Beatrice guesses he's around 30 and recommends working hard but keeping a sense of proportion to survive. Hank turns to his boss and asks if it would be better if they just leave. Beatrice gives him advice, telling him to find a balance between being tough and being flexible, but Charlie interrupts. Suddenly he asks her if it is possible that she pays her taxes well, stating that he would lose if he fought on her field. However, he immediately states that he is very interested in what will happen if the battle takes place on his side of the field. He says he became curious about whether she had evaded taxes or embezzled in her position. He also states that if she is so confident before tax audits, she will easily pass them. At some point, he feels that his opponent has wavered a little, and she asks him if he can go for it. Hank tries to somehow get out of the situation with minimal losses, but Charlie says that there is no need to play unfairly in such a matter. He also states that playing the role of prosecutor and lawyer, mocking the law, makes him genuinely indignant. Beatrice loses her temper and declares that he is nothing but a small, talkative, 7-rank bastard who should get lost. After a while, they go outside and Hank asks if it was necessary to let it come to this. He also states that Beatrice is not just a CEO of a small, medium-sized business, and there will be many challenges. Charlie replies that he guesses they will use all their connections in an attempt to stop him. However, he declares that he will definitely win this battle, demonstrating incredible confidence. Beatrice looks at him in surprise, but then declares that he knows the sad truth very well. The truth is that there are a lot of rotten people in this world, and the more they are shown it, the more they rot. He also states that in the end, these people are no different from them, so there is no need to worry about it. He promises to protect himself and his department, but Hank realizes that the enemy is too strong. Hank watches the aftermath in surprise. Questions remain about who he is and what he is hiding. The next day, they find themselves in an unknown place where a very provocative call is made. An unknown number asks the interlocutor how things are with Charlie and his intentions to go further. They tell him that this man will definitely not give up no matter what. The voice sternly states that it warned him what would happen if he could not be persuaded. It turns out that all this time the stranger was talking to Hank, who became a hostage of difficult circumstances. He is asked how long he could stand it if a colleague suddenly committed suicide. Hank asks what they're even talking about since the call is being recorded right now. The voice is not very embarrassed and continues to say that the same thing could happen to other colleagues. Hank asks Khatun if he plans to kill everyone, but he states that group killing is still not a bad idea. He also states that this will be broadcast live and on the news, and the bosses of the leaders will suffer en masse. He states that his proposal is an absolute ultimatum. He then asks what Hank thinks about it, promising that if he refuses, the burden of guilt will fall on him. He also states that, under a strong sense of guilt, if he refuses, Hank will probably go and hang himself. Hank ends the call and sits down, wondering why this happened to him. He goes through his options and tries to understand what can be done in the current situation to get out. After some time, Charlie receives a list of the property of Beatrice's family members, which can be carefully examined. Charlie understands that there is no real estate history here, but that shouldn't be a problem, because after the scandal with Norman, they turned their backs on him. Charlie also understands that the truth cannot yet be made public, as a delicate balance has been reached in working with the prosecutor's office. This is a direct order from his superiors, so he needs to take very good care of it. Carol suddenly approaches him and asks if she can come over to talk to him. After he enters the office, he asks why he behaves this way, choosing such difficult targets. Charlie turns to his department head and says that it is vitally important for him to do this. He explains his actions by saying that the Thiel Company is supporting Beatrice, and Norman received orders to attack him. Carol starts yelling at him a little, saying that this is a very dangerous thing to do and he should tell the police. Charlie claims that in order to protect everyone, this is the best way, meaning if the people get hurt, everything here will be destroyed. He also states that it will be much safer if he is the only target of these people. Carol gives him permission to do his job, but asks what will happen if he makes a mistake and who will win this blow. Charlie declares that if anything happens, he will take full responsibility, considering this an incredibly brave act. He also states that there is a high probability that Beatrice's assets are being tax evaded, and she should be held accountable for it. Carol looks at her colleague, realizing that in front of her is a real maniac who will not be stopped by anything. She is even surprised how such a person could work for him and still hold his place after all the adventures. Carol tells him that pressure is being put on him from above to stop his actions. He also states that if he wants to conduct a secret investigation, he must not be caught under any circumstances. Charlie asks in surprise if they really know everything up there already, and they explain to him that Beatrice is clearly visible. After a while, he meets Hank in the parking lot and asks him if he has a cigarette. Coming closer and holding a cigarette in his hand, he asks to borrow a lighter, noting that he left it in his office. Hank immediately complies with his boss's request and reports that he just happens to have one. He also states that he heard that rain is forecast for today, and Charlie makes this small talk. Suddenly, Charlie turns to Hank again and says that he would like to discuss with him something that is bothering him a lot. Hank sits down next to him on the bench and remarks that he can't believe that a man like him could have anything that bothers him. Charlie asks why Hank thought he was a robot, and Hank states that he was curious to know what was bothering him. Charlie claims that something happened today that he never expected, noting that he has a friend he trusts very much. After this, with sadness in his voice, he says that it turned out that this person was there to find out his weaknesses. Moreover, what surprises him most is that in the end, this man told his weaknesses to his enemies. Hank asks why his friend had to do that, and Charlie states that, unfortunately, only his friend knows the answer to that question. Hank says that it's worth listening to his friend later, but Charlie remembers the saying that friends are very important. He adds that friends are so important because they know all your weaknesses and can stab you in the back. After this, he carefully turns to Hank and asks why he did this to him. Hank immediately falls to his knees and begins to cry, saying that he is very sorry and that he has committed a grave sin. He speaks frankly about the cruel threats he received by phone almost every day. Hank explains that he was threatened with reprisals against Charlie and all his colleagues if he did not convince the protagonist. He states that he tried his best, but now everyday life has become his nightmare and he feels that he has failed. Charlie looks at his friend and realizes that perhaps at this very moment he has already lost to the laws of this country. Hank, meanwhile, promises that he will write a letter of resignation, because that is what traitors should do. Charlie looks closely at his friend and understands that the man in front of him is not just a comrade. In his face, he sees himself, who could be in this place at any moment. Charlie realizes that if he didn't have the support of Liam, he would also become part of the weak people, like Hank. Beatrice's face, bragging that he couldn't defeat her under any circumstances, flashed before his eyes again. Charlie realizes that he can't watch these people demonstrate their power and feel helpless. Moving closer to him, he asks if Hank remembers what he said back then during their joint case. Charlie assures that he will keep the people in the department safe, and Hank is certainly one of them. After this, he asks if Hank has ever received any bribes, and he admits that he never did such a thing. Charlie breathes a sigh of relief, saying he's glad to hear the news. After this, he extends his hand to him and says that they have very important work that needs to be done. Hank asks in surprise if Charlie would really forgive such a person after what happened. Charlie looks at him carefully, smiles, and says that he still wants to see what Hank can do. Meanwhile, Beatrice continues to amuse herself by tormenting her relatives with more calls and demands to open an account. Despite being asked not to do so, she only laughs at them, noting that they have no choice anyway. She suggests combining one cigarette with another and says that there is nothing shameful in taking advantage of relatives. She also states that if someone collects money from stupid people, it is not considered robbery at all. After this, she becomes immersed in her thoughts, realizing that it doesn't matter at all to her that these people are her relatives. Even if they are the closest people, like her husband, she can still control them with her character. Any such people are just puppets to her, and she is an experienced and powerful puppeteer. And indeed, from her point of view, what difference does it make what happens to relatives if the only value in this world is money? She believes that any people who try to make money in the usual way are just fools who need to be exploited. However, her incredible dominance is interrupted by a loud knock, and she wonders who has come to her again. Charlie quickly opens the door, greets her, and says that he is very glad to see her on such a nice morning. Beatrice glares at him, calls him a bastard, and asks why he came here after all the warnings. Charlie states that if she ignored his warning, he won't insist on meeting her and be overly respectful either. He also states that she must be fair and pay her taxes regularly, no matter what. He accuses her of threatening his colleagues instead of doing her job honestly and conscientiously. Charlie assumes she did this because she can't even pay her taxes regularly. So he makes his signature move. But now there is no turning back, and it won't end until one of them gets hurt. Beatrice asks angrily and tries to set him up by using the situation, although he sees everything in the palm of her hand. This also means that as long as the prosecutors and lawyers are under his control, there is nothing she can do. and Charlie agrees with this. However, he claims that he can catch her using tax laws and that he can do it incredibly easily. Looking at her surprised face, he asks if he should see how many secret names she has. He also recalls that she regularly transfers her daughter-in-law's shares and other property to other accounts. He achieves the desired result quite quickly, because now his opponent is angry instead of being confused. From this point on, he must not allow himself to make any mistakes, but Beatrice rushes forward to attack him. She orders him to give her the documents and asks where he got all this. Charlie reminds her that everything is within her family and among her friends, who are just chess pieces to her. Meanwhile, Hank turns on the recorder and plays a recording of one of her relatives speaking unflatteringly about her. The man admits that he knew perfectly well what they were doing for this money, but she considered him a complete fool. He adds that you'd have to be a complete idiot not to realize she's using him because she doesn't want to pay taxes. Beatrice realizes she has been stabbed in the back by someone she least expected. Charlie, meanwhile, realizes that it is easy to identify a thief, even just by his eyes if he is caught. It doesn't matter how experienced this person is. The main thing is not to be afraid, because there are people who support him no matter what. Beatrice grabs his shirt and asks how he dares to do this, being a simple tax collector. She asks if he really thinks he can change anything this way when she could just kill him and bury him in the wilderness. She advises him to live his only life accordingly, but Charlie declares that all her attempts will end in failure. Looking at her haughtily, he asks if she really thinks he would be afraid of the former district attorney. Beatrice is unable to control herself due to her uncontrollable rage and asks how he dared to call her his ex. She claims that everyone here is crazy if they decide to talk to her like that. Charlie says he would be delighted to take these words as a compliment, but they have a lot to do right now. He asks if she has any idea what is happening in the legal field these days, but Beatrice doesn't pay any attention to it. Charlie shows her documents confirming the property owned by her relatives. Beatrice looks at this in surprise and realizes that now she can actually deprive them of property that does not legally belong to them. Charlie is happy and says that the documents confirm that all the money entrusted to them belongs to them. This is the perfect moment to deliver the finishing blow, as the enemy is shaking terribly. Charlie smiles and says that in this situation she will soon become a beggar and will have nothing. Beatrice looks at the documents with horror in her eyes and understands that her relatives dared to treat her so vilely. The thing is that not long before this, Charlie, together with his business partner, visited Beatrice's relatives for a tax audit. Hank said that a proper check would be carried out soon and they would be involved in the investigation. Needless to say, this scared them all and they started interrupting each other, claiming that the money didn't belong to them. They were asked to insist that all the property was indeed theirs, and Beatrice, realizing this, rushed forward. Looking angrily at her opponent, she declares that it is her money and that she earned it herself through backbreaking work. Charlie claims that he is now returning to the office to contact his relatives and pay taxes, since they are the only ones who own the property. Beatrice says that this simply can't be, but Charlie reminds her that she herself said that this property is not hers. Beatrice immediately pauses and takes out her phone, noting that she only needs to make one call. She says she will find out right now whether this is a cheap bluff or a real threat. Charlie insists that an employee like him would never stoop to such manipulations. Beatrice contacts one of her relatives and asks what happened with the property confirmation. The relative confirms everything, but Beatrice states that this is her fortune, which she preserved but did not allow anyone to appropriate. In response, the relative explains that she did it on purpose, using their personal data without consent. After this, he declares that he can't stand it anymore and hangs up, despite Beatrice's pleas. She understands that the situation has reached a critical level, despite the fact that she was in control. Charlie says that if she's finished with her call, they'll be happy to continue their investigation. He offers her a choice where she must either declare that it is her property and pay taxes, or give up everything she has. Charlie states that if she chooses the first option, she will be punished for using fake names, so she has another choice. He immediately hands her the documents confirming ownership, noting that he took them with him just in case. He says that if she puts a stamp here, her relatives will not be able to take this property. Beatrice looks at him with utter shock and asks if this is some kind of scam or a pyramid scheme. Charlie states that he is simply giving her a chance and explains that she must make her choice. Of course, this choice does not have good forks, since both options imply serious disadvantages for her. She understands that everything she has saved up to this point will now, with a high probability, be lost. Beatrice was a pretty smart woman, but she didn't realize that her real enemies might be closer than she thought. Despite her point of view, people are not actually bad. She is the one who got herself into this situation with her actions. Now she has no choice but to hold with shaking hands the certificate that could become her only salvation from prison. Sitting down at her desk, she tries to put the seal. Of course, it is very difficult for her to part with her property. Charlie watches this closely, notes that she is making the right choice, and recommends that she put the seal right there. After she does this, he says that he is very grateful to her for paying her taxes early. Beatrice asks how much money she needs to pay, and Charlie states that she needs to be good to her relatives. Charlie reflects that the closer these topics are to him, the more careful he must be towards her. All this time, he was very afraid that he would have to contact the prosecutor to confirm his ownership, but this was not necessary. Sooner or later, all property will still be confiscated since it was obtained illegally. One way or another, all of this is just cracks in the big block of corruption that has come to an end. Over time, everything will fall apart, and even her relatives will lose the property that was illegally acquired. After a while, Charlie and Hank go out for a walk, and the latter praises him for the work he has done. Charlie asks what it was like watching what happened, and Hank says he still can't believe it. However, he wonders how this was possible, since at first it seemed that she was unapproachable. Charlie is determined to keep moving up that ladder. He claims that he will use all means to become the blade that cuts away all the trash in this country, but he cannot do it alone. After this, he asks his comrade if he can rely on him from this day on and count on his support. Hank begins to cry and sob, after which he declares that he will work as hard as he can. Charlie tells him that he is going to make even more noise in the future, so there is no point in crying over such trifles. After some time, news of Beatrice's arrest spread throughout the country and in all news outlets. A man viewing the post notes that it's quite impressive, although she doesn't look very good on camera. He carefully reads the text of the article and realizes that the former district attorney has illegally accumulated billions in assets. At the same time, Michael enters the room and asks his colleague why he is not responding to messages. He explains that he is reading an interesting publication, and Michael declares that this case was simply a masterpiece. Michael's colleague praises him, saying that he has found a great way, but Michael claims that he simply put in a little effort of his talent. His colleague, meanwhile, notes that he also has a promising project, hinting at Jonathan. Michael smiles and notes that the two work very well together and form a harmonious tandem. He had long dreamed of such an ideal combination of working relationships, as he could not leave them to fight alone. Smiling, Michael states that from now on they both have to keep a close eye on Charlie and Jonathan. They also share their impressions and note that these people are growing faster than they expected. It's all part of the plan they're following to gather the best talent and raise them up in the name of justice. Their righteous goal is to catch all the scammers left in this country. Michael advises that if they rush, things will end badly, so they need to proceed with caution. His comrade adds that there is no need to worry about this, since it does not matter where they need to go, because they will act smartly. Michael agrees with his point of view and notes that he just needs to gain more strength. After this, they clink glasses and make inspired toasts to their bright future and the future of the country. The next day, Carol also decides to join the news after learning that Beatrice has been taken into custody. He asks Charlie if this arrest is his secret mission and states that he has successfully completed it. Carol sighs sadly and notes that she is now absolutely sure that Charlie has finally left her wing. He also asks if Charlie is secretly preparing something, but he replies that he has no plans yet. Carol puts the phone on the table and says that she and the CEO have been secretly watching his every move. She adds that together they came to one very serious conclusion. After this, Carol states that she heard from the head office that the director of the first group was allegedly quite strict and demanding. He also claims that according to rumors, this stern face is actually Charlie, who works for him. Charlie realizes there is no point in pretending anymore and confirms that the rumors are true. Carol claims that he suspects that the only one giving Charlie his powers is Principal Michael. She also wonders if the task was just an errand, but Charlie states that it was the other way around. He explains that he wanted to have enough power to catch all tax evaders. After this, he adds that this is precisely why every step he took was taken of his own free will and was not dictated by anyone else. Carol looks at the protagonist thoughtfully and understands that he will not become anyone's informant. Afterwards, she admits that she still finds it hard to believe that Charlie is Michael's personal weapon. Charlie asks if the director himself knows about this, but Carol claims that he most likely only has a general idea. She recalls the times when the entire nation was in turmoil due to the struggle between the Seoul government and central institutions. It was at this point that Director Michael suddenly appeared and created 3 divisions that still exist today. Carol claims that this kept the peace, But now it is the end of the Thiel Company and of Beatrice. After that, she hands him the document and tells him that he must report his actions, because Carol wants to be aware of everything. After some time, Charlie meets his friend, who happily runs towards him. Hank asks if he had dinner today and says that he bought some rolls for both of them to snack on. Charlie points out that it wasn't worth the expense, but Hank counters that it's just business etiquette. A small, humorous squabble ensues between them about who is Alfred and who is Batman. After some time, an important call comes in, and Charlie decides to find out who exactly is calling him. His voice becomes anxious, and he realizes that someone very important is calling. Almost immediately, he jumps up, noting that he has an urgent matter that he must resolve alone. After some time, he meets Liam, who greets him with a sincere smile and rejoices at his success. Charlie apologizes for being late, but Liam insists there is no need for that and there should be no changes between them. He also adds that the director will not interfere like last time, so Charlie can work in peace. Charlie looks at the rich and decorated table and realizes that this is the first time he will have such high-quality sashimi. Liam states that he was very surprised and could not have suspected that he would actually go after Beatrice. Charlie notes that all of this was achieved thanks to the support and assistance of the director and head of the department. He adds that he understands that this is the most delicious food he has ever eaten in his life. Liam says he is very grateful that Charlie has returned with results that have exceeded all expectations. Charlie claims that in this situation, he should be the one to give thanks, because without them, he wouldn't have succeeded. Liam says prosecutors and lawyers are pretty tough opponents, but if they commit a crime, they can be caught. Liam adds that he admires the fact that Charlie, instead of choosing one target, decided to kill two at once. He further emphasizes that this result in itself is phenomenal and almost impossible. Liam studies his interlocutor carefully and notes that he can't wait for the next assignments next year. After this, he invites Charlie to the Sampson tax office right now, and it turns out to be a shocking offer. Charlie refuses, and Liam asks him why he decided to turn down such a tempting choice. Charlie explains that it's not yet the season for regular hiring, and that such a thing is simply impossible. Liam says that he doesn't need to worry about such little things and that he just needs to get there. Charlie notes that it has only been a short time since he became a civil servant, yet he is being promoted so quickly. He says that, unfortunately, he still has work to do and it does not require delay. Liam looks at him in surprise and says that Beatrice's case can be considered solved, but Charlie says that he means something else. In his opinion, the tax service still has a lot to clean up. With incredible determination, he says that since he started this business, he must see it through to the end. Liam smiles again and notes that they are probably talking about a purge among their own. He adds that if one is caught, the second will soon follow, and so this spiral can continue to unfold indefinitely. Charlie agrees with his idea and says that they need to clear everything first before going upstairs. Charlie asks if he can take someone with him if he decides to transfer to the Sampson branch. Liam smiles and wonders if he has found someone he can trust. Charlie explains that there is nothing wrong with this because he is a good judge of character, but one still needs to be careful. He says he knows this because it is about a simple man who made a mistake. From his point of view, it is precisely due to this that he will be able to make him his reliable person. Liam is amazed by the protagonist's insight and notes that he trusts his decision and will take action. After a while, they drink too much and start talking about their favorite tax code. The next day, Charlie goes to work and meets Hank, who looks at him with a very surprised look. Hank asks what time they were drinking until yesterday, but Charlie is too busy trying to get over his headache. He also says he hasn't slept much and notes that living in society isn't nearly as easy as he once thought. Hank suggests that he wait in the car for a bit and tries to find a way to cheer him up. Once outside, Hank says that he brought him some hangover medicine, so Charlie should sit still. Charlie notes that his head is spinning so much that he is stuck to the car window. However, after some time, his attention is drawn to a girl who is walking with a very sad face. He looks closely at her and realizes that he has never seen her before. He begins to wonder if this woman is evading taxes and realizes that she has worked with him in the past. Charlie comes to his senses a little and realizes that he should speak first to avoid an awkward situation. After this, he catches up with the girl and tries to apologize to her, explaining that he has to say something. The girl turns to him with tear-stained eyes and asks if he really called her that. They decide to go to a more secluded place to talk quietly, away from people. Charlie learns that the girl's name is Julia and realizes that she already knows about him, since he is quite famous. She regrets showing him her weak side, but Charlie asks why she's so worried about the taxpayers. Julia explains that it concerns the office owner to whom she sent a tax bill, but he deceived her and attacked her. Charlie asks if these people provided evidence of her mistake, and Julia reports that she received photographs. Charlie carefully examines the information in the photos and realizes that they are talking about a startup company developing apps. He asks what mobile apps the company sells, and Julia recalls that there have been no sales for the past 4 years. Charlie checks her again for tax evasion and realizes that she often breaks the law, after which he declares that he will help her. Julia tries to refuse, saying that she showed him the photos and now he might get into trouble. Charlie notes that it's not a problem as he can handle situations like this. After some time, he receives the coordinates of the desired location and realizes that it is quite a long way to go there. Charlie also realizes that he has forgotten Hank again, who will surely be looking for him and wondering where he disappeared to. Approaching the building where the office is supposed to be located, he realizes that it is a rather gloomy place. As he climbs up to the 6th floor, he reflects on how he shouldn't have come here alone, but now it's too late. After a while, the elevator creaks open, and the creaking sounds as unfriendly as the place itself. After discovering the company's location, Charlie is surprised by how terrible everything looks there. After this, he knocks loudly on the door and greets anyone who might be inside, but a tall bouncer opens the door for him. He asks him who he is, and Charlie, looking at his interlocutor in surprise, declares that he is from the tax office. The man says he has already contacted the tax office and asks what Charlie is doing there, calling him annoying. Charlie looks at him carefully and realizes that he was absolutely sure that everything would be exactly like this. After seeing the debt documentation, he understands that no company would have such a large amount of unpaid taxes. It's simply impossible, and Charlie realizes that his worst fears are beginning to come true. He deals with the ghost company and says that he came here to check everything because the workers found a mistake. The man suddenly smiles and says that Charlie should hurry as they still have a lot of work to do. Immediately after this, he leans warily towards Charlie and says that he is actually ordering him to get lost. Charlie understands that here, as everywhere, it will not be easy, but this is not a reason to panic. The strange-looking bouncer lets him in anyway, and Charlie looks around carefully, analyzing the office. The criminal notices Charlie's gaze and asks if he sees anything suspicious. Charlie says he's looking around the premises and realizes it's a total lie, as no one will believe it's a real office. The opponent says that this is a normal situation for the initial stages of any company. Charlie recalls that the layout is exactly the same as in the photographs he was shown, but in reality, the room is smaller. He is glad that he saw the furnishings before coming here, and notes that the actual area of the premises is larger. Looking at the door, he realizes that there is probably something behind it, and assumes that it is something illegal. He wonders what is inside and is told that there is a more equal structure there. Charlie quickly moves forward, saying that he is interested in seeing it because he wants to move here. Running to the door, he notes that he needs to make sure that the boiler room is in order and there is nothing there. They try to stop him, saying that he is a simple civil servant and some kind of plumber. However, it is too late, and he discovers a large number of people sitting opposite each other. It quickly becomes clear that gambling is taking place here, albeit under the guise of legal activity. The crowd here also doesn't have the most welcoming looks, most likely due to the atmosphere of the society. Charlie realizes that this is an underground gambling house, but it is too late to resolve the issue peacefully. The bouncer immediately throws him to the floor to finish him off almost instantly. Other bandits emerge from the doors, wondering who this man is. The bodyguard states that Charlie is here to collect taxes and they are trying to figure out what to do with him. They smile and say that they will do everything properly to ensure good tax reporting. Meanwhile, Hank catches the nearest taxi and tries to negotiate with the driver to get to the place as quickly as possible. Hank calls himself a complete idiot and wonders how he let his boss go off somewhere alone. Jumping out of the taxi, he says that he is simply walking ahead of time to get there as quickly as possible. As Hank gets closer to his goal, he realizes that he has been deceived and that Charlie is actually serious about this matter. From day one, he feels that the transition to this specialty will be too burdensome, and he doesn't like that his boss is younger than him. At first, he didn't even want to obey, but then the boss showed his worst side, hitting rock bottom, and Hank didn't turn his back on him. This moment became decisive in his self-confidence and attitude towards the world. Charlie says that despite the betrayal, he will still do everything to protect Hank. Hank understands that his boss is a man who never backs down from reality. He also begins to feel the enthusiasm he lost years ago, which he saw in Charlie's determination. He remembers how the fire in Charlie's eyes shone brightly, allowing him to move forward no matter what. Hank is impressed that Charlie actually trusts him as a best friend. He understands that this man is needed by the world as an executor of justice. Hank realizes that he no longer cares what might happen if he continues to protect his boss. He makes a firm decision to protect Charlie even at the cost of his life if necessary. After a while, he finds himself at the company door and kicks it down to rush inside faster. Charlie, who has been fighting these villains for a long time, wonders why he came here. Hank looks from one bandit to another in surprise, trying to understand what is going on here. He asks his boss if everything is okay, but quickly reports that he needs help and that he is not okay. Meanwhile, the criminal asks Charlie why he continues to beat only him with a chair. Charlie just grins and explains that this is a natural outcome of events. After this, he makes a jumping attack, saying that his place here is the highest, so he will get what he deserves. After some time, they hand these scoundrels over to the police and find themselves subjected to a rather strange interrogation by a police officer. The police officer asks them where their place of work is, and Charlie reveals that he is a civil servant from the tax office. A police officer asks why a government employee suddenly came to an underground casino. Hank states that they were almost killed trying to investigate, so these questions are irrelevant. The police officer explains that this is not the problem because it is not a one-sided conflict. Hank adds that this is precisely why criminals should be interrogated, not them. The police say they will take care of everything, so they can wait here for a while. Hank tries to restore justice and says that this case is more serious than it seems. Charlie and Hank continue to complain, claiming they can't even call an ambulance. Charlie realizes that it is not surprising that the police officer spends more time questioning them than the criminals. The whole point is that he himself is evading taxes on a large sum and is probably in on it. Charlie realizes that this man's plans do not include catching criminals. Even if there are no cameras around and only a couple of people nearby, it will take a little time before they escape. Charlie claims that the man has connections with the officer and is not intentionally going to catch them. He warns his friend that although he and the police are on the same side, they cannot be trusted now. After this, he remarks that here they are as if in a VK camp and advises them to act with caution. After some time, they go with the police and appear before them for questioning. Hank becomes angry, claiming that they need to be hospitalized, but the police officer does not listen to them. The police officer says that there is no need for this, because they can go to the hospital after the interrogation and fix everything. Police also noted that it was strange that a civil servant would go to a card house alone. Charlie explains that he thought he could handle it alone and had no idea there was a casino there. The policeman says that Charlie continues to lie, and he understands that he is dealing with a dishonest person. Looking at his opponent, Charlie realizes that they are trying to portray him as a gambler, since he is associated with criminals. Charlie smiles and asks what story the policeman is going to make up this time. The policeman gets angry and says he doesn't understand what they're talking about, and Charlie points out that it seems too naive. After a while, the door opens and Charlie asks the officer if he is finished yet. Hank immediately starts raising his voice, claiming that if this continues, they will file an official complaint. The officer justifies himself, explaining that he decided to conduct an investigation, but the chief ordered them to be sent quickly. After some time, they find themselves in the hospital, and to pass the time, Charlie decides to watch a hockey match. Charlie is mentally outraged that he was hospitalized despite the fact that he said he was fine. Looking at Hank, he's glad that at least he is okay, despite the possible wrath of the boss. Hammond called, asked about what had happened at work, and tried to find the officer's contact information. His rage knew no bounds when he learned that they had been framed, and he decided to take matters into his own hands. Charlie realizes that Hank and the others are his close comrades, so he can't let them down. Suddenly, the screen opens and Liam appears in front of him, looking at him with a look that cannot be called kind. Charlie asks him what he's doing here, but Liam is slow to answer. After a brief pause, Liam says he can't believe Charlie was so recklessly investigated. Charlie agrees with his criticism, and Liam states that if one person makes a mistake, it becomes everyone's mistake. He adds that they consider Charlie one of their own, and if this happens again, they will have to control him. Charlie understands the reason for the discontent perfectly well and promises to behave better in the future. Liam looks at the awakened Hank and asks who it is, after which Charlie introduces him. Liam sternly asks what Hank is doing there, assuming he just came to play. Hank is as emphatic as he can be that he is here to do his job and protect Charlie. After this, he grins and explains that he is just an acquaintance of Charlie's who decided to visit him. Afterwards, they shake hands and Liam asks Hank to take care of him so that he does not get hurt under any circumstances. After this, he says that he will have to discuss this issue with the director, because if the police are involved in this, he will not be able to cope alone. Charlie realizes that the situation is much worse than he expected, while Liam orders Charlie to be guarded. Hank agrees with the recommendations and says that he will take care of it and will not stand by. Liam says he'll send them one number just in case, then recommends eating something tasty to help them recover faster. He also strongly wishes for them to survive the night, which will clearly be far from easy. Charlie waits for Liam to leave and asks Hank why he doesn't look surprised. Hank lets out a sigh of relief and explains that he will find out everything when the time comes. Charlie states that the ability to not be overly curious is a very good quality. As soon as night falls, the same officer arrives at the hospital with several operatives. Entering the room, he looks closely at Charlie and says that he is very glad to see him here. Hank turns around irritably and asks what brought the officer here so suddenly. The officer explains that he is surprised by the lack of understanding of the situation, since they probably have a couple of guesses. He adds that he came to ask for cooperation in order to clarify several issues. Charlie realizes the danger of the situation and says that he is now a patient in the hospital, and Hank says that they cannot take him away. The officer turns angrily to them and warns that if they interfere again, he will be arrested. Charlie understands that this cannot be allowed to happen and explains that, of course, he will go with them and cooperate. But not now. Taking out his phone, he says that he needs to call one person to make a report. The officer claims it will take too long, but Charlie ignores these warnings. Charlie realizes he needs to use the number he was given immediately, hoping it will help. An unknown man answers on the other end of the line, and Charlie apologizes for calling so late at night. After this, he gives his name and position, and also says that manager Liam gave him this number. He then explains that officers from the police station are here to make an arrest and that Charlie is here now. After a while, the number on the other end of the line says that you need to speak to this officer immediately. Charlie complies with the request, and the officer haughtily asks who is talking to him now. After a few moments, the officer turns pale and frightened for some unknown reason. He falls to his knees and apologizes to his interlocutor, explaining that he made a big mistake. Charlie and Hank look at him in surprise, trying to figure out whose number they were given and why this man is so scared. We briefly flash back to a very rainy and gloomy day in Charlie's life. Then he went to his brother, who was quickly packing something, and congratulated him on the increase in his scholarship. The brother said that there was no point in it since he was not paid that much. He added that wealthy people from golden families still receive a stipend in addition to impressive bonuses. Charlie tried to cheer up his brother, but he still refused to look at things positively. Charlie also asked where his brother was going, and he replied that he didn't know. He just needed to go somewhere. Charlie suggested that he was leaving for a class, for example, but his brother replied that he had a girlfriend. After this, the brother announced that she was the daughter of one of the financial magnates, and they were going to get engaged. Charlie asked if his brother had received his parents' permission, and his brother looked at him in surprise, asking why that was necessary. Charlie explained that marriage wasn't something you could do on your own, but his brother said there was no point in thinking about it. Charlie reminded him that he had not yet completed his studies and had not been in the army, and his brother replied that they would take care of that. Charlie continues to insist that he needs to ask his parents' permission to get married. The brother loses his temper and asks why he should ask permission from such disgusting creatures as their parents. Charlie remembers those words forever, realizing that his brother used them to describe his parents. A couple of days later, on the day his father was admitted to the hospital, his brother said those words again. Charlie wakes up to a fight between his mother and his brother, who was about to leave. The mother asks what happened at school and why he is trying to leave, but the brother does not answer normally. Without even turning around, he says that he needs to find his own life, and his mother asks what she did wrong. The brother, angry, says that she gave birth to him in such a family, and people do not recognize him because he is poor. Charlie wonders why his brother even decided to become an economist if he couldn't make money that way in this world. After this, the mother says that it was because of her that he ended up in such a family without her consent. Meanwhile, Charlie goes out into the hallway and wonders what is going on and why someone is crying. His brother says it was the most terrifying moment of his life when he met them as his family. He emphasizes that he would never like to see them again and asks them not to keep him here. The mother immediately falls to her knees and begins to cry, explaining that it is her fault because she could not do anything. Charlie, on the other hand, feels an incredible amount of anger at the way his brother treats his mother. He catches up with his brother to deliver a powerful blow to his face and unleash all his rage and hatred. The brother asks in shock if he has really gone completely crazy by entering into a confrontation with him. Charlie accuses his brother of losing his head and not accepting his parents' kindness. The brother, in turn, explains that Charlie does not understand anything and that he has suffered through difficult decisions and a life of poverty all his life. Charlie loses this battle and in the end calls his relative mean and heartless. However, the brother claims that he is just a stupid unit who knows nothing and has no idea how hard it was for him. Charlie explains that he couldn't have known because he kept everything to himself, but his brother insists that they are on different levels. Charlie sends his brother off with angry speeches, explaining that he doesn't really need him and can do whatever he wants. He also makes a promise that he will definitely beat him on his own field and achieve much more the normal way. He declares that he will rise from the very bottom and show his brother how wrong he was to abandon his family. Despite the curses, he pays no attention to his brother's hysteria and calmly leaves. After some time, Charlie leaves the hospital and decides to contact Jonathan to tell him about his adventures. Jonathan, surprised, says that if he were anyone else, he would spend as much time in bed as he could. Charlie explains that he gets anxious when he's lying around for too long, so he can't stay in hospitals. Jonathan reports that their boss became very angry after hearing about the incident. He also says that the gangsters who beat up Charlie are at the very bottom of the hierarchy and have no real leader. Charlie asks who is controlling them, and Jonathan replies that he hasn't figured it out yet but is working on it. Jonathan also informs that these people carry out major charity events. Charlie asks what they are up to, and Jonathan smiles and says he can provide an invitation if he is interested. Charlie grins and accepts the invitation, adding that he wants to use his vacation time. After some time, he appears at a rich party, discovering a large number of representatives of high society. Looking at their dismal figures for stolen money, he realizes that he has found himself in a real hotbed of crime. The number of people evading taxes to the tune of incredible amounts is staggering. However, his real target is other people, and he tries to find the bandits near the smoking room. After some time, he meets Erwin, who is the Vice Minister of Economy and Jonathan's assistant. Approaching with a welcoming smile, he explains that he came here at Jonathan's request, but that he does not intend to simply play the fool. He also hands over a token, explaining that if Charlie finds the right people, he should press it and the prosecutor's office will be notified. Charlie looks closely at the object that is handed to him and says that he understands everything. He is lost in thought, having no idea what his brother looks like, when suddenly he notices a familiar face. Taking a closer look, he realizes that in front of him is his brother, who once abandoned their family. Charlie watches his brother from a distance and wonders what he is doing here. The brother, named Shen, is calmly talking to some socialite, discussing abstract topics. Suddenly, she turns her gaze to Charlie and informs Shen that this guest has been watching him for some time. She makes the assumption that it is someone he knows personally. Shen smiles and says that he doubts he has ever seen the man, then asks for an excuse to leave. Charlie watches the proceedings carefully, not wanting to interrupt the conversation. Shen comes closer to him and asks how he ended up here, to which Charlie replies that he took a taxi and came on foot. Shen warns him that he does not intend to discuss financial matters with him, but Charlie explains that this is not why he came. Erwin suddenly approaches them, breaking the tense atmosphere with his presence. Shen greets him and says that this is the director of Jisong Engineering. Charlie, meanwhile, decides to use his abilities to check his brother for tax evasion. To his great surprise, Charlie discovers that the man is completely honest, but he is sure that his character is still unpleasant. Charlie realizes that he can never forgive him for abandoning his mother, who raised him through thick and thin. As he comes closer, the man hands him a business card, explaining that it is fate and that this way they can exchange contacts. Shen states that he is unlikely to be able to give out a business card unless it is work-related, so he will probably decline. Charlie steps forward and places the business card directly into his champagne glass. Smiling, he explains that he doesn't adhere to strict rules and can give away a business card just like that. Erwin watches as Charlie explains that he can help if he knows someone at the IRS. Shen begins to frown, but he knows that to act otherwise in this situation would be unprofessional. After this, he drinks the champagne in one gulp, despite the fact that there is a business card in it. He then looks at Charlie with a bit of disdain, clearly showing that he is not happy with this behavior. He also claims that the champagne has become a little unpleasant to taste because low-quality champagne has been added to it. Charlie smiles and apologizes, explaining that he will give him a better card next time. Shen puts his glass down on the table and says he doesn't have time for stupid jokes and declares their conversation over. After this, he turns and leaves, while Erwin watches him with interest, noting that it did not go so well. Erwin then states that he doesn't know the details of their relationship, but praises Charlie for his endurance. After this, he explains that he is still curious about what Charlie is going to do with his brother. Charlie looks at his brother, hoping that he will continue to rise higher because one day he will hit rock bottom. After this, he decides not to pay too much attention to it and moves on to look around. Quite quickly, he finds in the crowd a strange man whom he had already met and who is guarding the door. Charlie approaches him with a smile and explains that he is a little surprised to see him here again. The criminal looks at him and begins to look around in fear, asking what he is doing here. Afterwards, he asks if they can avoid arguing today, and Charlie explains that he doesn't want to cause trouble. He also notes that after that incident, the police for some reason tried to lump them together. He smiles and states that he thought about it for a long time, and over time it began to seem even more unfair. The criminal asks what he plans to do with it, and Charlie admits that he would like to commit a crime. Charlie immediately explains that he wants to join them because he has good connections in the tax office. He also claims that he has a good boss and has certain connections with prosecutors. The criminal asks why he is talking nonsense, but Charlie confidently asks if he thinks he is lying. After this, the bodyguard opens the door, explaining that first he needs to discuss everything with the family. Charlie looks at the people inside and realizes that these are real gangsters. They look at him sullenly and explain that he must leave immediately. The bodyguard informs that the man is a government official who wants to get to them. Charlie tries to distract them with conversation, while simultaneously pressing a small token that Irwin gave him. The criminals look at him and ask if he is useful, explaining that they have other priorities. Charlie asks if they are happy with only corrupt detectives, since he has connections with the higher-ups. After this, he loudly declares that they will not regret it if they accept him right now. One of the accomplices says that the prosecutor needs to be called right now to check if he is lying. Charlie takes out his phone, but suddenly announces that he will refuse to do such things. After this, he also explains that he will only take orders from his superior and not from some criminal pawn. Charlie points out that tomorrow they have to check on the one with the biggest tax debt among these people, their crime boss. It turns out to be the same bouncer who seemed to be the strongest fighter. After this, the boss sits down in a chair and explains that he is the owner of a large gambling establishment named Olaf. Charlie is ordered to call the prosecutor and hopes he has timed the signal correctly. After thinking for a long time, he contacts Jonathan and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time and this needs to be corrected urgently. Jonathan immediately realizes what the catch is, and they begin to talk about abstract topics. Charlie asks his friend what he thinks about having dinner after tomorrow, but he suggests having dinner today. Charlie is surprised and asks if he has an appointment. A few moments later, the door to the room suddenly opens and a large number of police officers run inside. One of the gangsters tries to do something in a hurry, but Olaf stops him. He also states that from now on they must be very quiet and not utter a word unless necessary. Jonathan follows the police, explaining that they can make the most of their evening. Charlie smiles at his friend and asks him if his offer is still valid. He explains that instead of food, he has a more interesting idea and suggests a drink to celebrate this amazing day. Olaf and his gang are handcuffed, after which he says that he should have killed Charlie right away when he saw him. Of course, it doesn't matter now since they're going to jail. Jonathan puts his hand on his comrade's shoulder and praises him for a job well done. Jonathan also notes that, with the exception of one or two criminals, they have apprehended all members of the group. Charlie replies with a smile that if he had been a little late, the disaster would not have happened because of him. Irwin approaches him and explains that as soon as Charlie entered the building, he immediately contacted the prosecutor. Straightening his tie, he adds that they were happy to help even a little. Charlie thanks all his comrades, stating that without their support, everything would have ended sadly. Irwin shakes his hand, explaining that it was a pleasure meeting him and that he hopes to meet him again. After this, he approaches his car, explaining that he has an urgent meeting and needs to leave. Jonathan notes that he has a lot of work and would like to have a drink with him, but now it is necessary to interrogate the detainees. Charlie is given permission to use the company car, but he can't fully process the events of the evening. He doesn't understand why Irwin suddenly expressed a desire to work with him several more times. After a while, Hank calls him to check if everything is okay and how the operation went. Hank reminds that he asked for an investigation into the corruption taking place in the tax office. Charlie asks if they found anything interesting, and Hank declares that he discovered something very important. He explains whether Charlie has heard of the organization Our Society, which has become very famous. Hank says people approached him when he was working in the income tax department, suggesting they team up. Hank refused, and they said that they would be the only ones who could protect him if anything happened. He adds that this is why he started collecting information about these people, and Charlie praises him for his good work. They come to the conclusion that they have managed to get rid of all the unnecessary people, and now all that remains is to catch the main one. A few days later, Charlie visits the CEO to discuss something important. Carol asks why he walked into the CEO's office as if it were his own, and Charlie apologizes for the misunderstanding. Charlie says their investigation is progressing and the number of suspects has been narrowed down to 20. Harold explains that he can select 5 suspicious people from the list for immediate investigation. Charlie begins naming suspects who he believes are clearly involved in something shady. Carol listens carefully to the list and realizes that Charlie doesn't have enough authority to keep track of everything. After this, she distracts him so that he finally stops repeating the same names. She states that she is giving him the authority to oversee this, so that he is now in charge. She also recalls that his superiors sent him here because of his extensive experience and understanding of the situation. Charlie begins to feel a little awkward in front of his friends, trying to figure out how to explain himself. Harold reminds us that Charlie tracked down corrupt people without any prompting and achieved a 100% success rate. Harold asks if there's anything they don't know, and Charlie suddenly becomes immersed in studying the report. To his surprise, he discovers a huge number of numbers appearing in front of him out of nowhere. He realizes that although these are not complete numbers, he can still read them and somehow identify them. Apparently, the more he uses this skill, the more advanced it becomes. After a short pause, he asserts that everything is exactly as the CEO suggested. After this, he explains that he usually follows someone's orders, but this time he decided to act on his own free will. He also states that he will definitely tell them everything as soon as his special operation is completed. Meanwhile, we are transported to the office, where a colleague approaches Julia and asks her about the man she was talking about. She explains that she means the man who saved her after the tax incident. Julia becomes shy and says that they have never met since that day and she is advised to get to know him better. They talk about how the man buried a seasoned, corrupt tax attorney and Julia admits she's impressed. Julia is deep in pleasant thoughts about how great it would be to meet him when Charlie comes closer to her. He says that they haven't seen each other for a long time and then asks her why she's so surprised. Julia becomes embarrassed and thanks him for that day, explaining that she can't remember anything except crying. A colleague studies Charlie closely and is surprised at how cool he looks for his reputation. He asks if there is a man named Chomsky here, and Julia points to a colleague who has arrived. Chomsky angrily yells at Julia, asking why she is acting like a fool and asking if her boyfriend has come to see her. Charlie calmly explains that he is not her boyfriend, and Chomsky tries to drive him away, claiming that they are always busy here. Julia immediately tries to get away, explaining that it's better not to joke with this man. Chomsky tries to follow her, but Charlie immediately stops him to find out if he is the man he is looking for. After this, Charlie decides to use his ability, explaining that he came here specifically for him. Chomsky still doesn't understand what kind of problem he's gotten himself into, but Charlie continues to analyze the situation carefully. Charlie notices large numbers above his opponent's head, and his comrades from the verification department enter the room. Chomsky calls them young employees who haven't yet completed 10 years of service and asks them what they need. Charlie explains that he did him a favor by saving his reputation with his superiors, but now it's pointless. After this, he declares that he has come here to put an end to his life as a civil servant. Chomsky still doesn't understand the gravity of the situation and asks what the hell he's talking about. Chomsky wonders if he's being accused of tax evasion, and Charlie compliments him on his quick thinking. However, Chomsky doesn't believe him, and Charlie asks if he's ready to hear everything in order. Charlie then provides exhaustive evidence of all the times Chomsky misfiled his taxes. He also claims that Chomsky recently forged an official document in the name of the CEO. Chomsky claims he's not even sure if this is true or not, accusing Charlie of sabotaging his work. Charlie explains that the investigation and checks have already been completed, and they only came here to make an arrest. He sternly asks if Chomsky isn't ashamed of himself for trying to help criminals evade taxes. Chomsky tries to justify himself, but Charlie advises him not to embarrass himself any further. His colleagues look at him in surprise and discuss the sins that have occurred. Suddenly, an elderly man bursts into the department and asks where they are going to take the employee. Charlie provides documents, explaining that they have the CEO's permission and proof. The man begins to argue, claiming that he requires the immediate intervention of the CEO. Charlie learns the man's name, then reads the files and reports that he is also subject to arrest. The bespectacled villain lunges forward to swing at Charlie and beat the crap out of him. Hank shields his comrade and takes the hit himself. Charlie is shocked by what is happening and tries to understand how everything came to blows for no reason. Colleagues are also surprised by the sudden fight and are trying to figure out what to do in this situation. The second department head asks Hank why he is here and why he stood up for Charlie. Hank explains that you can't behave so disgustingly if you consider yourself a public servant, and you need to control yourself. Someone asks why the investigators came into someone else's case and started a fight. Charlie suddenly decides to intervene to stop this circus. After this, he begins to clearly explain that if they do not like the investigators' interference, they should have behaved honestly. The man starts to get nervous and is advised to stop everything he is doing because Charlie knows everyone in the city hall. Charlie looks at him carefully and asks if he really mentioned the city's main office. After this, he states that there are 2 experts nearby who control the city's national services. Only now does the scoundrel realize that he was caught red-handed and will now have to answer before the law. Charlie states that perhaps his colleagues know the people he knows. It's time to pay up, and Charlie assures them that they will be happy to discuss the matter. After that, he asks if they should immediately call the main office to name these particular people. After some time, they both begin to be arrested, while their surprised colleagues continue to watch. However, they question whether these people were actually evading taxes or whether it was a provocation. The department driver stops him to address the main character. He asks him if he thinks he will be noticed if he works like this for the rest of his life. He claims that even with daily overtime, his salary remains small, his face contorted with anger. He explains that this system will never protect people like them. Afterwards, he asks Charlie if he thinks he can remain incorrupt, and Charlie turns around. Looking at the figures for unpaid taxes, Charlie declares that just because the country is giving him trouble, he will not steal money. He reminisces about his past at work and notes that no one can imagine how diverse the people working here are. He also notes that it is certainly possible to find a person in this country who does not dream of living to see tomorrow. After this, he returns to Charlie and informs him that he has no moral authority to give advice. From his point of view, everything the leader did was an attempt to drown people who had lived faithfully and truly their entire lives. Charlie points out that those who don't know the value of hard work and take the easy way out always fall into a trap. This is why he confidently states that such people easily fall apart, just like now. After some time, the media is shocked by the news that a group of criminals has been caught in the tax office. The CEO decides to publicly express everything he thinks on this topic and comes out to reporters for a short interview. All of this is being closely watched by an unknown group, which decides to turn on the TV out of anger. The bearded man expresses disbelief and says he doesn't believe there are officials playing with taxpayers' money. The director of the litigation department approaches him and agrees with his opinion. Among those present is Michael, who argues that these thieves cannot simply be left unpunished. We find ourselves at a meeting of the directors of the National Tax Service, where Michael explains that the criminals were their employees. One of the participants remarks that these are just buds that sooner or later had to be removed, which irritates the man even more. This righteous man emphasizes that injustice can cause a lot of harm in the future. The director of the litigation department says that instead of looking for someone to blame, immediate action is needed. Michael is also asked why he treats his employees the way he does. Michael notes that he is sorry to hear this, but there was nothing he could do about what happened. Afterwards, he asks with a smile why they don't use the situation to their advantage. Michael adds that the incident this time was part of a covert operation by the commissioner. His interlocutor expresses interest and asks to continue the explanation. Michael says this opportunity could be used to clean up national tax authorities on their own. The interlocutor agrees with this decision, but warns that it could upset public opinion. The litigation director explains that Michael sent his man to the tax office, and this only benefits him. He is outraged by this principle of action, since he believes that it violates the order of forces. Michael asks if this means the other person has trouble identifying corrupt officials. The litigation director says all he wants is for the truth to come out. The bearded man agrees to accept Michael's offer, but no longer wishes to be involved in these matters. Michael takes responsibility and promises to make sure everything is fixed. They come to the conclusion that under no circumstances should the prestige of the tax service be allowed to decline. We are transported to the main character's house, where he decided to rest and prepare food for his mother's arrival. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he announces that dinner is almost ready. His mother comes home from work and wonders why it's so hot today, but Charlie realizes she's just carrying the weight of the day. He advises her to call him next time, but she insists that it is nothing and not worth paying attention to. She also says that she has already taken her medicine, so she will be fine. She wonders why he prepared so much food, as if today was some kind of important holiday. After this, she sits down and notes that she hasn't sat like this with her beloved at a large table for a long time. Mother promises to make some side dishes from what she bought, but Charlie says she needs to rest for a bit. After some time, a regional program about the arrest of 2 officials appears on TV. Charlie watches closely, trying to figure out what they will say about his work. A representative of the National Tax Service explains that the operation was a secret plan of their investigative team. Charlie understands that all of this is just a blatant lie and forgery, despite the fact that he himself did everything correctly. He also states that their goal is to ensure that taxpayers can pay their taxes with confidence without fear of corruption. Charlie didn't expect the commissioner to come out and put on such a show, and he tries to figure out what people might think about it. It turns out that they were able to turn a looming crisis into an incredible opportunity by using their political experience. Charlie feels like he doesn't understand at all what kind of world he has stepped into with his actions. He initially thought he was making a big difference, but in reality, he was just a cog in their built-in mechanism. Charlie realizes that if things continue like this, he will find it difficult to trust his superiors. Suddenly, his mother interrupts his thoughts and says that if he ever meets Shen, he should not quarrel with him. Mother also reminds him that they saw each other recently, and according to her, he is already living quite well. Charlie, meanwhile, recalls his brother's nasty words, which clearly made it clear that he did not think highly of him. Mother states that she is no longer worried about Sheena and that her main concern is Charlie's safety. She also tells him that the fact that he left his family is a problem, but it is better to look forward and move on. The next day, he goes to the CEO's office, but his colleagues are already waiting for him. Hammond and Carol look at him closely, and he asks them what brings them here at such a moment. Hammond reports that they received a large quantity of rice cakes as a gift from the public, which they decided to distribute to the employees. They also praise Charlie for being almost everywhere in these few days, proving himself to be a very effective employee. Charlie explains that he was just doing his job and had to catch those people anyway when Hank suddenly walks in on him. He reports that a man has come here who is very persistently looking for Charlie. However, this man decides not to wait for the official entrance and calmly enters, greeting everyone else. He also introduces himself and states that he is a property tax manager at Samson Services. He is immediately asked if something bad happened, but he calmly walks up to Charlie and puts his hand on his shoulder. After this, he explains that he only came here to find information on how to find Charlie. He then turns his gaze to Hank and states that he is also very interested in his bosom friend. Hammond asks how they can come and take away such valuable employees, but Carol reassures him. Liam looks at his comrade and says that it looks like he didn't explain the situation to them beforehand. Charlie states that, unfortunately, he couldn't choose the right moment and now he deeply regrets it. Carol adds that they understand everything, but are surprised by such an abrupt visit, to which Liam responds rather evasively. Harold stops them all and says that it is natural for high-performing employees to receive rewards. Finally, he asks Liam if they are trying to take away such a valuable employee from them for their own political ambitions. Liam confirms that this is indeed the case, as Charlie is their sword, which works very effectively. Harold states that if this is the reason, he will say outright that he will not allow his employee to be taken away. Liam asks what the reason is, and Harold reiterates that he will not allow employees to be taken into political struggle. He looks at them with suspicion, assuming that they are going to use Charlie for their own purposes. He adds that in such a case, he will never allow his employee, whom he values very much, to be taken away. Liam states that he understands his concerns perfectly, adding that Charlie's situation will become dangerous if he is not taken away from here. Harold takes this as a threat and asks why they decided that it would be like this. The fact is that there are 3 self-regulating forces within the National Tax Service under the leadership of Commissioner Caleb. The closest to the position of the next tax commissioner is the sole commissioner. Right on his tail is Commissioner Chung Bu, who is incredibly agile and intelligent. The third person is Michael, and Liam states that Charlie's work has attracted the attention of 2 other forces. From his point of view, Charlie would become a threat to these 2 forces quite quickly, so this needed to be prevented. Liam claims that when pressure comes from these 2 forces, they will go to great lengths to deal with Charlie. He also asks Harold if he is confident that he can protect Charlie if trouble arises. Harold listens carefully to Liam's arguments, realizing that there is a lot of sense in them. Charlie notices that the atmosphere leaves much to be desired, and he doesn't know what to do in this situation. After a while, he accepts Liam's point of view, realizing that he only wants one promise. Harold demands that they protect Charlie under any circumstances and never abandon him. Carol also confirms that if this were to happen, they would be there and would definitely come for him. Charlie, meanwhile, wonders who he is that people treat him so well and fight for him. Hank states that even if Charlie is not as capable, he will still be there to help his friend. Carol also chimes in, saying that he sincerely asks Liam to protect his subordinate. After this, they bow respectfully to Charlie and ask him to take responsibility for his reputation and life. Liam says in a calm voice that as long as Charlie is their sword, his path will not be smooth, but he can promise him one thing. Placing his hand on Charlie's shoulder, Liam declares that even if he had a knife stuck in his throat, he would be able to get him out of trouble. Charlie apologizes to his colleagues, saying that he is very sorry for disappearing so suddenly. Bowing, he declares that he will never forget the favor they all showed him. Harold states that they should actually be grateful too, because thanks to Charlie, they were able to see a lot. After this, they advise him not to stop and to keep climbing no matter what. After some time, Charlie gets on the subway to go to his new place of work. Coming closer, he looks closely at the huge building that is the Sampson tax office. After a while, they both reach the required floor, and the doors open in front of them with a loud sound. Hank asks his colleague if he had a sleepless night, noting that he slept less than 2 hours. Charlie smiles and tells them that he, too, had hardly slept and could not recover from the incredible sensations. These sensations do not cause nervousness, but rather are filled with a huge amount of anticipation, because he does not suspect that he will rise up so quickly. When they enter the office, they suddenly discover that there is no one there and assume that they must have arrived too early. After a while, a tired employee gets up from his workstation and asks them what they are doing there. Charlie and Hank claim to work there, and the employee explains that there was a company party yesterday, so everyone will be late. Charlie asks him with a smile where they should go next, and the employee recommends going to the CEO's office. After this, they bow respectfully to their senior at work and thank him for his advice. After some time, they approach the general director of the tax service, Sampson, named Khan. He says it will likely be difficult for them to join mid-process, given the picky managers. Liam appears next to them and says that if anyone hears this, they will think that he really is like that. Khan sternly says that besides the two of them, there are many more people behind the three forces. From this, he concludes that he will judge them solely on their abilities and performance. Meanwhile, a new employee enters the office and greets his colleague. Quickly putting something in the book, he asks if she knows where the manager is. She is told that 2 new employees have joined them, and she is very surprised by this information. Having learned about all this, she wonders what the hell this is and how 2 people from that tax office got here. An angry property tax investigator named Thatcher suggests they were there through some kind of connection. Meanwhile, Charlie and Hank return to their new office, glad that the CEO has some common sense after all. Charlie tries to cheer up his ally, saying that things will be much better here than he thought. Their new colleague stretches in surprise and asks if they have finished the interrogation already. Charlie states that they now need to find out where their seats are and adds that he will show them to him in 10 minutes. Charlie doesn't have time to get an answer to the question about the reason for the delay, when Thatcher suddenly asks how long they worked at their previous place. Charlie claims they've been working there for a year, and Thatcher immediately begins to suspect them of getting in illegally. The bespectacled young man corrects her, saying that these people must have been here for some good reason. Thatcher says their team is not just a department, so they demand their best. Charlie and Hank don't pay much attention to this and ask their new colleague named Jason where their seats are. Charlie continues to communicate with his colleague, and Thatcher asks him why he is ignoring her. Hank comes closer to her and asks who she is to touch his friend. Thatcher calls him a parachutist and orders him to be released, and Hank declares that he may be joking, but Charlie is definitely not one. Meanwhile, Charlie is wondering in his mind what is going on here and why it looks like they are putting on a show. Jason wonders why he feels the urge to join in, but then Liam shows up. Liam reassures them that Charlie and Thatcher are both 7th grade investigators, so they should look out for each other. He also advises Thatcher not to start a fight under any circumstances, after which she becomes indignant. Liam reassures Thatcher that these people came here honestly, using their skills, so she should trust him. Thatcher nevertheless wonders in her mind who this person is and why she is being reprimanded in this situation. Charlie, in turn, states that he does absolutely everything in his power to show his best side. After some time, Liam asks Thatcher how the case regarding the $20 billion inheritance is progressing. Thatcher claims the deceased has 3 children, one of whom has already filed a lawsuit, claiming the estate was distributed improperly. Charlie eavesdrops on their conversation and learns that another family problem has arisen. Liam wonders if he can get the heir's social security number. Charlie overhears this data carefully and suggests that the amount is too high and may be related to tax evasion. The results he finds are simply stunning and leave him amazed. To his incredible shock, he discovers that the tax evasion in this case amounted to a whopping $7 billion. Liam listens carefully to his subordinate's report, after which he recommends double-checking everything and then moving on. Charlie understands that he can't do this, because we are talking about a gigantic sum of money that could simply disappear into thin air. After this, he immediately rolls back, saying that he needs to leave his place for a while. After this, he goes to the operational support department and submits a request to receive financial information. He is asked why he didn't apply digitally, but he says he wants to be sure of the information. After some time, he has to confirm his action through the manager, and they contact by phone. Liam states that since these documents will be approved by him, he should know what it was. Charlie states that if he reveals what he did, it will make investigator Thatcher feel bad. A friendly dialogue takes place between them, during which Liam suggests that he tell him everything first and then come back. After a while, Charlie returns to the office holding a small basket of chilled coffee. Charlie treats his colleagues, saying that this is not a bribe and that they can simply feel at home. Hank, having already become friends with Jason, says that next time he will buy the coffee. Charlie says it's nonsense, but if this continues, they'll easily get caught under the bribery law. Thatcher bursts into the room and asks Charlie who gave him the ability to do this and get Liam's approval. Jason tries to calm her down, but she says he shouldn't interfere. Charlie says he couldn't help himself because when he saw it, he saw signs of tax evasion. He also confidently states that he made a mistake, since this was his first time and first day on such a job. He adds that there was too much money involved to pass up the opportunity to investigate it. Thatcher lunges forward like a wildcat, asking him if he thinks she'll let this go. Charlie turns to her, and Thatcher asks how dare he refuse punishment. Jason asks her to calm down, but she immediately snatches the cold coffee from his hands. After that, she quickly throws the glass of liquid straight towards Charlie. However, at the last moment, Hank's hand comes to his aid and intercepts the glass. Hank, a man of rare talent, says that he caught and neutralized the threat. Thatcher looks at them with extreme anger and says that the two of them pose a real threat. Hank tells her to calm down, saying that they are all colleagues here and must solve problems. Suddenly, Thatcher is approached by a colleague who informs her that she has received a call from the Civil Service Directorate. After that, she states that the heir to 20 billion won has come here to meet her in person and talk. Charlie and Thatcher decide to meet this man named Shim, who apologizes for coming so suddenly. Thatcher introduces his colleague and says that he can speak to them calmly and they will listen to him. Shim states that his late father worked a lot and his mother died when he was little, so his father married his stepmother. He also states that his stepmother already had a son and daughter, so he became the second son. According to this logic, he should have originally inherited his father's business. After this, he sadly reports that everything changed because of the huge inheritance left by his father. For some reason, his older brother got the company, and his stepmother inherited all the money in the house. Shim states that he doesn't care about the family business or the inheritance. He only wants the house where his father and mother lived. Thatcher looks at him carefully, after which she advises him not to be offended by her words. She also states that there is really nothing they can do for him in this situation, as it is something a lawyer should handle. Thatcher says all they could do for him was check his inheritance tax bill, and that's all their power was left to them. Shim says that he knows this very well and just came to talk about how he feels about the situation. Charlie asks him if he was informed about his father's will since he was on a business trip. Shim confirms that this is how it happened, and Thatcher tries to find out what exactly her colleague intends to do. Charlie says that in that case they need to check something and asks her for a copy of the will. Thatcher doesn't understand what he needs at first, but quickly produces the original will. Charlie immediately hands the paper to his client and asks if he recognizes his father's handwriting. Looking closer, he notices with horror that this is not his father's handwriting and does not understand what is happening here. Charlie happily declares that this is evidence they can use to intervene. After some time, they conduct an effective interrogation and say that they will contact the heirs in the near future. Charlie and Hank stay at work that evening, discussing the need to check the gift tax, and then go home. Charlie also says there's a lot that needs to be checked as this has been going on for 20 years. He suggests dividing the materials between 3 people, and Thatcher declares that he can finish it even if he stays up all night. Immediately after this, she wonders why she is working overtime with these people at all. After this, she angrily asks Charlie how he could force his elder to work overtime. Charlie, as an apology, hands her the evening snack he bought for her. Charlie asks why the new employee is spending so much money, even including the coffee he bought. Knowing that her stomach is not to be controlled, she agrees, saying that they will quickly finish eating and continue working. After some time, Shim again finds himself in the tax office building, but this time he did not come alone. Opposite him sit all his relatives, who are clearly not positively disposed towards him. Charlie thanks everyone for coming, explaining that it is related to the investigation. Charlie concludes the official part and announces that the family will have to pay $7.5 billion in additional taxes. Khan watches what is happening with interest, after which the stepmother declares that this is outrageous absurdity. She addresses him not by name, but by his position, saying that they already have problems with regular taxes. Smiling, she states that they cannot afford to pay that amount on top of what they already had. Charlie decides to enter the discussion by asking how she explains the credit card bill of around $10 million a month. Their lawyer says that in this case, a gift tax could be imposed on amounts over $5 million, rather than $7.5 billion. Charlie states that the amount is indeed large and that only the outstanding properties should be taken into account. The lawyer asks if Charlie is trying to imply that his client has hidden his money, but Charlie states that it is not just about the money. He then explains that the problem is that they have a rental property company and a ghost company. The lawyer begins to panic, trying to figure out how far Charlie has progressed in his investigation. Charlie says he even went to the company to sort things out and they won't be able to get out of it. The lawyer wonders why the tax office would interfere in something that has already been dealt with. Thatcher intervenes in the conversation, saying that the will is fake and therefore they should get what they deserve. The stepmother begins to feel sad, saying that these are very cruel words, and they are still grieving over their loss. They accuse Charlie of immorality, saying that it has been a short time since their husband died and they were called here. After this, she launches another attack, claiming that the will was drawn up by their family lawyer. She grins and asks if amateurs like them can do anything with this information. Charlie takes out his phone and asks why they are so confident of their impunity. Afterwards, he asks prosecutor Jonathan if he heard what the alleged suspects said. Jonathan says with a smile that it was much more fun than he initially expected. Charlie states that he can only investigate tax evasion, not their other crimes. Jonathan states that he can definitely handle it and that he can't believe such amazing possibilities. After this, he announces that they will begin their investigation into this matter tomorrow as a matter of urgency. After some time, the CEO praises Charlie, saying that he initially assumed that he would not regret entrusting him with the business. Charlie modestly replies that he is overrated and that he was just lucky enough to catch them in their mistakes. Khan states that the thing that shocked him the most was that Charlie went so far just to defeat the lawyer. Charlie says that he actually already knows this man and has dealt with him recently. Han smiles at Charlie and says he knows what healthy competition feels like. Rising from his chair, he says that Charlie really does have skills and there is nothing else to worry about. He adds that he has no reason to stop him, as he is doing a good job of collecting taxes. Placing his hand on Charlie's shoulder, he declares that if he is doing this job, then it is already his. Khan states that both Charlie and Thatcher have worked well today, so they can go home a little early. After some time, Thatcher brings Charlie a case that she had previously handled, saying that he should take it. Charlie asks her the reason for such an action, to which Thatcher states that he was the one who solved the case. Charlie tries to refuse, but she says that if he accepts it later, it will do her an important favor. Charlie accepts the gift, saying that it is, of course, too late to talk about it, but he apologizes for his intrusions. Thatcher calmly states that everything is fine and that she is already okay with this kind of behavior on his part. After a while, Shim runs up to them, saying that he really wanted to talk to them. Out of breath, he states that he wanted to thank them personally, as he could not do so immediately due to the circumstances that had occurred. After that, he hands over an envelope, saying that it's not much, but it's all he has. Charlie and Thatcher immediately tell him that if they accept such a gift, they will immediately become criminals. Shim asks what they mean, and Charlie explains that accepting the gift would be seen as self-interest. Shim tries to figure out what to do, but Charlie states that he didn't help him make money, he just helped him out. He emphasizes that he simply did what any civil servant should do. After this, he says that he still appreciates his gratitude and recommends using this money for a useful cause. He also expresses confidence that Shim's parents would want him to do the same. Shim says he is very sorry, and then declares that he will never allow himself to do such a stupid thing again. Shim understands that he absolutely must win this lawsuit and succeed in order to help. Liam, meanwhile, is talking to Han, saying that he can't believe he witnessed such a scene. Liam states that he has heard of Charlie, but this is the first time he has seen such a level of skill, and Han confirms that it was a commendable job. Liam also says that he finds Charlie both fascinating and very interesting. Khan says it came as a shock to him that this guy, just a rookie, had such intelligence and determination. Khan admits that it has been a long time since he felt something pierce him through. Liam looks at him in surprise and asks if he thinks about that very amazing act. Han states that he intended to remain neutral as long as possible, but now wants to go under Michael's command. After some time, Charlie also learns this amazing news and cannot believe his ears. Liam asks him to be quiet, saying that the conversation should definitely not get out into the open. He also adds that the director offered conditions, and only if they were met would he join their brotherhood. Charlie senses the tension building and asks what the condition is. Liam states that there is no need to worry, as the condition is that Charlie continues to gain experience. Liam adds that with practice they could learn a lot of things and become more familiar with them, but it won't be easy. Charlie states that if this is the condition, he can fulfill it without any problem. Charlie understands that there is nothing to discuss here, because the power he now has does not belong to him anyway. He believes the best thing he can do with this opportunity is to continue to improve himself so he can operate independently. Charlie states that this is why he will do his best no matter what he is responsible for. Liam smiles and says he's glad to hear that, then asks Hank how he's doing. Hank states that he is not as capable as people think, and Liam asks if he has any personal goals. Without thinking twice, Hank says that he goes to the gym and trains to keep Charlie safe. Liam says it's good motivation and thanks him for the high level of work he's done. The next day, rumors begin to spread throughout the office that Charlie is actually the director's secret son. It is not assumed that he was transferred here because of his connections, and not because he is a good employee. Charlie hears all these whispers very well and thinks that it would be better if he were alienated from them. However, nothing can be done, and he can only get used to the fact that rumors are spreading around. To prevent rumors from spreading too quickly, Charlie must be careful, as there is no need to stir up rivalry. After this, he notices a strange woman Liam is talking to and becomes curious about who she is. His interest is quickly satisfied, as he is immediately called over for an important conversation. Liam asks Charlie if he remembers his words and informs him that he may be transferred to another unit. He also introduces Charlie to manager Stella, who works in the corporate tax department. Stella notes that Charlie looks much younger than she expected, and judging by his fame, she assumed he would be a little older. Charlie looks at her and says that he didn't expect to have any fame and then follows her. Charlie asks what the workload is like here, and Stella states that they work almost all the time, 7 days a week. After this, she introduces Charlie to her colleagues, informing them that this is the very person they have also been waiting for. Everyone immediately turns around and says they didn't expect to see a person from the property tax department here. Charlie asks the manager if it's okay to transfer him here so quickly and is confirmed. Stella states that they have a non-profit they should be looking into this month. Charlie is immediately seated in his comfortable chair at his workstation and told that everything will be explained to him now. His colleague says that most beginner and intermediate tasks are best started with lines and basics. He is also advised to take a blanket, as he will need something to keep warm when working overtime. Jonathan watches Charlie's attempts to settle in and smiles, realizing that this newcomer has a great future. The next morning arrives, but Charlie probably hasn't slept more than a few hours given his workload. Even though he is wrapped in a blanket, he still feels the incredible cold that reigns in the office. Stella approaches him cautiously and says that she is pleasantly surprised that he did not run away from their department. Afterwards, she asks if he feels awkward or uncomfortable being there, but Charlie states that everything is fine. Stella explains that this kind of workload is a daily routine and offers him some coffee. She assumes that it was difficult for him to work overtime, since this is his first time, so today she will allow him to relax. Charlie says that the bulk of the work is done, and Stella sincerely praises his hard work. Afterwards, she notes that he has a different job now and comments that he is amazingly good at catching tax evaders. Charlie says that his actions should not be exaggerated. He was just lucky. Stella ignores this and says that he was probably brought here because of his great talent. She then asks him if he has encountered any unusual tax-evading corporations. Charlie understands that he was called here for this very reason and says that he finds Yushin's company strange. In theory and practice, scholarship funds are rarely used as a channel for money laundering, but this is an exception. Charlie voices all his suspicions, and Stella says that maybe it's time to dance with the ball. Charlie understands this allegory and says that he is always ready to participate in such activities. 4 days after moving on to a new case, they finally begin a new investigation. Charlie gains incredible fame due to his successful work, and also later not yet. Alongside him is his assistant Hank, who never stops training to become even better. Also with them is a girl who looks like a harmless and kind creature. Hank is surprised by her presence and asks who she is, after which she reveals that Stella sent her. The girl introduces herself as Jane, and Hank asks if it will be dangerous work. Charlie clarifies that everything will be fine with them and there is no need to worry. After some time, they meet the right people, who immediately lay out envelopes in front of them. Charlie observes the attempted bribery and asks what it means, and his interlocutor starts laughing. A plump man in glasses explains that there are many other victims here besides them, and advises them to look carefully inside the envelopes. Hank asks if they are really being offered a bribe to leave. The man says that they have not yet seen real bribes, since such things are not even considered bribes now. Charlie declines the offer and says that this is why they won't get involved in things like that. After that, he asks if they really think he will just turn a blind eye to this if they give them money. He immediately gets angry and says that if they don't want to negotiate, they should leave this place. Jane is a little scared by this question, but Hank reassures her, saying that Charlie will be okay. Charlie asks why he decided that he couldn't meet the boss of this company. They tell him that this is absolutely impossible, and he turns around abruptly, saying that in that case he is leaving. Taking advantage of the moment of surprise, he immediately turns around and asks, and then notes that they did not believe him. Opening the doors, he quickly runs into the director's office, and his subordinates ask security to detain him. A multitude of security guards immediately stand in his way and ask if he knows what this place is and who he is crossing. Charlie lunges forward and makes a powerful tackle, making it clear that he won't let them do this. Immediately after this, he gets to his feet and slips past all the guards. Charlie looks at the door in front of him and realizes that he will most likely have to kick it down. With a powerful and sharp movement, he flies forward and smashes the pathetic piece of wood with his most powerful blow. The people inside chuckle and say they've heard about Charlie's courage. Looking at him with disdain, they point out that a scumbag like him would never be tempted by such a sum of money. Smiling, they say they've heard rumors about Charlie working for the National Tax Service. Hank and Jane rush forward, pushing aside all the guards who are trying to stop Charlie. The chairman declares that he no longer needs guards who cannot protect their home, so they can leave. He then turns to Charlie and asks what grade he is in, to which he states that he is a 7th grade investigator. The chairman notes that Charlie's courage is admirable, but he still needs to know his place. Charlie thanks him for the advice, saying he needs a minute to make a call. Without thinking twice, he calls the prosecutor and informs him that he is currently on duty and asks for an investigation to be carried out. Jonathan gives out the numbers of some of the children, claiming that he has checked them out and believes that they all belong to high society. Jonathan asks Charlie if this is really an unusual case, and Charlie hints that he wants to go to dinner. Jonathan smiles and agrees, after which the chairman asks why Charlie decided to call the prosecutor personally. Charlie states that it doesn't matter now, after which he notes that scholarships were only given to the children of officials. The chairman asks what Charlie thinks about this, but it all turns out to be part of a plan by a powerful accomplice. That's why he stands up and says that he created this degree as an ideal fund to keep the money for himself. After this, he states that they won't be able to do anything to him anyway, because a simple employee won't be able to stop him. Charlie asks why he feels so confident, but the chairman states that he has been afloat for many years. After this, the chairman tries to make Charlie a job offer, saying that he can become their consultant. Charlie tries to understand what he means, and the chairman explains that it is a system that has been in development for 15 years. He adds that this is due to the help of a consultant with whom he has been working for about the same number of years. Charlie realizes that this is about a man who is creating a system to evade taxes. The chairman states that he wants to praise Charlie, as he is the only one who has made it this far. He also offers him a generous payment, but Charlie abruptly refuses, stating that he does not cooperate with criminals. After this, he emphasizes that he has no interest in this matter. The chairman gets angry and asks how Charlie dares to behave like this, but he says that he will arrest him if necessary. The chairman states that even 2nd grade students from the Ministry of Land Resources receive benefits from him. Charlie listens carefully to this information and wonders if it is worth discussing with anyone. Immediately after this, he calls Liam's manager and asks if he can force him to pay the taxes to the Ministry of Lands. Liam smiles and says that if there are high-ranking officials involved, they can definitely investigate it. The chairman starts shouting, demanding that security throw out all the bastards. Suddenly, Liam goes on speakerphone and asks if they can wait just 5 minutes. Hank tries to shield the terrified Jane with his body, realizing that they will have to fight for their lives. The chairman orders the guards to detain this man and beat him up on the way. Charlie turns to his comrade and says that they absolutely need to stay here for another 5 minutes. To avoid serious injury, he decides to use his powerful parkour skills through the sofa. One of the guards approaches Jane and says that if she doesn't move, nothing will happen. Jane begins to panic and delivers a powerful, unexpected blow right to the guard's chin. Charlie, meanwhile, jumps onto the window, causing the guards to stop, wondering what they should do now. They call him crazy and order him to come down from there immediately. Charlie orders them to stop, and even the chairman understands that he will not be able to wash away such a disgrace if something irreparable happens. Charlie begins to blackmail them, explaining that if they are going to do something to his colleagues, he will jump. Hank is already grabbing the bonsai to have something to fight off these scoundrels with. The chairman smirks and declares that in that case they will just leave things as they are and see how long he lasts. Charlie knows there is a point to his words, because he did something rash and it is quite high up here. The problems are aggravated by strong winds, which are especially noticeable at high altitudes. The chairman receives an important call and a nasty smile spreads across his face. He turns away and says that security needs to make sure these people are quiet. Charlie reflects that when he saw this in the movies, it seemed easy to him, but now it's completely different. The chairman contacts Mr. Politician, noting that they have not seen each other for a long time. The big minister asks the chairman what he was thinking and then calls him a crazy idiot. The guards turn around in surprise, hearing this powerful scream even through the phone speaker. The politician continues to berate the chairman, noting that he does not have an ounce of common sense. He confidently states that this is precisely why you can't trust people who are only interested in money. The chairman apologizes to the politician and asks what he did wrong. However, he is not given a normal answer and is informed that from now on they will have nothing to do with each other. The chairman desperately tries to re-establish contact with the politician, but is refused. Charlie jumps back down to the floor and walks over to the chairman, who has already lost hope. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he says with a smile that this time was enough for the chairman to meet his end. After some time, he goes to his fellow politician for a personal meeting. He knocks on the door, but no one opens, despite all his pleas. The chairman is not going to give up and decides to take any measures to contact his colleague. A politician, while in his office, hears his phone buzzing and realizes he has to answer it. He asks the chairman what he needs, and he states that they need to think of a rescue plan. The politician states that the chairman is already dead anyway, so he shouldn't be too persistent and can simply disappear. He adds that he can do whatever he wants since he has already taken care of his own safety, so he doesn't care about the chairman's fate. He also reports that this guy is very dangerous, so the chairman should pull himself together and disappear on his own. The chairman understands that he has just been cruelly deceived, and now no one will come to his aid. He wonders if it will all end so ingloriously for him and the whole scheme he built will go to waste. Left alone and cold in the hallway, he wonders why he was rude to that boy. Meanwhile, Jonathan, at a meeting with a friend, says that he is not sure whether he will succeed in this trick. He notes that he hasn't had a drink for a long time and says with a smile that they can treat them however they want. They start a friendly conversation about how their day went and the results of the investigation. Jonathan says that he has dedicated his youth to his position, so he sometimes pretends to be young. He hands Charlie a strong alcoholic cocktail and tells him that he must drink it down to the bottom. He adds that he asked for help 3 times, so this can be seen as a penalty pile. Charlie agrees with this state of affairs and drinks a glass of alcohol in one gulp. After this, they start laughing, noting that they shouldn't overdo it, otherwise they won't make it home. Charlie notes that he is really having a hard time drinking when he returns to Jonathan. After a while, Hank starts telling stories about his funny drinking binges. They also talk about the events in the office, with Jane describing everything in incredible detail. After a while, Charlie asks Jonathan if his colleagues got home safely. Jonathan replies that they both called back after they got home, so they're okay. He asks Charlie if everything is explained and okay, and adds that he has had a couple more drinks. Jonathan smiles and says that in that case he can congratulate Charlie on his achievement. He boasts that he is being rewarded for everything he has done, from working at home to fighting corruption. He also notes that it would be great if Charlie became a prosecutor, as he would achieve a lot. Charlie decides to open up about his past, explaining that he worked in a small business and couldn't keep quiet when he saw someone embezzling money. He reports that he passed on all the information to the police and that this could not continue. Afterwards, he says with a smile that he couldn't imagine that this world could be so unfair. Smiling, he declares that he is very glad that he can live as his conscience allows him. Jonathan, hearing this story, is plunged into dark memories of his past. He recalls a conflict with a vengeful CEO who asked him to cover up a real crime. Jonathan states that being a member of parliament does not give anyone the right to kill people, and he cannot act like a demigod. Jonathan smiles and says that the more he watches Charlie, the more realistic it seems to him. He then clarifies the internal complaint, and Charlie reveals that he did this before he became an employee. Jonathan suggests that Charlie used to work for Thiel, and Charlie adds that his superiors are connected with the IRS. He reports that he knows some information, but only in general terms. Jonathan says with a smile that there were rumors that the IRS was looking for information about Charlie personally. He smiles and notes that the tax service is not looking for revenge, but is looking for new talent. Meanwhile, Liam is still sitting at his desk, continuing to do important and difficult work. Charlie walks into the office late at night and wonders if everyone is still there. Liam smiles and says he wants to finish work before the weekend. Charlie says that he came with some paperwork, and Liam notes that Charlie is very tired and needs to rest. Charlie asks if Liam could give him a lift on the way across the Panho Bridge. Liam replies that he lives a little differently. so he's unlikely to be able to give him a ride. Charlie stops abruptly and asks if their meeting back then was just a coincidence. He also reports that the person who filed the request for information about Charlie's identity also gave his name as Liam. He looks closely at his comrade and asks if this was also just a coincidence. A couple of years ago, they got together with Michael to celebrate his new appointment. Liam already stated then that his appointment was not just for the sake of promotion, but had a much bigger meaning. Liam noted that the head office was understaffed, so the director of the Bureau of Investigations was sent there. Michael smiled and noted that this was true, and so far it seemed to him that everything would go smoothly. They were also joined by another comrade who had not seen them for a long time and was glad to meet them. This man's name is Sonny, and he is an assistant attorney general for the Western District. Michael notes that they all understand perfectly well that they had two tasks to achieve their goals. All their efforts should be directed towards making the country great. Michael reports hearing news that the Operations Support Unit will be renamed the Tax Collection Division. He also notes that the head of the department wants to collect all overdue taxes, and he is very determined. Michael argues that simply looking for money will not solve the problem, as a more global approach is needed. In his opinion, the world will change only when someone judges others fairly and incorruptibly, no matter what. Sonny asks his friend if he is dreaming too much about something naive and insurmountable. Sonny notes that even if he had that kind of power, he still wouldn't have the ability to cut down enemies at will. Michael listens carefully to his friend and understands that he is generally right. He still doesn't have the means to combat this absurdity in all its manifestations. He concludes that without the right power or weapon, no wish can be realized. Sonny suggests waiting for head office to pay the price and then strike. Liam reports that he recently heard that there is a very good talent among his subordinates. Sonny nods happily and notes that he has a suitable person in mind named Jonathan. They return to the difficult conversation where Sonny suggested Jonathan say he was just investigating. Afterwards, he asks how carefully Jonathan thought through the consequences. Sonny tries to warn him, noting that prosecutors could be attacked and his friends and family could be framed. Jonathan stated that his resolve would not be swayed by the mere threat of death, because if you were afraid of that, then why be a civil servant? Sonny watches this promising young man closely and tries to figure out whether he should be included in his plan. Even now, Sonny has some doubts, but he comes to the conclusion that Charlie is the man the country needs. Michael is genuinely jealous of him and says that so far he hasn't been able to find anyone who is anything like Charlie. Sonny reports that Thiel's company learned about the small business a few months ago. He notes that the company embezzled money, but the fearless newcomer reported it. Sonny adds that the man's work was well reviewed and he had a good future, but he chose honesty and was fired. So he states that if you look closely, you can find people like Charlie and bring out their talents. Michael turns to Sonny again and asks him to tell him more about this. Sonny says he may be one man among hundreds of thousands, but who knows what that man is capable of in the service. Liam takes note of this and watches Charlie closely, realizing that he urgently needs help. After this, he contacts Director Michael and tells him that this is a great opportunity sent by fate. He immediately realizes that this is too perfect to be a mere coincidence. After telling him the story, he notes that it is difficult to describe in words. He also states that they were indeed watching them, but that Charlie ultimately got here thanks to his abilities. He also apologizes for withholding this information, explaining that he thought it was for the best. Charlie looks at his badge and remarks that the manager doesn't need to change about things like that. After this, he states that he wonders whether his presence here is an accident or a coincidence. Liam asks if Charlie feels angry about this. Charlie notes that he doesn't think he'll be angry about it. He declares that he is ready to carry out any commands, since he considers himself a sword that must act. Liam realizes at this point that the director's predictions were wrong, as they expected Charlie to turn away. From a new perspective, his actions seem much more significant than those of others. In a sense, he has proven this many times, as he has had a difficult life path. He didn't care how difficult the situation was, because he wasn't afraid and didn't lose his composure. However, he remains confident and true to his moral principles and ideals. Liam mentally wonders how this young man balances it all. Charlie notes that he is interested in something else, adding that he works for Liam and Michael. Coming closer, he asks who they work for in that case. He becomes very curious and asks if Liam can tell him the truth. Liam is a little taken aback by such a serious question and says he can't tell right now. He adds that it is not a matter of mistrust, but that he simply does not have the authority to do so. Charlie states that this is not surprising, as this is exactly the answer he expected, despite the boldness of the question. Liam thanks him for his understanding and says he can only reveal one detail. After a short pause, he reveals that the man at the top of their organization wields incredible power. He adds that when Charlie learns his identity, he will feel a huge burden of responsibility on his shoulders. Charlie asks if he will be able to accept the truth if he encounters it further. Liam doesn't think he needs to know this now, and instead of answering, he just makes some promises. After that, he says that when they arrive at headquarters, they will tell them about the goals and the person behind them. Charlie thanks him, saying that that's enough for him, and then goes about his business. Liam stops him halfway and apologizes, informing him that a new case has come up. He politely asks Charlie to start the investigation tomorrow, as it is very urgent. Of course, Charlie agrees, and we are transported the next morning to a small stable near the city. Jane watches the horses and says that she has never seen such beauties. Hank asks if she can ride a horse, and Jane admits that she has never tried because she is afraid. Hank decides to tell her about his success in equestrian sports, and Jane wonders where Charlie went. Meanwhile, Charlie asks the stable worker if people often leave their horses there. He is told that this happens quite often, and Charlie asks how horse trading deals usually work. The employee explains that there is a special exchange, and it is a fairly small industry, so everyone knows each other. He also notes that a horse is a living creature and it is not easy to determine its value. Charlie says he only has one question left, and the employee says he'll be happy to answer it. He asks whether the owner of the horse and its rider are the same person, or if there are exceptions. The employee replies that a horse can be rented, and there are many scenarios for how this can be done. Charlie is very surprised by the information received and thanks him for his cooperation, noting that he learned a lot of new things. Hank, meanwhile, continues to tell Jane about his findings in his attempts to train. Charlie comes out to them and tells them that he's finally finished so they can go back to the office. The employees whisper to each other, trying to figure out why Charlie has suddenly returned to their department. Some colleagues report that he recently liquidated a gigantic, idealized power fund. Charlie watches in amazement as rumors about his reputation inflate and tries to figure out how long things have been this way. Thatcher suddenly sneaks up behind him and asks what he is doing there, surprised by his return. Charlie greets her and she asks why he didn't come back earlier since they are having a hard time without his help. She's interested in the investigation, and Charlie explains that the enemy is really strong this time, so they'll have to be careful. Thatcher recognizes the area Charlie is heading to and says that if he's heading there, it means he needs to catch a big fish. Charlie asks why they don't go together since they make a pretty good team. Thatcher immediately declines, saying she is interested in who the target of the investigation is, and Charlie names Professor Richard. Charlie clarifies that he is a member of the opposition party's emergency committee, which greatly surprises her. After some time, they find themselves at a huge house, which looks more like a real fortress. They look around the house with interest and come to the conclusion that they need to be more careful, because now they are dealing with a politician. Charlie reminds his comrades that such things don't matter to him. Gathering their strength and spirit, they come closer and press the intercom button. They are asked who they are, after which Charlie informs them that they have come from the Samson tax office. They are told that the professor is currently away, but Charlie points out that this is a ridiculous excuse. Charlie reminds them that they warned them about the visit in advance, but the concierge states that the professor has urgent business. Charlie turns to his friend and asks him to get something from the trunk. Meanwhile, Richard at home assumes that they simply gave up and left. After a while, strange balls start flying around his head, and he decides to turn to the window. Imagine his surprise when he saw that they had unfurled a giant banner with the inscription that a criminal lived here. Carl states that they now have no choice but to let them go, and Charlie remarks that it was a great idea. Richard turns to his subordinate and orders the men to be let in, declaring that he will deal with them himself. Charlie goes inside and asks the professor why it is so difficult to meet him if he knew about the visit in advance. Richard smiles slyly, explaining that promises are made only to be broken. Charlie points out that in that case, a formal contract needs to be drawn up, otherwise he will be accused of obstructing justice. Taking a closer look with his ability, Charlie realizes that Richard has a lot of unpaid taxes. He recently asked Liam if he could investigate those associated with the National Assembly. Liam stated that it was possible, but that doing so could result in persecution. Richard notes that losing a government job is not easy, and only the fearless would dare to stand up to him. Looking at Charlie with confident eyes, he says that he will be interested to see how far he is willing to go. Immediately after this, Richard asks his subordinates what happened to the salesman who came earlier. The girl replies that the man was jailed for trespassing, and Richard hopes they get the hint. Hank ignores the warning and says that they have come to report the amount of tax Richard must pay. Richard asks in surprise where such a large sum came from. Charlie clarifies that it is a tax on 5 horses given to his children, but Richard replies that he only borrowed them. Charlie asks why a man who can't walk would buy 5 horses at once. Richard becomes irritated and asks why he can't own horses even though he is confined to a carriage. He adds that, unlike him, the horses are free to roam wherever they like, and he enjoys watching them. Richard tries to appeal to their emotions by claiming that they were attacking a poor old man who loves animals. Charlie decides to play his part flawlessly and notes that law and love for animals must be separated. In his view, the reason horses are taxed is because their owner benefits. Richard notes that Charlie is significantly different from most young people he has encountered. Charlie reads him the tax amount and explains that he can keep the money for himself. He then asks if Richard is willing to face the consequences if he decides to pay. Charlie doesn't hesitate for a second and reminds the professor that trying to threaten him won't work. Richard says he was suddenly invaded by government officials who bullied him even though he was working hard. He asks if Richard is willing to pay for his actions, emphasizing that the consequences will be serious. As a consequence, he threatens to transfer him to an island or put him in a prison cell so that he can experience what it's like to be a criminal. Jane accuses the professor of looking down on them, even though they are in fact no different from each other. Richard is asked if he wants to go to prison with the whole group, but they reply that this is not part of their plan. Hank states that they follow the principles laid out in the framework law and they have the chief's seal as proof. Charlie recalls his boss telling him that the consequences of hunting politicians would be much more serious than he could imagine. Charlie gets down to business without hesitation, because principles and ideals are much more important to him. Realizing they have cornered their opponent, Charlie asks if he is giving up or refusing to give an explanation. Richard's position begins to crumble under the onslaught of the blade of justice, which, as we know, is blind. Charlie adheres to the principle that people should not be afraid of politicians, but rather the opposite. Neither the position, nor the status, nor the goal he is directed towards ever worries him, because it does not in any way affect the investigation. Charlie turns around and says that Richard will receive payment notification within a few days. He also asks him to act honestly and fulfill his promise, which he broke earlier. Richard starts to get angry and wonders what happened to this country and why they don't know who he is, trying to be rude to him. That same evening, the news reports that the opposition party has decided to expel Richard from its ranks. Hank watches this closely and is surprised that Charlie was actually able to get to the politician. Charlie apologizes for the inconvenience, explaining that he believes everyone should be equal before the law. Hank notes that there is no need to apologize for this, and is surprised that Charlie does not seem to be afraid. Smiling, he says it's time to move on to another job and asks Charlie if he's ready for it. Charlie replies that he would be happy to accept any job as long as it was within the scope of the tax service. We are transported to the income tax department, where we are met by a woman named Elena who is shirking her work. She is asked if she has finished gathering information, and she admits that she has done nothing. When asked why she did nothing, she explains that it is not her responsibility and asks not to be disturbed. The boss looks at her in surprise, saying that he approached her personally to do this job. Elena states that she will not fulfill all requests and demands that the boss resolve this issue independently. Immediately after this, she starts browsing manicure sets at better prices on her phone. However, her peace is quickly disturbed by an approaching shadow. Charlie comes closer to her, carefully studies her file and addresses her by name. Charlie says he's come to ask for help in investigating a sports team and demands copies of the company's files. Elena, in her usual manner, says that he will have to deal with this on his own. Charlie asks if she could help, noting that the Department of Public Interest needs the documents. Elena explains that as soon as a case leaves their department, it becomes someone else's problem and must be dealt with independently. Immediately after this, she leaves the place and contacts her friend to arrange a meeting. Charlie watches her carefully, trying to figure out what to do in this situation. Meanwhile, Elena continues to communicate with her friend, noting that she found a little-known bar. The conversation doesn't last long as she notices the employee approaching them again. Charlie pursues her for clarification, despite the fact that she has already said that she will not work with him. Charlie reminds her that she is the person in charge of this case, so it would be good if she still helped them. Elena states that she doesn't want to do this, no matter how difficult it is, because it's not her area of responsibility. Charlie asks if his request is really that difficult, and Elena suddenly turns to face him. Charlie reminds Elena that they are like family here, so it's important to share information to work more effectively. He also notes that he is asking her for this favor as a colleague. Elena gradually begins to get angry and asks if he dared to order her what to do. Charlie calmly explains that it's not an order, but suddenly a man appears behind him and pokes him in the mouth. Thatcher apologizes to Elena, saying that he is new and doesn't know anything yet. Elena points out that it is better to train new employees with him, since he causes a lot of problems. After a while, they find themselves in the dining room, and Thatcher advises Charlie not to get involved with Elena, but he does not understand why they are afraid of her. Thatcher explains that she doesn't really have much power in the company and is only a rank 8 employee. He admits that the real problem is her father, who is the powerful head of headquarters. Charlie guesses that the reason for Elena's behavior is that she has a powerful roof. Charlie muses that if her father is someone high up in the world, then it's understandable why people are afraid of her. Thatcher reports that the inspector who worked with them was denied a promotion due to a conflict with Elena. Charlie, however, is not ready to back down and declares that in this case he will fight her and it does not matter to him who is behind her. Charlie decides to consult with Liam and prepares to take action against Elena the next day. Colleagues at work are texting each other, discussing the fact that Elena has come into the office again after shopping, and this surprises them. They express hope that she will finally stop clashing with other departments due to her quarrelsome nature. However, they quickly realize that this is just a dream. After all, she got into the office because of her father, and her affairs were doomed from the moment she joined the company. At a moment when the entire department needs a hero, Charlie quickly opens the door and heads straight to Elena. He tells her that he would like to discuss the case of a sports company that they are not investigating. He looks at her closely, asking if she is sure she did the investigation correctly. Elena advises him not to treat her with disdain and to tone down the tone of the claims he makes. Charlie explains that he doesn't look down on her and is having an enlightening conversation, encouraging her to do her job well. All the staff nearby are incredibly shocked by how brazen Charlie is acting. Charlie also recalls that there have been many complaints against Elena from taxpayers demanding that she be fired for incompetence. Elena, clearly not expecting this, is silent for a while, and you can feel the anger gathering in her heart. After this, she asks in a haughty tone if he understands what position her father holds. Getting up from the table, she declares that if he continues to pick on her, he will have serious problems. Charlie smiles and says that she knows perfectly well where her father works, and also understands who he works for. Elena quickly pulls away and wonders if he also has connections at headquarters. One of the employees knows very well what will happen if he goes against Elena, even if she behaves terribly. One day, Elena learned that a colleague had reported her to the disciplinary committee and was surprised that he had not yet been fired. Colleagues tell this man that he will not be promoted now and that he should not have gotten involved with Elena. That man was Jason, and Elena mocked him, emphasizing that they knew perfectly well how this world worked. Jason tried to apologize, but Elena just laughed, noting that he had reported her and was now asking for forgiveness. Jason admits that he is very sorry and realizes that he shouldn't have done that because he didn't want to upset her father. Elena asks him if he didn't know that he couldn't report colleagues to the disciplinary committee. Smiling, she states that it is too late and Jason's fate is in her father's hands. Jason walks past the office and is suddenly distracted by the words of his colleagues. They call him over and tell him that a real show is about to unfold in the office. Elena asks him if he realizes who he's talking to, but Charlie explains that he didn't reveal his connections. Jason looks at Charlie in surprise as Elena continues to throw a tantrum. She advises him to leave if he does not want to remain in his current position for the rest of his life. But Charlie insists. Elena asks who he is involved with, but Charlie says he is not obligated to answer that question. Elena calls him bluffing, but Charlie suggests discussing the sports company's investigation. He decides to go on a decisive moral offensive and notes that after checking, he discovered that the goods were not taxed. He scolds her, explaining that she is causing a lot of problems because she doesn't even understand the basics of tax law. He also compliments Helen's father, noting that he is moderate enough to hold a position at headquarters and that his name should not be tarnished. Elena asks him why he is so angry because of one mistake, because all people make mistakes sometimes. At this moment, her colleagues begin to rejoice, believing that Elena has finally experienced a taste of real life. Charlie orders her to stop making stupid excuses and reminds her that a civil servant should not make mistakes. He also points out that she is messing around at work and that she should have been fired, but Elena responds by screaming. She says she'll fire him tomorrow, but Charlie insists she can try and it won't work. Using his moral superiority, he asks if she finds it amusing to ruin people's careers with phone calls. Immediately after this, he warns her that if she complains to her father, this will be her last day at work. Elena starts to get nervous and asks how dare he talk to her like that and who he even is. Switching to a frank tone, she threatens him that she will tell her father everything and show him the footage from the cameras. After some time, she goes into another room and responds to all attempts to calm her down only with fits of rage. However, contrary to her expectations, the authorities had already contacted her father, and he had no choice but to punish his daughter himself. After some time, the heads of departments decide to call a meeting to discuss a very important issue. Khan, with his usual smile, looks at everyone gathered and suggests getting down to business. According to a special order, all tax service departments in the country will be engaged in collecting unpaid taxes. The first team will exercise overall control and will be called the Operational Support Team. The second team will handle tax revenues, refunds, and collections and will be called the Tax Collection Team. The third team will track and collect taxes from lawbreakers and will be called the Crime Tracking Unit. Liam reports that the plan is to select between 1 and 3 people from each existing department. He also says the job involves cracking down on hardened offenders. The nature of the department means that the selected employees must be prepared to take action against violators. They must also always side with the ordinary citizens of the country, and Charlie is perfect for that role. That's why they decide to ensure that every team member meets the highest standards. After some time, they gather all their employees and announce a restructuring of the company. Khan says tax evasion is not only illegal, but also a direct insult to residents. The lecture drags on for some time, and most of the staff begin to get downright bored. Thatcher, standing next to Charlie, notes that this all sounds great but is too idealized. She says no one likes paying taxes and they have a long way to go to achieve their goal. Charlie states that he may not agree with her, as he has a different point of view on the matter. He notes that for maximum prosperity, justified taxes are needed that will not raise questions among the population. Suddenly, someone behind him speaks up, saying that he didn't expect to see Charlie right in front of him. This person notes that it hasn't even been a year since Charlie joined them, but he has already become famous. He suggests that he avoid abrupt turns, explaining that Charlie is most at risk when things go according to his plan. Charlie checks the man out, finds him to be clean, and thanks him for the advice. However, Thatcher intervenes, suggesting that he not meddle in other people's affairs unnecessarily. Her rage knows no bounds, and she says that if she were in his place, she would be embarrassed to talk to such a legend. A colleague asks if she feels the same way about Charlie. Thatcher says that's why she keeps her mouth shut, and a minor conflict ensues between the two. After the meeting ends, Thatcher asks why Charlie came from another tax office. Charlie asks what she means, and Thatcher expresses confidence that he is there to make a profit. Hank tries to catch up with them, and Charlie explains that he came for a reason, as he is trying to look to the future. Thatcher asks him to show how the law can rise, adding that she already has confidence in him. Charlie smiles and says he'd be happy to show off his skills, adding that the tax collection department will begin work. The following days go on as usual, with the only difference being that Charlie takes on more cases, hoping to be accepted into this department. Charlie never stops working, meticulously working through each task to bring it to completion. Time flies by quite quickly, and soon autumn arrives, painting the city in bright orange colors. This time also marks the official opening of the tax collection department. Michael happily greets everyone gathered, noting that they can now get to know each other properly. Looking around, he announces that he will now introduce each of the specialists who have come here. First, he introduces a colleague from the prosecutor's office in the person of Sonny, who, as mentioned earlier, is an assistant prosecutor. They are also joined by Chief Prosecutor Jonathan, who will soon be appointed to the Central District Court. They are joined by an investigations officer named Margaret, who has proven herself to be very good. After this, Michael introduces the head of the property tax department, Liam, whose role everyone knows very well. Hank, due to his outstanding achievements, has earned a place in this group and also joins it. Michael informs them that Superintendent Khan will be in their group, who will help the newcomers. After this, they turn to Charlie, noting that he is joining here as an inspector on his own merits. Raising their glasses, they say they would like to celebrate their amazing union, which will only continue to flourish. Charlie quickly looks around, wondering if this is a dream. He truly couldn't even dream of such a happy moment in his past, because everything he saw before was suffering. However, now he just needs to move forward and not look back, because he has good comrades. After some time, news about the creation of this department reaches ordinary colleagues. They talk to each other, noting that none of them have yet joined the tax evasion department. They realize that there are probably extremely high standards there, noticing the shine of a special token. Observing this, they come to the conclusion that the standards for getting into this department are extremely high. Liam states that he is heading up the newly formed department and is looking forward to working with them. He asks his subordinates with a smile if they are ready to get their hands dirty and go into battle. Charlie assures him that he can put his doubts aside on the matter. News reports indicate that the new year will mark the beginning of an unprecedented project by the National Tax Service. A large number of journalists want to interview the director and find out whether it is true that this is only a pilot project. Caleb comes out to meet the crowd and is immediately asked to comment on the latest events. Journalists note that Michael has thrown down a rather serious challenge this time. Caleb calmly walks past the reporters, choosing to respond to comments for his own reasons. However, after a while, journalists turn their attention to a much more interesting person. Michael approaches the journalists when he suddenly hears a familiar voice behind him. Han bows almost deeply to them and wishes them good morning, while Michael calmly greets him. His colleagues at work react to this meeting with surprise, not imagining how he managed to achieve this. They solemnly shake hands in front of an astonished audience, who understand whose side Khan has taken. Angry colleagues note that Khan and Michael are not even trying to hide the fact that they have agreed to an alliance. After this, Michael turns to his assistant, demanding that she obtain as much dirt on Charlie as possible. He believes that this way they will be able to find something to use against Michael. Meanwhile, we're transported to another stream, where a pretty girl announces that she'll be exploring a new area. This girl's name is Alice. She's 25 years old and she makes a living by streaming regularly. Liam reports that the income tax department checked her income and, despite her large following, her income turned out to be zero. Liam assumes that Alice is earning income from the channel under a different name and not reporting it. He also notes that she has been repeatedly suspected of drug use, and Thatcher clarifies that she even subscribed to it before. Liam considers handing over the case to one of his employees who agrees. However, Charlie suddenly declares that if no one objects, he would like to do it himself. He smiles and explains that he can't pass up the opportunity to collect taxes from a man with 10 million followers. He is approved to conduct an investigation and he and his team head to her mansion. Charlie wonders how much a place like that costs, and Hank points out that the space costs 8 billion won. Thatcher asks with a smile if he was really looking for such information, and Hank says that he hopes to win the lottery. Charlie moves forward resolutely, believing that this place needs to be investigated as quickly as possible. Of course, this is private property, so security and laws remain outside the scope. Charlie remarks that he expected something like this, but Thatcher wonders how dare they just throw them out. Thatcher asks them how they dealt with Richard, and they tell her that they used balloons to do it. She states that such a trick won't work here, and Charlie says that there is another way, but he is not too enthusiastic about it. Meanwhile, someone is constantly watching them, trying to figure out who these people are. The mysterious wanderer reflects on how these people look too pure to be paparazzi. He also overhears them talking about Alice, which means they are the people looking for her. Charlie continues talking to his friend when suddenly someone from the foliage addresses them, calling them newcomers. Coming closer to them, the unknown man advises them to be much more careful with this girl. Thatcher asks him why he hid here and suspects that he is a creepy stalker, but he tries to justify himself. He claims that he is not a stalker, but a reporter named Jeffrey, and suggests that they came here for information about Alice. Jeffrey finds out who they are and advises them to be careful, as Alice has been suspected of drug use several times before. He also mentions that she has locked herself in her house and hasn't come out for days, but Charlie just takes out his phone. Charlie says there's no need to worry about that as he's made sure to call for backup. Jeffrey wonders who it could be and suggests that bandits or the police might be coming. He asks Charlie what kind of reinforcements are expected, assuming they will all show up any minute, but Charlie just laughs at him. Jeffrey claims that he is an experienced reporter and cannot cope with such people alone. Charlie suggests that if Jeffrey is also after Alice, they can work together to achieve better results. Jeffrey appreciates Charlie's courage, but immediately asks how he can be trusted. He also states that he doesn't know what kind of people Charlie works with, but at that moment, Jonathan appears. Smiling, Jonathan says that he's starting to feel more like a prosecutor, since they're constantly being called to cases. He also says that a whole year has passed since their last case together, so they need to work hard. Meanwhile, Alice is lying at home, thinking about the fact that her colleague was caught by the police and now she is stuck. Looking at the banned pills, she admits that she can't take it anymore and needs a fix. However, she tries to dismiss this thought, stating that she needs to hold out by taking only one pill every other day. After this, she tries to get up onto the bed with difficulty, feeling a severe headache. She notes that she should be happy because she has already started experiencing withdrawal symptoms, which means sobriety is just around the corner. However, she wonders how much longer she will have to hide, since the desire to show herself somewhere is strong. Looking out the window, she realizes that she's not streaming or uploading videos yet, which means she'll soon die of boredom. With rage, she realizes that the journalist who is monitoring her time and clubbing is to blame for everything. The journalist turns out to be Jeffrey, who approaches her and asks if he can get a few comments. Jeffrey says he's interested in something. The owner of the club is suspected of drug trafficking. Alice tries to avoid answering, but Jeffrey claims that her colleague was also involved in this case. He also claims that the two are rumored to be close, which is why he decided to reach out to her for comment. Alice immediately loses her temper and tries to attack him, waving her expensive bag. In a state of affect, she declares that he should know his place and not meddle in other people's affairs. She assumes that he has nothing better to do, so he decided to cling to her and advises him to go away. Jeffrey, meanwhile, says that Charlie is not as simple as he seems, and it is not so easy to contact him through the prosecutor. Jeffrey asks who they are, and Charlie says they are from the IRS. Jeffrey is surprised by this information and can't believe it at first, but Charlie calmly confirms it. Jeffrey suggests that they are video bloggers pretending to be government employees while Charlie and Jonathan continue to operate. Jonathan says with a smile that they recently confirmed the fact of drug acquisition. He also states that they have the evidence in hand, but personally presenting the charges will allow everything to be verified. They believe that such an opportunity cannot be missed, and they quickly approach the building, activating the bell. Security contacts them and informs them that they have an emergency situation, as the prosecutor has arrived. They also warn that people from the tax office have come with them and ask people to be careful. Charlie politely announces through the intercom that they are being disturbed by the tax office and the presence of the prosecutor. Alice doesn't answer, and they can only ask again if she's currently in the building. Alice starts to fuss, realizing that she needs to hide the pills somewhere where they can't be found. Initially, she assumes it's best to flush the pills down the toilet, but she doesn't yet know when she'll be able to get her next dose. Meanwhile, a group of civil servants decides that a more direct approach is needed. Margaret calmly takes out a large crowbar and asks the rest of the people to move away. While Alice is throwing things around in a panic, Margaret calmly picks the lock without any problems. After this, Charlie politely announces that they are going inside, while a frightened Alice realizes that time is up. Jonathan goes inside and notes that even though they had to fight their way in, it still doesn't stop them from continuing their actions. Looking around, they are amazed at the incredible wealth in which this girl lives. Margaret coldly announces that she has found only one closed door. Charlie comes inside and warns that if Alice resists, it will only make the situation worse. One can only imagine his surprise when he finds Alice turning on the stream and wearing only a short shirt. She immediately starts screaming to make as much noise as possible and attract attention, and Charlie immediately closes his eyes. Alice continues to squeal and asks them who they are and since when do government workers pick locks. Thatcher takes a more stern stance, declaring that Alice was hiding from the investigation and therefore had no right to scream. Meanwhile, Alice is happy that she started the broadcast, considering it an excellent decision. She also states that these people broke into her home, knowing full well that she was a fragile girl and lived completely alone. Charlie realizes that the girl is clearly overacting, but Hank advises him to be more careful. Thatcher and Margaret exchange glances and quickly exchange ideas thanks to feminine intuition. In a situation where a man cannot touch a suspect because it might look strange, there is only one option left. Thatcher and Margaret grab blankets to confuse Alice, declaring that she must stop talking. Alice understands that if she is dressed, she will not be able to play the role of the victim while she is being accused. Jeffrey also enters the room and asks her if she missed him since the last time they saw him. Alice recommends that he leave and continue hanging around the clubs where she saw him last time. Jeffrey, with a confident expression, says that he won't find the answer to his questions there. Alice says such accusations are outrageous and have no evidence. Jeffrey asks if that's the case. Then she attacked him at the club, and Alice insists she doesn't remember it. Jeffrey immediately turns on the recorder and announces that he will record everything that happens. After this, he reports that, for the record, Alice persistently refused to cooperate. Alice responds by declaring that they treacherously broke into her house and demands an explanation of what happened. She also claims that she knew nothing about the club and drugs and cannot pay due to lack of money. Thatcher asks her why she didn't answer her calls, and Alice explains that she was exhausted from taking antidepressants. Taking advantage of the fact that the stream is ongoing, she reports that she has a lot of problems and debts, and she is barely staying afloat. Therefore, it is completely unimportant what journalists say and how well-founded their claims are. The audience doesn't care about the truth at all, and they will always side with their idol no matter what happens. They are only interested in entertainment and a pretty picture, and the destructive truth is of no interest to them. In her opinion, a pair of civil servants and journalists against a person with a large number of subscribers will clearly lose. Alice goes on the offensive and asks Jeffrey what he will think if she sues him for libel. Jeffrey realizes the situation is getting out of control and wonders if she is truly untouchable. Charlie asks her what she means and tells her that all her crimes can be commuted. He also states that there is no point in denying it, as they will find evidence anyway. He advises her to stop thinking that everyone will be like her and informs her that her huge tax debts have been discovered. Alice asks him who he is to interfere, but Charlie says he is a man who protects honest people. He also states that there are countless such people and they adhere to their principles. Alice explains that she didn't deliberately avoid paying taxes, but simply wanted to pay off her debts and solve her problems. Charlie asks her if she has any idea how much she owes. After a short pause, Alice theatrically announces that the amount of her debt is 2 billion won. This shocks viewers who had no idea that debts could be so huge. Charlie wonders in her mind how she will answer this as the audience watches. Alice says with sadness in her voice that she assumed the debt would be about this size. After this, Alice states that she has debts that are not related to taxes, and they are much larger than the stated amount. She explains that she needs to pay for her mother's operation, and her father's business is failing, while the money has been burned up. She admits that she barely makes ends meet working as a simple video blogger. Charlie states that this information can be very easily verified to find out whether she is telling the truth or not. He immediately turns to Hank and asks him to provide a report on the valuation of the unregistered savings. He discovers that Alice is a member of an affiliate network company that was founded quite recently and is its sole owner. According to reports, this company is operating at a loss, and Alice explains that it was created for her, so there is no profit yet. Charlie notes that everything fits together so far, after which he states that there are a few more points to look at. After carefully examining everything, he shudders and declares that he would like to apologize to her. Hank is very surprised by what is happening, since such mistakes usually do not occur in their work. Charlie admits that he made a mistake when he combined the documents of the company that provided him with the house, the land, and several other things. He adds that payment was not provided, so now Alice is in a certain position. Charlie bows to her and says that he would like to apologize for any inconvenience caused. Alice explains that she has handed over control to an amateur and is interested in the reaction in the chat. Smiling, she realizes that now it's all over. Their hands are tied, and she is the winner. Looking at Thatcher's indignation, she hopes that these rather structured issues will soon be forgotten. She is especially happy about Jeffrey's defeat, believing that he will now have to wait for a subpoena. Watching what is happening, Alice understands that these people are just puppets in her hands. Charlie asks her one last question, wondering if the company only provided the house and equipment. Alice confirms that this is the correct conclusion and explains that she only owns the building and the equipment. Charlie asks if there is anyone else, and Alice states that the editors are working remotely. Having received all the necessary information, he informs his comrades that they now know what they need to do. In a decisive voice, he says that in that case they will confiscate everything except the above-mentioned things. Alice asks in bewilderment on what grounds things are being confiscated and what is happening. Charlie asks if she really stole all the luxury items and jewelry in the house. Alice asks what's going on, but Charlie advises her to stop blatantly lying. He also advises living up to one's age, explaining that tax evasion and drugs are not things worth spending one's life on. Hank searches the dresser and reports finding a huge amount of stacks of cash. He also notes that there are a lot of bags here, all models from the top lines. Alice realizes that she has stumbled again, and she needs to quickly come up with something to buy time. After waiting a little, she starts screaming loudly, blaming her friend with whom she used to be friends. She claims that this girl is a popular YouTuber and they communicated a lot. She accuses her friend of drugging her against her consent. Charlie wonders if this is really true, and Alice plays to the crowd again, claiming that she was deceived. She claims that she tried to refuse but was forced to take drugs. Alice justifies her wrong decisions with this and insists that she did not want to break the law. Charlie asks if she's willing to admit her guilt for drug-related activities. Alice confirms that this is exactly the case and explains that she was very scared because she could be accused of drug addiction. Jeffrey continues to question her, believing that it is almost certainly the case that she is lying. Jeffrey recalls that her friend was interrogated, and in that state, she could not manipulate events. He asks if she really takes everyone around her for fools, and Alice's patience immediately snaps. Grabbing a small lamp, she rushes into the attack, believing that this journalist will not shut up. Jonathan walks into the room with a smile and asks everyone if he can answer their questions for a second. After this, he shows a small bag, saying that he found illegal pills in her room. He adds that Alice is now under arrest, has the right to remain silent, and has the right to a lawyer. Jonathan clarifies that she certainly has the right not to answer their questions. Alice understands that it is no longer possible to get out of this situation. Falling to her knees, she realizes that this is probably the end for her and she could end up in prison. Her eyes fill with tears and she says that in that case she will not resist arrest. Jonathan asks the inspector if it's time to turn off the stream so as not to show unnecessary information to viewers. Charlie comes closer and reflects that the decision to turn off the stream seems quite logical to him in this situation. He also discovers that 200,000 people are watching what is happening. However, at this point, he wonders whether it is really necessary to interrupt the broadcast. 200,000 Koreans see them collecting taxes, and it could reflect on their reputation. Alice, being a drug addict, understands that the general public perceives taxes differently than drugs. Charlie understands that government officials take taxes extremely seriously, but ordinary citizens will likely have a different opinion. He understands that it is better to stop the stream, since people will be more likely to sympathize with other taxpayers. He wonders if he was wrong and if he should be ashamed of his actions. He reflects on how he has worked for justice all his life and is proud to live an honest life. All this, of course, despite the fact that he was even on the verge of death from despair. Charlie knows he must not hesitate, for he has sworn to become a sword that never misses. He comes to the conclusion that stopping now would be a big mistake and declares that the stream must continue. After this, he turns to Alice and asks if she can explain why her tax debt is so high. Looking at her, he states that she has 1 minute to testify. A minute passes and he says her time to testify is up. Looking at her, he declares that he will collect the taxes due from her based on the evidence available. Charlie understands that he can't fit in with everyone, and he will make every effort to build his dream. His desire is to create a world where honesty is valued and people obey the law. He intends to build this reality, no matter what the cost. Concluding the dialogue, he expresses hope that in the future Alice will pay her taxes on time. The news reports that yesterday at 4 p.m., a famous YouTuber was arrested on charges of tax evasion. The announcer adds that a small amount of prohibited substances was found on the girl. The townspeople watching this are surprised and wonder if she really thought she could get away with it. News reports indicate that prosecutors investigating the case have been cooperating with the National Tax Service. Jonathan calls his colleagues together, noting that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Charlie shares a drink with his friend and notes that it has been a year since their last dinner. Jeffrey looks a little lost, and Charlie asks if he's hungry. The news reports that Alice is persistently refusing to cooperate with the investigation. Charlie addresses the reporters again, and Jeffrey turns to look at him, completely absorbed in his report. Charlie claims that Jeffrey's noodles will get overcooked while he's distracted by the news, so he recommends eating faster. Jeffrey says he used to report on politics, but he couldn't find the work to his liking on his previous team. Smiling, he explains that he was fired for trying to write an article about corruption and had a hard time recovering. He adds that Charlie gave him hope, and these words resonate deeply with him. He recalls the moment he first met Liam, who offered him a chance to get back on his feet. It was then that Jeffrey asked whether he would bend the knee to power and lawlessness or stand up for justice. Charlie claims that the blade of justice is blind and he is just doing his job. However, he adds that he was glad to hear that hope had returned to Jeffrey. Jeffrey smiles, realizing that Charlie is truly unique among everyone he has met before. After this, he gets up from the table, explaining that he has urgent business and must leave. It feels like he's waving to Charlie and expressing hope that they'll work together again soon. Charlie states that he will wait for this moment and advises Jeffrey to take care of himself. Jonathan looks at Charlie and remarks that since he invited Jeffrey here, he must think highly of him. Charlie confirms that this man can be of great help, and Jonathan asks with a smile if that's not enough. Charlie explains that Jeffrey's strength lies elsewhere, while Michael and Sonny are extremely influential and their support is invaluable. He understands that he cannot rely on them alone, and Jonathan praises his enterprise and foresight. Charlie claims that he will soon show his mentors what he is really capable of. He sincerely admits that he is lucky to have earned their trust, and he will make every effort to ensure that they achieve their goals. Ultimately, their ultimate goal is for justice to prevail in the country. After some time, he leaves his house, telling his mother that he will be busy that evening. His mother sees him off, wishing him luck at work, and asks him to call his aunt when he has a free minute. She adds that she has already sent all her relatives a link to an article about him, but he only smiles shyly. Charlie admits he didn't set out to become so famous, but his mother says she's already impressed everyone with her stories. Charlie listens to her compliments, says that he feels a little awkward, and asks her not to talk about it in the future. After this, he says goodbye to her, noting that otherwise she will worry about his work. The mother sees him off with a sincere smile, realizing that she has raised a worthy son. In her thoughts, she turns to her late husband, saying that their second son has become an adult. She also expresses hope that her husband is watching over them from above and is as proud of their son as she is. After some time, Charlie stumbles upon a group of journalists who are trying to get an interview. He wonders what is going on here, but he can't find anyone to explain the situation to him. After a while, Hank comes up to him and sincerely wishes him good morning. Charlie asks him what's going on, and he tells him that a member of the tax assembly has arrived. This man is quite well known. He's a twice-elected member of parliament from a party named Robert. Robert says tax evasion is a serious crime and asks citizens for help. He also notes that he would like to reward the tax service and is personally donating $30 million to it. Robert adds that he would like to adopt amendments to the law on fines for violation of tax legislation. Suddenly, he notices Charlie and draws the attention of the journalists straight to him. He invites Charlie to come up, stating that he would very much like to take a closer look at him. Charlie approaches him, and Robert thanks him on behalf of all the Korean people. He argues that the country needs people like him who are ready to fight for justice. Charlie hopes that his eyes are wrong, but unfortunately, it turns out that this man is unclean at heart. Robert looks at Charlie with interest and asks if he is interested in politics. Charlie understands that this is a difficult moment and just smiles, trying to find the right answer. Without appearing weak, he notes that Robert will probably soon start taking an interest in this issue. He emphasizes that he will act with great enthusiasm to achieve his goals. After some time, a man in a suit enters the office from which the latest news reports are heard. The man sitting in the chair says he would like to discuss Charlie, who is on the recording. Shen claims that this is indeed his younger brother, and the man confirms that he already knows this. Shen asks if this will affect their work, to which he is told that it will not affect anything. The CEO of a company named Ozzy says that this man will disappear like a sparkler. However, he states that he will decide whether a person will become a flame or kindle a fire. At this point, familiar faces begin to appear at Charlie and Robert's rather spontaneous meeting. Robert continues his speech about the need to work together for the good of the people no matter what. Charlie interrupts him abruptly, saying that he has urgent business to attend to and must leave. Journalists watch this with bewilderment, noting that they have never seen anyone interrupt a politician. Robert doesn't understand what's going on and continues to watch him with interest. Jeffrey also watches this, surprised that the man would allow himself to ignore the members of the National Assembly. He wonders how the inspector plans to deal with the consequences. Meanwhile, the employees of the department where Charlie works continue to discuss the appearance of a politician right at their door. Some are spreading rumors that this man will run in the next presidential election. Thatcher listens carefully to the information, trying to catch the details, when suddenly he hears familiar footsteps. Charlie quickly enters the office, stating that he is very busy and cannot discuss recent events. Thatcher tries to stop him, but he apologizes and continues to leave. Charlie returns to his work, trying to figure out what happened and why he is in such a hurry. His colleagues note that they can wait until Robert becomes president, because it will be very beneficial for them. They are a little surprised by the arrogance Charlie shows towards them. They start discussing the familiar gossip that he has only solved a few cases, but already imagines himself great. One of them even allows himself to be rude, claiming that he has no right to behave like that. Thatcher instantly decides to restore historical justice and accidentally pushes him as he stands in her way. She claims to have been involved in solving the case and can attest to Charlie's incredible competence. The colleague looks at her in surprise and reminds her that she didn't like him at first sight, but now she defends him. Meanwhile, Thatcher approaches a colleague who shares her impressions from the last stream she appeared on. She is told that she is a natural actress, but Thatcher chuckles sheepishly and declares that this is a lie. A new employee named Anthony approaches them and says that the video could cause potential harm. Thatcher says it's not up to them and tries to figure out what exactly he wants to say. Anthony warns them that if they make a mistake, the whole thing will turn into a witch hunt. Thatcher insists there is nothing to worry about, but Anthony does not share her frivolity. Thatcher claims the people are on their side, but he counters that this will not last long. He adds that Inspector Charlie is a tax officer, and all tax officers are disliked. Charlie interrupts their heated debate by noting that the department head has announcements. He reports that an emergency meeting has just taken place and the next target has been determined. He cautiously states that this time the enemy is much more serious than a blogger with 1 million subscribers. Charlie emphasizes that this man enjoys the trust of countless citizens of the country. Out of the blue, he announces that Robert will be the suspect in this matter. His colleagues look at him in surprise and wonder if he is seriously planning to bury their beloved Robert. Charlie reminds them that a public servant must be impartial in such matters. Charlie recalls a vague premonition he had while following someone in the political world. Now he understands that people show their worst side when their crimes are exposed to the world. This premonition becomes clearer when he works on Alice's case and sees what happens to her when she is exposed. Charlie still wonders what will happen if he faces a politician who controls public opinion. Suddenly, one of the employees raises his hand and says that he really wants to help. The young girl admits that she still feels guilty for not being able to participate in Alice's case. Charlie welcomes a new team member named Lindsay and says he would be happy to have her on the team. Some colleagues are skeptical about this choice and ask how she dares to dig under Robert. Thatcher says she's also in on the case because she never trusted the man and is sure he is hiding something. Hank also raises his hand, saying that he will participate in the investigation. Before they can leave, Anthony raises his hand and declares that he will join the investigation. Thatcher asks him why he decided to join, to which he replies that he considers himself part of the team. He adds that every team should have at least one watchdog to prevent recklessness. Meanwhile, we move to the golf course, where an important and tense game is taking place. Sonny delivers a powerful punch while his friend is talking on the phone. His comrade's name is Carey. He is the chief prosecutor of the Central Region. Sonny asks his friend why he answers work calls on his day off. Sonny learns that Carey talked to Jonathan and wonders why he isn't enjoying his weekend. A few moments later, Jonathan's loud voice can be heard across the field, greeting his colleagues. Driving around the course in a golf cart, Jonathan reports that there are emergency messages. Sonny yells loudly at his subordinate, warning him that he should drive more carefully or buy a new lawn. Jonathan apologizes, explaining that the matter is urgent, as Inspector Charlie is about to begin his investigation again. Sonny thinks there's nothing wrong with this, claiming it's his job, but Jonathan argues that it's not that simple. He notifies that Charlie has targeted National Assembly member Robert. Sonny wonders in horror why he would take such a risk, but Jonathan states that he didn't ask such questions. Sonny admits that it is his own fault, as he got too out of control, and blames himself for indulging Charlie. Sonny wonders why his colleagues can't keep their people under control, even when their actions are correct. Charlie asks Jonathan if he can deal with this problem. Jonathan looks at him in surprise, and Sonny assumes that if Charlie is taking on the case, then Robert is definitely unclean. Sonny asks again if Charlie can handle it, and Jonathan states that if he finds evidence, he can. After some thought, Jonathan notes that in this case it is necessary to provide the inspector with the necessary information from the tax office. Sonny confirms that this is exactly what they are aiming for, to go against Robert. Sonny reminds Jonathan of his words that if there is a hole in the law, he will try to plug it. After this, he entrusts the matter to Charlie and states that he will eagerly await the results. He asks them to show everyone why they bear the title of prosecutor and how prepared they are to protect people. Jonathan understands that this is a great honor and makes a small bow towards his interlocutor. He declares that he will not let him down and will urgently prepare everything necessary for Robert to appear before the law. Sonny turns around and advises them not to overdo the task. After this, he adjusts his cap, realizing that difficult times await him. He wonders what to tell the commissioner, but comes to the conclusion that he will cover for his protege in any case. 7 days have passed since the investigation into Robert's case, and all the staff have been extremely busy during this time. At first glance, Robert appeared to be squeaky clean and was expected to be quite meticulous in his behavior. He even runs his own orphanage to further his reputation. So everyone thought of him as a magnanimous politician who only cared about the people, but his eyes were not wrong. Charlie realizes that if the amount of tax evasion is so high, then the person is definitely hiding something. Before this, he had only dug into the politician in the case of Professor Richard, and that was much easier than now. However, it gives him confidence that he can prove that even members of Parliament must obey the law. After some time, Hank, Thatcher, and Lindsay are walking down the street discussing how hungry they are. Hank encourages his comrades, saying that very soon they will make a breakthrough in the investigation of the case. They invite him to go to a famous cafe, but he says that he is on a diet, so he might abstain. After some time, an unknown man approaches them and asks if they can tell them the way. Hank approaches the stranger and says that the intersection he is looking for seems familiar to him. He remembers where this place is and explains in detail where to turn. Hank decides to walk the man away a little, saying that he will approach his colleagues a little later. The stranger apologizes, saying that he gets lost all the time, but Hank assures him that it's no big deal. After a while, another person passes by them who seems to poke something into Hank's body. Hank tries to turn around, but his interlocutor quickly pats him on the shoulder and tells him to take care of himself. Thatcher and Lindsay, meanwhile, continue walking toward the cafe, noting that Hank has lost a lot. They also wonder how far Hank has gone, when suddenly, completely by accident, they bump into him. However, this meeting makes them feel horrified and take a few steps to the side. Hank is feeling very ill, and judging by the stain on his shirt, he is bleeding. He cannot explain what is happening to him, as he has been severely poisoned, which has impaired his vision. The last thing he sees before he passes out is his comrades running towards him. Charlie and Lindsay quickly get their bearings and decide to call the police and the hospital. Sometime later, Charlie visits Hank in the hospital and gets a detailed story from him about what happened. He is informed that the man who wounded Hank looked like a homeless person, so finding him will not be easy. Thatcher suggests this is unlikely to be a coincidence. She states that Robert apparently realized they were digging for him and sent them an assassin. Charlie looks closely at Hank's face, realizing that they have much more in common than just work. He recalls that Hank genuinely wanted to be looked up to and to be as brave as Charlie. Charlie says that if Hank stays by his side and helps, he will teach him everything he knows. He also recalls Liam's words, who said that if anyone tried to interfere with Inspector Charlie, they had to be stopped. Charlie makes a firm decision and asks Thatcher if she can take care of Hank while he is busy with something important. Thatcher immediately realizes the possible danger and tries to stop him, saying that it could be risky. Charlie says that he understands the extent of the danger perfectly well, and that is why he must act alone. Opening the door, he explains that he will return to his squad only after he has completed the matter with Robert. This man has numerous bank accounts and is very meticulous in hiding his income. However, Charlie still has to find them because something must reveal Robert's twisted nature. He also understands that he must act as covertly as possible to prevent irreparable damage. Charlie feels incredibly responsible for the fact that Hank almost lost his life because of his loyalty to the cause. He realizes that his guilt lies in the fact that he followed Robert's lead and is now responsible for what happened. That's why he must fix everything and find a weak spot at least in Robert's past. Using his ability, he searches through the huge amount of media content for at least some reason. After a while, he luckily manages to find it, taking a short break to rest. Through incredible efforts, he finally manages to discover information about Robert that could foreshadow his downfall. Without thinking twice, he picks up the phone and calls a prosecutor he knows, telling him that he has reviewed all the materials. He also tells the prosecutor the good news that they will now be able to get Robert and bring him to justice. After some time, Charlie holds a large press conference which attracts a large number of journalists. They don't understand what happened and come to the conclusion that Charlie has crossed the line this time by causing a ruckus on the internet. They also try to understand how Charlie dared to interfere in the affairs of a man like Robert. Charlie comes out to the reporters and explains that he is an inspector for the tax department. He also says that he would like to start by thanking everyone for coming to hear the statement. After this, he clearly states that he is heading the investigation into Robert. He adds that Robert was known as a model of pure virtue, always making time for society. Robert listens to the press conference and wonders who he thinks he is, given Charlie's position. Nevertheless, Charlie decides to give Robert a chance, hoping that everyone will see his public disgrace. Charlie says he understands that many people support Robert's views on the country's future. He also emphasizes that, as a civil servant working to maintain order, he holds similar views. This statement seems ordinary, and at first glance there is no fault to be found with it. Journalists are coming to the conclusion that Charlie is more likely to apologize than to press charges. They are surprised when Charlie explains that this is why he decided to perform today. Charlie says that today he wanted to report that Robert is suspected of tax evasion. His statement comes out of the blue, silencing everyone. A few seconds later, the journalists wonder what it all means, continuing to photograph him. Charlie explains that 2 years ago, a box containing $5 million in cash was discovered in a garlic field. According to his information, the media reported that no one claimed the money and the case was closed. Charlie dug deeper and discovered that the funds belonged to an international trading company. He also reports that the company was involved in drug smuggling and that Robert was the owner. Charlie emphasizes that the matter was quickly hushed up, and journalists ask how he found out about this. Liam contacts the CEO, informing him that everything is going smoothly and there is no need to worry. Charlie glances quickly at his comrades as the reporters pepper him with questions. Thatcher nods cautiously to him, signaling that it is time to show the diagram. Charlie quickly grabs the remote and pulls down the large curtains to reveal everything he needs. A bright projector is turned on, projecting a large image for easy viewing. Charlie claims that Robert ran an orphanage before being elected to office. He adds that Robert used homeless people's registration numbers to register them as workers. According to the scheme, they were paid a salary as if they were employees of the company. All funds received were appropriated by Robert, including donations amounting to $5 billion a year. Charlie asks those present where such a sum could have come from, given the income of the trading company. After a pause, he explains that the answer is simple. They are simply dealing drugs. Charlie reports that these people were using the names of homeless people to pocket the money they made from smuggling. They also put pressure on the poor for the same purpose, hoping to become incredibly rich. Charlie reveals that Robert is removing his name from the scheme in advance in order to deflect suspicion from himself. Robert listens to this, and a grimace of surprise and incredible anger freezes on his face due to the fact that he was exposed. The journalists listen attentively to Charlie, but they have many questions about where he got this evidence. Charlie explains that the investigation he is conducting is not yet complete, so he cannot make everything public. He adds that everything that was said at this press conference today is based on a number of irrefutable pieces of evidence. Robert is getting angrier with each passing second, and the smirk on his face has long since disappeared. He squeezes the plastic remote control he is holding in his hands with incredible force, injuring his hands in the process. Hearing that the investigation will continue, he rushes forward, warning that if they even try, they will greatly regret it. Having miscalculated his strength, he breaks an expensive television which can no longer be repaired. He remembers the day he decided to meet Charlie in person, but he was turned down. Robert states that the hole in their comrade's side was not a sufficient warning, and now they need to move on to the next steps. Looking at Charlie's cracked image, Robert asserts that he will not allow anything like that to happen to him. From his point of view, anyone who doesn't know their place should die. Suddenly, his assistant comes into his office and asks him how dare he barge in without knocking. The assistant apologizes, explaining that he is doing this because the prosecutor has arrived to meet him. Before Robert can figure out who the prosecutor is, Jonathan appears behind his assistant. Jonathan reports that he has arrived from the Western District Attorney's Office's 3rd Division and that this is their first meeting. Jonathan chuckles and says there's a lot of hype in the news right now, but Robert wonders if Charlie's words are trustworthy. Jonathan explains that citizens' taxes shouldn't be spent on things like this, and reminds Robert where his salary comes from. Robert asks the prosecutor why he is persecuting representatives of the people, since he is only guilty of working hard. Jonathan states that he has great respect for him, but it is not for him to judge what is a crime and what is not. After this, Jonathan reaches into the inside pocket of his jacket and announces that he simply received an order. Robert looks at him with extreme indignation, raises his voice and asks how dare he behave like this. Jonathan explains that he came here at the request of the citizens to conduct an investigation into a representative of the people. After this, he shows his search warrant and a large number of employees enter with him. Robert wonders what they are doing since they don't seem to be paying attention to him. His phone starts buzzing and he grabs it instantly so he doesn't miss anything. Within moments, he is inundated with a huge stream of messages from different people. Jonathan comes closer and asks if these messages are urgent. Robert hides the phone, explaining that these messages are not worth paying attention to since they are of a different nature. Jonathan extends his hand, clarifying that he wants someone to hand over the phone as it is important evidence. He reminds that such things are important subjects of investigation and therefore cannot be hidden. Robert quickly tries to delete everything on his phone blindly and stalls for time. Jonathan looks at him more and more sternly and wonders if he really looks like a joker. Robert grits his teeth and declares that he will regret it if he cannot cope with the situation. Jonathan smiles and asserts that life will show who will be right in the end. After some time, Robert appears in public and is surrounded by numerous journalists. Journalists immediately start asking him whether he is sure of his innocence and how the investigation is progressing. Robert mentally calls them a gang of hyenas that he can deal with later. After this, he states that he would like to apologize to the people who have waited so long. He claims that the truth will come out in time and the unrest will subside, after which he adds that he has nothing more to say. Jeffrey reports that a joint investigation by the IRS and the prosecutor's office has established strong evidence of his guilt. Robert struggles to keep his balance, thinking that these people are getting on his nerves. Clenching his hands as tightly as he can to suppress his anger, he declares that it is all a lie. After this, he claims that he has always acted for the benefit of the citizens of this country. One of the journalists asks him if he is trying to say by this that the tax office and the prosecutor's office are lying. Robert immediately picks up on this wave, explaining that this is just an attempt to portray him as a criminal, to be honest. As he leaves for the car, He announces that he gives everyone his word that the truth exists. His assistant says the Attorney General's advisor called him and wanted to meet. Robert looks at his subordinate in surprise and asks what this man wants. Robert realizes that this may be because they don't have any real evidence, so they want to talk in private. He declares that he would be happy to meet this man, and his limousine immediately sets off for the appointed meeting place. After a while, he gets out of the car and finds Michael and Sonny standing in front of him. Robert looks at them condescendingly, saying that they must have realized that such prey is beyond their capabilities. Michael looks at him in surprise and says that he most likely has the wrong idea. Immediately after this, Michael hands him a folder, explaining that they are going to give him an ultimatum. Robert, not understanding, looks for the documents and tries to figure out what this ultimatum is that they are offering him. Sonny explains that the envelope contains all the information about the children with disabilities in the orphanage he ran. This orphanage also housed disabled children, and at first glance it seemed that the administration consisted of holy people. However, in reality, this was not true. For such people, these children were just a means of earning money, so they treated them badly. The number of investments grew, and thanks to the new students, they received real profits for literally nothing. A commercial enterprise where children were abandoned to their fate. Social services workers head there, assuming the building is about to be demolished, but suddenly find a secret room. What they saw cannot be described in words, as it was a real hell from which there was no escape. The children hid in these rooms like animals, and no one cared whether they were hungry or sick. Sonny tells Robert that there is absolutely nothing human in him if he allowed himself to do such a thing. He adds that he has no idea what Robert wanted to discuss at this meeting, but he clearly won't get what he wants. Robert realizes that he is in big trouble because the director of the orphanage cannot shift the blame to anyone. He decides to bluff and says that this published evidence will not be able to discredit him. Sonny loudly announces that all documents in the envelope have been checked by the relevant authorities. Robert switches to threats and asks them if they are sure there won't be consequences for this. Afterwards, he claims that this is just a side effect of trying to do good and that he has fed and clothed many children. Sonny asks him why he doesn't look inside the envelope and see for himself. After that, he says that they found all the children who survived in the orphanage, and they testified against him. Robert asks them what they want from him if all the details of the case will soon become public knowledge. His face grows more and more disgusted with each passing second, and he assumes that they are trying to negotiate something. Robert turns to Michael, informing him that with one word he can appoint him to a higher position. He admits that he has fooled the citizens of this country and is now the favorite candidate for the post of president. Michael can't stand this stream of sincere nonsense and lunges forward to punch him in the face. After this, he angrily asks if Robert understands the situation he is in. From his point of view, the only possible outcome in this situation would be the complete collapse of Robert's political career. Robert starts laughing, explaining that this is why he doesn't get involved in politics, because he has no fear. Michael angrily replies that he has much better plans to get even with him. Suddenly, Erwin approaches them and states that they still have not managed to understand this man. He informs them that he is now the new senior economic advisor, so he decided to visit them. Robert, still not understanding, looks at him and asks why he came here. Erwin smiles and reminds them that Robert once promised not to disappoint them, but couldn't keep his word. After this, Erwin is surprised at how far Robert was able to go in abusing his power and selling children. Looking at him with a sly look, he declares that Robert will now be expelled from the party. Erwin says that Robert's pleas and objections should not be ignored, as there will be a conference on the matter tomorrow morning. Finally, he adds that he is not yet disappointed with the former assembly member and that Robert is not an indisputable criminal. The next day, the news tells the true story of how Robert's political career ended. According to the data, Robert, who is involved in the orphanage he oversees, is suspected of child abuse. Charlie and his comrades watch what is happening from the hospital room and come to the conclusion that this is not the end. Hank asks his friend what he thinks about how the confession was beaten out of the man. Charlie confidently advises that such an outcome is unlikely and suggests that the CEO has made his move. He also understands that this is just a small ripple on the water before a huge wave that will cover Robert. However, he decides that it is time to get used to danger and continues to play the board game with his friends. Unfortunately, he loses, and Thatcher immediately happily brings him coffee for failing to beat her. Another employee enters the room, takes out her phone and asks everyone to look at something important. Afterwards, she shows them the article that Jeffrey wrote, adding that it has gained a lot of popularity. They decide to carefully read the text content of the article and are not disappointed. They also find that the number of comments under this post is simply staggering. The employee reports that the tax service has received a lot of compliments and has now even received a salary increase. Charlie, realizing that all this joy is indirectly directed at him, says that it would be nice to change the subject. Coming out into the corridor, he meets Anthony, who congratulates him on the task he has completed. He also says that he brought peaches, but he doesn't know how much Hank will like them. Charlie decides to honestly admit to his colleague that he initially did not trust him and considered him naive. However, he has the courage to admit that he was wrong then and wants to apologize. Anthony confidently asserts that Charlie is the gold standard to be emulated. Charlie smiles and encourages his colleague, explaining that he needs to understand one important thing. In his opinion, if it weren't for the efforts of all the team members, his luck and endurance would have been of no use. After this, he pauses for a moment and announces that he has one important detail left. Anthony is heartbroken to learn that Hank is allergic to peaches, making his gift useless. Meanwhile, we are transported to one of the buildings with luxurious apartments, where the country's politicians and elite live. Robert goes inside, trying to disguise himself so as not to attract the attention of passers-by. However, as soon as he closes the door behind him, he discovers that his apartment is in a very deplorable state. He immediately calls his wife and children, when suddenly an unknown man in a mask appears behind him. Robert is grabbed and choked to prevent him from making any unnecessary sounds. He looks angrily at the other criminals who are approaching him and asks why they are acting like this. He is immediately calmed down with a few blows, while his relatives try to hold back their tears. After several minutes of brutal beating, he asks his tormentors who they are. Unknown people take out their phones and say that they recognize everyone by their voice. His son shouts loudly at the criminals, asking if they know where they broke into. Robert immediately interrupts his son, explaining that he must remain silent and not make a sound. He adds that if even one wrong word is said, everyone here will be killed. While the beeps are going, he states that you need to listen to them and simply follow the instructions. After some time, a familiar voice is heard from an unknown number ordering Robert to speak. A mysterious voice tells Robert that he must answer several important questions, and his fate depends on the answers. The man on the other end of the line asks if Robert mentioned his name when he was questioned by the police. Robert immediately begins to justify himself, explaining that he would never have allowed himself to do something like that. However, the man again asks why he did not mention that the prosecutor's office confiscated his phone. He also orders him to speak honestly if Robert does not want to end up like Mr. Park. The man asks if Robert was able to delete the number before the phone was confiscated and is told that he did. However, this is not enough, and he asks why Robert should believe these words. Robert is adamant that if he is lying, he can be killed right now. He also swears on his life and family not to deceive such a person. After this, he falls to his knees, begging for mercy, but the man continues the conversation. He announces that the next topic of conversation will be Inspector Charlie. Smiling, looking at the city at night, he orders everyone to tell him everything that is known about this man.